like that deliberately in a car park.
What do you mean they spell that out? Like the number plate?
What about the number plate? Say that again.
Listen, like, what do you mean it spells it out?
It spells out the year July 1969.
On what?
That's
On
what
their
I mean.
number plates or what? How do cars spell it out?
No. The number of cars parked together in series across the car park. You watch it, you'll see it.
Okay,
so
so there's like
you're looking at the
19
car
cars.
park. You got
And
what
then,
you're looking at. You're looking at an overview of the car park, okay? And then what you're looking at are when you count the numbers of the cars in series, you will notice that it spells out July 16th, 1969. It's brilliant.
okay,
Absolutely marvelous. Right, and that is a deliberate, strong message, and that's at the beginning of the video, early in the video. So I'm going to post it right now. I'm actually just preparing.
Oh yeah, please do.
Yeah,
I do love stuff like that, but
yeah, because it.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think as humans we find patterns in anything. I think I will admit, like, yeah, The Shining, the Stanley Kubrick thing. Yeah, there's a few sort of.
Yeah, it's just too strong an evidence to ignore. It's just too.
But what if? But what if
I'm sorry. Again, I cannot accept.
But what if he knew?
Yeah, I can't
he
accept
knew that people were thinking, "Oh, he directed the moon landings." So, and if that was me, I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to throw in a few Easter eggs in this film and have people, guessing."
Nah, that's not Stanley Kubrick's way. That's not Stanley Kubrick's mentality. That's not his makeup. That's not his MO. That's not his character. So you're speaking out of character. He's a perfectionist. For example, in the movie called Eyes Wide Shut, he got Tom Cruise to repeat a certain scene that he had to act over 300 times, to the point where Tom Cruise doubted his own ability. And Tom Cruise tells us this in the interview after Stanley Kubrick's death, right? And he was interviewed, and he said because he liked Stanley Kubrick, but there was a point where he questioned his own ability because Stanley Kubrick was trying to extract the best out of the actor. Do you know what I mean? He made him do it about 300 times, ridiculous like that. Crazy, man. Crazy, man.
He did a similar thing to, I forget her name. I'm so sorry. Jack Torrance's wife in The Shining. What's her name? Wendy? No.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Wendy. Correct. Yeah.
He did a similar thing.
She broke down and cried.
The scene on the stairs. Yeah, he made her do it over and over and over again.
Yeah, perfectionist, extracting, because she was acting up that she couldn't do it, and he goes, "Yes, you can, and you will, and you're going to," and that's what he was like. So my point is that the clues to the Apollo are from the beginning of the film to the end. That's too strong an evidence, overwhelming. It's not coincidental.
But it's not evidence, is it?
It's more
evidence. It is evidence.
No, clues in a film.
It's evidence that it's evidence that it says what it says, but it's not evidence that he faked the moon landing. I would put it into.
He participated, is what I said. He participated in that. Is what I'm saying. He participated in that.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Why would he keep referring? Why would he then release a film called Eyes Wide Shut in 1999?
Yeah, I'm with you. I get like the
with the same
of it,
July 16th, the anniversary of the moon landings was when it was released on the 30th anniversary of the Apollo 11 landings. Why would you do that? I mean, you can ignore it if you want. That's your freedom of choice.
No, absolutely not. No, I don't want to ignore it. It is interesting, but it isn't evidence, is it? And if I have a choice between believing a director making fictional films and scientists proving, as far as I'm concerned, that they've been off the planet and gone to the moon, I choose to believe that.
Yeah, I don't do beliefs. That's the thing.
He wrote 1969 in a car park at the Overlook Hotel.
I don't do beliefs. I don't do beliefs. So if somebody asks me, how do I know that the the moon landings were a hoax. The first thing I'm going to say is Stanley Kubrick told me. That's how I know. Stanley Kubrick told me first and foremost. Before I go into the technological side of the impossibility of doing that, first and foremost, Stanley Kubrick was the man that told me that. Okay? That's the first thing I'm going to say. Then I'm going to link them to this documentary and the film. Okay? Let them watch that, process that, digest that, and then I'm going to hit them with all my knowledge on the anomalies in space and how you. The second thing is, how do you go to the toilet in a 0G? Because that would fuck you right up. Okay, just to go to a poo or a wee, a piss, you'd be fucked up.
Yeah,
8 days. You don't know me. You see, I don't do beliefs. I'm not the guy that does beliefs. Believing is not what I do.
It's like a Hoover.
I do some serious analysing.
Hey, Jen.
Jen, yeah, go ahead.
You're over talking him while he's responding to you?
Sorry, I couldn't hear him. I apologise for that. But you're right. Okay, let me mute myself.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be a dick about it. I just didn't know if you could hear him.
No, that was good. It was, you chimed in just right there because I didn't realise I was doing that.
That's why I'm not offended or anything like it. It's like it's an exciting topic, isn't it? Exciting debate. So like it's easy to speak over each other. So yeah, like the toilet thing. I mean,
you're going to the toilet.
I don't know about the Apollo missions, but I know.
That's it. That's it. You see, when you start to learn more about the situation, you begin to analyze it properly, like your life depended on it, and you put yourself in their shoes. You begin to see some problems. Just to try and reenact going to the toilet in a lunar service module capsule on the way to the traveling at what is it? 24 times the speed of sound, 18,000 miles per hour approximately. Okay, and then you're in 0G, and now you want to go to answer the call of nature. It's a number 2, and the system they give you is a series of plastic bags that you have to unravel. Okay, and then pull off this sticky tape seal that reveals the tacky bit. Okay, but before you do that, obviously you're going to have to undress out of your suit, bring it all down to your ankles. Okay, and this is all in 0G, so you're going to have to secure yourself somehow. How are you going to do that when you're floating around? And then attach this bag to your bum, making sure that you get the seals right where your bum cheeks meet. You've got to make sure that nothing comes out of there. And get it over you put your balls in the bag, put it out of your bag. There's a lot going on that you need to consider just to do a number 2. And sometimes it may not come out properly because you're in 0G. Constantly fighting, vomiting, and farting and gassing.
I'm looking it up now. I'm looking at it. So during the Apollo 11 mission, July 1969, astronauts would go to a somewhat private spot on the spaceship. I hate that word, spaceship. But anyway, put on the condom-like pouch and attach a rubber transfer tube with a tank at the end to dispose of the liquid waste. So, so there was a way. If they were going to lie about it, like the least of their problems would be, oh, we can't. Oh, how do we prove to people that you can have a shit in space? Do you know what I mean? Like that's the least. I know it's sort of a non-issue, really. That it was a problem, I guess, but it was dealt with.
Well, no, it's not that clear cut. It's not. Hang on, it's not that clear cut because it's not that clear cut because they're traveling at 18,000 miles per hour. Okay, and any liquid leaving the space capsule, let's say, okay, because it's attached, and they said they saw it looking like crystal diamonds in the sky, traveling at 18,000 miles per hour. You wouldn't be able to see it, and it would have turned into some kind of gas anyway. So, okay, I've forgotten the terminology for that, but there is a terminology where the liquid like that turns into gas. So they could never have seen it. They could never have seen it at the speeds.
If you're moving at 18,000 miles an hour in a vacuum,
yeah,
and you put something out the window, effectively.
Yeah.
Out
You're
the
never
window.
going to see it.
It's going at the same speed as you, isn't it? And
no, it's not.
So you would see it.
You wouldn't see it. Yeah, you wouldn't see it.
No, you would.
If you look up the hypersonic sled that's traveling at 8.6 miles per hour on a monorail that's 10 miles long, okay, and it covers that 10 miles in like 5 seconds, okay, it's doing 2 miles a second, okay.
The monorail on Earth.
On a monorail, yeah, it's called a hypersonic sled. It's at the Holloman test track, high-speed test track, yeah. The Holloman high-speed test track at the Edwards Air Force Base, okay? And you don't get to see that sled. We're at full speed, at half speed, at quarter of the speed, because it's traveling at, 6,599 miles per hour. Okay, let's call it 6,600 miles per hour. You don't see it. Okay, that's at 8.6 times the speed of sound. You're talking times that by 3. So you're in space doing 3 times that. You're just not going to see that. You're not going to see that. In a vacuum. Yeah, you're not going to see it.
So it's different, isn't it? Things are going to react differently.
The thing is, you're moving at such a rate that you're not going to be seeing things like that. You're not out there anyway. We know that you don't go out there.
My physics isn't good enough, to argue this. I don't know. I don't know how it should think. But
I'm trying to tell you, but you're not listening. I'm trying to tell you that that's what would happen. You wouldn't be able to see it, and the urine would have turned into some kind of gas, but it wouldn't have been formed into crystals. It just wouldn't do that.
But why would they tell us it happened like the other way? If you're saying
because they're lying, aren't they? They're liars, aren't they? They're liars, aren't they? That's why they're liars. That's why they are liars.
But if they're gonna lie, surely they would have to lie convincingly. And
when they lied back then, they weren't banking on it being scrutinised.
Surely they should have been clever to go, oh shit, well, let's not tell them this happens because that's not how it would happen,
The fact is, they weren't banking. They weren't banking on flat earthers.
If Stanley Kubrick's there in the studio, and do you not think they're trying to tell the biggest lie in the world ever?
The biggest lie in the world is that the Earth is a globe when it isn't.
Jen,
you don't realize that.
Hey, Jen, you're talking all over him, dude.
I'm not really, but carry on.
Well, I know it's an exciting topic, but I'm hearing it, and I'm not mad. I just want to let you know you're doing it.
Well, okay, now that he's not talking, all I'm saying is that you are ignoring the fact that the biggest lie was the fact that the Earth is the globe when it's not. Second would be this poxy moon landing and Mars rover on Mars and stuff like that. These things never happened. But you're carrying a belief. I'm looking through it scientifically, methodically, with integrity there, and there's no way we can do that. I'm saying to you, traveling at 18,000 miles per hour, you would not be able to see those piss droplets, as they called it, crystal icicles. It doesn't do that. That's not what would happen. It would have turned into a gas, and you wouldn't be able to see it. Absolute rubbish. But let's go back to doing the number 2, as I was saying, in the capsule.
Well, actually, I wanted to give my little spiel to Rinse. You there, bud?
Yeah, I'm here, mate. Yeah, all ears, mate.
So, do you mind if I ask you a couple questions just real quick before I start, just so I know kind of what I can skip over or focus on more?
Yeah, for sure.
Are you familiar with what the Bible says about the flood and demons and Nephilim and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can't give you scripture or readings, but yes, I'm aware of it and somewhat familiar. Yeah.
Is it going to turn you off if I read a couple of lines? I don't think that's more than 6 or 7 quotations from the Bible just to support what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. No, I'm just to throw another spanner in the works. I am a Christian, so yeah. So now I'm happy to listen to Bible readings.
Cool. Well, let's start with, biblically speaking, where did the Nephilim end up? Okay. So in the book of Enoch, oh shit, hold on. Actually, we're going to Quentin Tarantino this. We're going to start with the Bible. So, are you familiar with the story where Jesus casts out the demons out of these this man, and they all go into the swine, and the swine run off a cliff and drown themselves in the ocean?
Ish.
Okay, well that's basically the
Yeah,
gist of it.
sorry.
You know, the demons, they say to Jesus, "We are legion." You know, they're like, "What do you want with us? Why are you here to torment us?" And he casts them out of this man, healing the man, and they go into the pigs. The pigs commit suicide off this cliff into the ocean. You're going to start to see a theme of demons and monsters and dragons in the ocean, right? Start with, so in Psalms, Psalm 74, verse 13, 14, it says, "Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength. Thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. Thou breakest the head of the Leviathan in pieces and gave him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness." Okay. So there's dragons in the water. You don't really hear that a lot as a Christian, about dragons and being in the oceans. In Exodus 20, verse 4, it says, when God's giving commandments, "You shall not make for yourself an idol or likeness of anything in the heavens above or on the earth below or in the waters beneath. You shall not bow down before them or serve them." So that's telling us that there are entities or things that could be idolized that live in the deep, and we're being warned against idolizing them.
Yeah, and is it about like the waters above and below? It's like the firmament or something, and
well, the firmament separates the waters. You've got the waters above, earth, and then the waters below, is my understanding.
right.
There's another verse in Psalm 77, verse 16, that says, "The waters saw thee, O God, the waters saw thee, and they were afraid. The depths were also troubled." So there's this reoccurring theme of, in the New Testament and in the Old Testament, post-flood, of God being dominant, having dominion over the depths, of warning us about monsters in the sea, right? In Isaiah 27:1, when it's talking about Revelation, it says, "In that day, the Lord, with his sore and great and strong sword, shall punish the Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even the Leviathan, that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea." Another reference to dragons coming out of the sea. In Ezekiel 29:3, it says, "Speak and say, Thus saith the good Lord, Behold, I am against thee, Pharaoh king of Egypt, the great dragon that lieth in the midst of the rivers, which hath said, My river is my own, and I have made it for myself." So
Okay.
You can see that there's this reoccurring theme of evil spirits under the water, but it's throughout the entire Bible, it's really hard to get any information on what these things actually are. They've been called serpents in the water, dragons in the water. You've got demons committing suicide to go back into the ocean. And the only thing that you can really glean, if you're just looking at the Bible and not any extra biblical texts, is something got buried in the flood. Now, I'm going to just put my glass of wine down here. Hold on, let me grab my book. I got a book that is not the Bible, and I'm going to read a couple things from. And trust me, this is all going to tie into like the missing submarine and James Cameron and even 9/11. It's going to be pretty weird. It's going to get weird, guys.
Oh, bloody hell.
I know, dude. I know. It's going to get gnarly. Okay. So I am just flipping through my book here, and I've got some Post-it notes. So I'm gonna read you a little bit about the Book of Enoch. In Orthodox Christianity, the Book of Enoch is recognized as 100% authority because it was what the people who wrote the Old Testament read before the Bible was a thing. The validity of Enoch, it's pretty central to a lot of demonology and all the information we have on angels.
Right. Okay.
Which is why we need to read it. And also, the Book of Enoch was written for. Where does it say that here? It says the Book of Enoch is not written for this generation, but a generation far off. This is distant. This is far distant, right? So the creation of the Nephilim. Okay. Basically, there was a group of demons, or rather angels, and they're led by this angel named Azazel. And the amount of angels that decided to rebel against God and go down and have sex with humans was about 200. And rather than protecting and aiding humanity in finding repentance and returning to God, the Watchers, under Azazel and another fallen angel named Shemhaza, seek to corrupt humanity. And the corruption begins with sexual immorality in a ritual context, meaning the drinking of blood, the sacrifice of animals to demonic beings, and ultimately human sacrifice accompanying that with cannibalism, right? And this is you can find that in 1 Enoch 7, verse 3 through 6. Now, the offspring of this corruption are the giants that are referred to in Genesis, also called the Nephilim. All right? And obviously God is super pissed that this is going on. I saw you unmute, so if you want to ask a question, to interrupt me.
No, yeah, I was just to acknowledge and say, yeah, I'm still listening, you know.
Right on, cool. And so what's happening at this point in time is humanity is literally crying out to God to do something about this. And in response to the horrors and the demonic oppression that the people of Earth are suffering, God chooses 4 of the 7 angels that are in his council to go down to Earth and deal with them. And so what they do is these 4 angels bring the petitions of the God of gods, Lord of lords, King of kings to God, and each one receives an assignment. Give me one second here. My Post-it notes are covering up my notes in the book. Okay. So God sends the first angel, Sariel, to Noah to give him instructions regarding the coming flood. Okay? God has chosen a people that are good to take them out of this thing and lets them know, hey, the flood's coming, you got to build this ark. He then sends the archangel Raphael to deal with Azazel, the main fallen angel that came down to earth, and he binds him hand and foot and buries him in a ravine to dwell in darkness until judgment, which he'll then be thrown into the lake of fire. And Azazel is not necessarily buried, like the translation's kind of funny, but what you're basically supposed to glean is that he's at the bottom of a ravine, right? And what do you think is going to happen when you flood the earth, right? He's going to get basically stuck underwater.
Yeah, like James Franco in that film. What is it?
Yes.
27 hours or whatever. Yeah.
So the archangel Raphael, his mission also involves some like ritual stuff, like sacrifices, and God commands him to write all the sins of the world onto Azazel, right? This demon. It's like he's legalistically placing the blame on Azazel. Like he is the guilty party, not the humans that he corrupted. Because God loves humans, and he's trying to give humans a way out, right? God is always trying to give us a way out, all throughout Enoch, all throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament. He also instructs him to heal and purify the world from the corruption that Azazel has caused. In Enoch it reads, "The whole world was made desolate by the works of the teachings of Azazel, and to him ascribe all sins. The one who practices the sin is of the devil, because from the beginning the devil has sinned. For this reason the Son of God was revealed in order to destroy the works of the devil." Right? And that's in John, where it's basically just corroborating this Azazel story. So then God sends the archangel Gabriel to destroy the Nephilim, the giants. And he doesn't do that directly. What he does is he comes down and he pits these giants, these titans, against each other in wars. And you can kind of see, like, if you look into like Greek mythology and like Roman mythology, they all have these stories of titans battling each other. And they were worshipped, and people would fight on their side. And so that you have these like basically giant wars that go on for a while. And they're basically, these Nephilim are just locked in perpetual combat until the flood eventually comes to destroy them. And Michael is sent to capture and bind Shemahaza, who was the other kind of top angel that was working with Azazel, and all the other sinful watchers, and he imprisons them in the abyss until the day of the Lord, when they will be judged. Now, the abyss means the ocean. So, what we basically see here is that all the fucking Nephilim and all the fallen angels are underwater post-flood. All of them. Let's see here.
Yeah, post flood, so after the flood.
After the flood,
the whole point, wasn't it? To rid mankind.
Hang on, but bro, there's Nephilim after the flood as well, like
yes.
Goliath.
Oh yeah, I'm going to get to that.
So they're not all. What I'm going, they're not all under the ocean. If any are under the ocean, they're not all under the ocean. There's also just another thing I'll throw in. Strikes me as weird that if God flooded the earth to get rid of the Nephilim and killed everything and everyone that was on the earth, then how did they come back again later? Like, it was all a bit pointless, really, wasn't it?
That's literally what I'm about to read you right now. So in 1 Enoch, chapter 15, verses 8 through 16, it says, "In the midst of this condemnation, the spirits of the giants that have come forth at their deaths continue to roam the earth and afflict man." So while God destroyed their ability to be flesh and blood, their spirits were still roaming the earth. This is, let me see here. And this basically leads on to talk about how, like, Goliath, this giant, is the offspring of somebody who was possessed by one of these wandering spirits, right? I hope that kind of answers your question. I know you're listening to like the equivalent of Harry Potter if you're not a Christian, and I totally get it. So I'm just going to do my best. I haven't finished this.
What's that source document you're reading from, bro? I'll just come in a bit late, sorry.
Oh, no worries. I am reading a book called Apocrypha, An Introduction to Extra-Biblical Literature by Stephen DeYoung. He's an Orthodox Christian, and I don't know if you've heard of him before.
I don't think so. But I mean, you've got Og of Bashan. There's obviously a bunch of giants and Nephilim after the flood. Now, in light of that argument that he just put forward, okay, if they're wandering spirits, so the spirit possesses a man, but in order to get a giant offspring, that would have to then alter his DNA. Like there's just a few hoops to jump through to just round it off. with that explanation that I'm just not sure about.
Totally. And I can explain how there is a mutation of genetics through the possession. So when the angels came down and had sex with human beings, they were just as much beings of flesh as they were beings of pure spirit, right? And one of the things that God was so upset about was the genetic miscegenation. Like, yes, the idolatry and the cannibalism and the ritualistic sacrifices of human beings was very, very upsetting to God, but he couldn't just come down and say, okay, stop doing that. He had to physically eradicate something that he didn't create, which was, the product of this genetic miscegenation between humans and fallen angels. And this is not from the book, this is just what I would say, is that these spirits of the Nephilim, the spirits of the Watchers, somehow found a way to re-enter the world in a fleshly form. And I don't have a clear explanation for you for how that exactly went down.
No,
That's kind of sorry.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I mean, one thing that I can agree with you on is because, like, I've been asked a lot of times, well, what if God is all knowing and all being, and a nice God, why is there this in the world and that in the world, and like you just said, well, some of what's in the world or what was in the world at that time, he didn't create. It came from somewhere else. There's evil. And yeah, it's and I think that is a really good point. He gave man free will, and it was up to us what we did with it, and we've done evil things. So yeah, I know. I just really like that point.
Yeah, it's something to consider, and it's also something to consider that if I was to tell you that I just got in the car and went to the gas station, but you're like a Native American from 300 years ago, and if you could understand me perfectly, or even not to the gas station, if I said I was going to go travel to another area, right? They would imagine me getting on a horse, packing, some dried goods, some dried foods, maybe if it's going to be a longer trip, something to like sleep on the ground. They could not conceive that what I meant was that I'm going to get in my vehicle that has an internal combustion engine and drive on these paved roads with these reflecting things that like reflect the light that come out of my fucking magic car. Like, they just wouldn't understand that. They would understand that I got from A to B. They might even
Like you
understand
mean
metal
in the
horse.
olden days, like if
Yeah. If I was trying to explain to somebody in the past what I do today, right? And so what we're getting is an explanation from the past in words that were comprehensible by the people who wrote them down in that time. So the context is super important. It's like when they say that angels came down, did they come down in spaceships? Did they fucking open up a portal? Did they present themselves as orbs of light and then manifest into these winged creatures? Like, what did they look like? Like, I have so many questions, but we don't have the answers to all of that, So what I try to do is I just try to like keep it logically consistent. And honestly, Effie, it's a fucking wonderful question. I have no idea how giants were able to physically manifest post flood. This is again just my best attempt.
What I don't
I'm
like
not
about
being
flood,
funny,
the
but
thing
in
I like
an
about flood is
apocalyptic flood, you want to be in giant, don't you?
Yeah, just quickly, the thing I don't like about it is, in a sense, the narrative that we're fed through whatever means, whether it's biblical or extra biblical, the narrative that we're fed on that story, in a sense, kind of renders God a bit impotent. Like if he's all powerful and omniscient and omnipotent and all of these wonderful omni things, then he wiped the Nephilim from the earth, but they kind of outsmarted him because they came back. And I just don't buy that. Like the God that I believe in doesn't get outfoxed by some slippery little a devil monster who's cleverer than him. And then God seems to take no real retribution on him after that. Like they just get away with it, and they get killed in a few local skirmishes. But he saw it as worthy of destroying the entire earth at one point, and then they just kind of ran amok after that. I just don't like the narrative for what it eventually paints God to be. As I say, a bit.
I mean, to me, I look at it this way: that they've not like outfoxed God and come back, but maybe God let them back, to test us. It's all about life is the test and temptation and all that. So these sort of evil people being around to lure us and tempt us in to the devil and all that, maybe it is all by design, to give us the temptation and stuff like that,
Why did he change his mind and treat them differently? Like, either this thing is offensive to him and he wanted to obliterate it and he hated it and he regretted, creating man or whatever the story says. Well, and then he changed his mind and goes, oh, no, maybe not. Maybe I'll just let him. Maybe I'll just let him this time. Do you see, it doesn't fit in with the picture that's painted of who God is. It doesn't make sense.
Well, okay, let me try and explain a little bit more, because I did glean over the part where these 200 some angels that fell, these watchers that fell, they did plead with God to try and repent and be like, we're sorry we came down and banged humans. Please don't kill our children. Please don't, I know they're monsters. I know we came down here and taught humans how to sacrifice each other, but please don't do it. And God was not having it. He was not happy. Now, another thing too is that these angels, beings of pure spirit, they're very pretty. They're gorgeous. They're beautiful. It's their nature that is devilish and demonic. Like, if an angel appeared in front of you, like a fallen angel, it would be absolutely glorious how they're described, right? And on top of that, they were created before us. Now, all I really know about the angels at this point is that God had chose 7 to be of his main council, like his fucking ride or die homies. And then there's these other 200 angels that just were like, we just want to bang chicks. And so they went down and did that. And I don't really understand. What I don't understand is, if God loves us unconditionally and created this place for us, and he created us to love him back, but he had to give us free will, because love without free will isn't really love. What was the point of creating these angels? And what went wrong where they had the free will? Because they obviously had free will to rebel against God. You can only rebel if you have free will. So God gave us free will to love him. It seems to be logical that he gave these angels free will to love him back, but they had too much power.
Stipulations, didn't it? It's you have free will, but if you don't worship me, you'll go to hell. If you don't believe in me, if you don't atone for your sins, it came with conditions. So is that free will?
Okay, I'm going to explain that to you too. I love that question. So first of all, the angels didn't have to believe in God. They were created by God. They were in God. They were able to be in God's presence. So there was no doubting that God was God, is God. Here, what did you just say again? I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
It was a bit left field, because I said, God gave us free will, but equally says, you must worship me, and you must do this, and you mustn't sin, and you mustn't, So is that free will? A God who says, it comes with conditions, and do what you want, but if you don't do these things,
I put it like this. Yeah, I put it like this. God said you've got free will. You can do anything you want, but if you don't do what I want you to do, I'm going to fuck you up. So is that really free will?
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. I totally get it. So the thing is that God is pure good, pure love, right? And evil cannot. Hold on. Let me just finish. I know, and slaves and all kinds of stuff. I just want to finish this one sentence.
Surely.
Evil cannot exist in God's presence. The angels, in order to be evil, they had to leave heaven to do it. So if a light casts away a shadow, right? If a light casts away darkness cannot exist in light. And so if you if us as spiritual beings are engaged in evil behavior, and we turn our souls, our spirits, evil. When the time comes for our souls to be reunited with God, to be in the presence of God, if we are nothing but disgusting because of the way we've lived our lives, we actually just can't be there. It's not like, oh, you fucking masturbated and you fucking cheated on somebody, you're going to hell.
Okay.
It's like, no,
So
you solidified this way about your life where you followed the darkness and you became darkness, and the darkness cannot comprehend light.
But is God not omnipresent?
Yeah, what do you mean?
He's omniscient, he's omnipotent, he's omnipresent, correct?
What do you mean by those words? I'm sorry, I don't ever use that.
Okay, omnipotent is all powerful, omniscient is all knowing, and omnipotent is omnipresent is he's everywhere at the same time. He's everywhere. We're in him. Everything is in him. He created everything. He's everywhere. He knows every thought you have. He knows all of it. He's everywhere.
Okay. Everything except for the last little bit that you said, where you said we're within him. I don't think that we're inside God right now. I think we're in God's creation. I'm sure there's an argument for, oh, God's creation exists within God, because where is the universe? Where is everything? I totally can concede to that argument. But yes, I would say everything you said was good, with just that one little caveat.
Okay, all right. So if you don't necessarily subscribe to omnipresence, I think that is the theological position, that he is omnipresent. But even outside of that, let's come down to where God met with Moses on the mountain. All right, God face to face with Moses. So when people say God can't be in the presence of sin or sinful man, well, he was. He didn't strike Moses down. Moses wasn't a good man. He just murdered somebody in Egypt. So that argument falls to pieces on its face. And I used to subscribe to it, but when you actually start to unpick it, the whole rug falls to pieces.
Well, I said the angels
Moses
had to come down to earth to sin.
That's
remember?
the Old Testament, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
Is the Moses on Mount Sinai? Is that the Old Testament?
Correct.
Well, yeah, it is the Old Testament, and then you get into the whole argument of is Yahweh God, and yeah, I have lots of issues with the Old Testament.
I'm not a sacred namer or anything like that. I'm not going to trip up over the name. The one thing I would say to rebut what you just said about, well, there was somebody who was in the presence of God who was a sinner, is that they were in the presence of God here on earth as a fleshly being. And so God, being all powerful, allowed for that to happen, right?
Yeah.
And yes, it's the magic.
Isn't it a bit of a special pleading fallacy, though?
It's a 100% is so convenient for my argument. And yes, yes, dude. I'm not gonna look. I want to get to the James Cameron. I want to get to the. So okay, look. So we've been over this whole. There's titans under the water. These giants are under the water. That's where their souls are. Now let's talk about this fucking submarine. So you got a submarine named Titan on the way down to the bottom of the ocean to visit the Titanic, right?
Yeah.
You had billionaires.
Isn't it, man? Yeah.
You had billionaires on that Titan to visit the Titanic who died, who were considered titans of industry. You know, these billionaires, like that's another word for billionaires, is like a titan of industry, right?
Yeah. Okay.
All the while, you've got James Cameron giving us the fucking updates. Okay? If this was a real story, you're not going to have a fucking Hollywood film director. I don't care how many times he's been down to the Titanic wreck.
Be the Coast Guard or someone, wouldn't it? Surely.
100%. So you got James Cameron, who was, by the way, on 9/11 when the planes were hitting the towers. He was down at the Titanic. I don't know if that means anything to anybody. I find that to be very weird and almost ritualistic, but I'm not really going to get into that part. I just want to talk about James Cameron and the movies that he's made.
You know, he might have been up the Eiffel Tower when Princess Diana died. What the fuck? Like, what does that mean? If he was dead, has no relevance at all.
Let's look at what the Titanic. Okay, let's get into it then. You got two towers.
I'm just going to go and pick up some Chinese food. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, before you go into the 9/11 bit, I think it's it's totally reasonable, well, to some degree, that the media are talking to James Cameron because he directed the film Titanic, so he has a knowledge of it. You know, he did all that research about it, and you know, so he knows a lot about the wreck of the Titanic. Yeah, plus he's gone down and viewed it however many times, 20 odd, whatever times. So
Okay.
yeah, so he's a knowledgeable person on the subject, and of course, when something like that happens, right? You know, I don't think he's put himself forward, going, "Oh, I know about it." So hold on, guys, I'll explain. Yeah, the news channels have gone to him and said, "Oh, James Cameron, yeah, you made that film about the Titanic, and you've been down. Right? Tell us what you think." Do you know what I mean? So it's not like
Well,
he's
you know what that film was called? It was
what the
called Go.
Titanic.
Yeah, it was called Ghosts of the Titanic. Was the film that he was working on while he was
Oh,
down
was that
there
the
on
working
9/11.
title? Was
He
it?
was, yeah, the title was Ghosts of the Titanic. So he's telling us
Yeah.
that there's ghosts at the bottom of the ocean. He then does another deep sea documentary called Aliens of the Deep. Okay.
Right.
Then he makes Avatar 1, which is about blue demons, right? And it's got this whole anti-human, like, oh, the humans are the bad guys, the aliens, the blue demon things, those are the really cool. Look how in touch with nature they fucking pray to trees and shit. Oh, they're
And they
so
were giants,
whoa.
weren't they? They were like
And they
massive.
were massive. In the second movie, they live underwater. And the whole
I haven't seen the
plot at
second
the
one. The first one
okay.
bored me.
Yeah, it's super. Do you mind if I give you spoilers for the second one?
Oh, no, absolutely not. No.
Okay, yeah. So the second one is literally just blue, giant blue demons living underwater. And at the end of the movie, it turns out that the humans are harvesting adrenochrome from these like sacred water creatures that they're trying to protect, which is
Okay.
kind of backwards because this, you know, it's the demons that want us to fucking harvest adrenochrome. Anyways, so of course James Cameron, yeah, he's a sci-fi director. He does sci-fi, but and he also does documentaries. But all of his documentaries and all of his sci-fi is literally like, okay, the Terminator. They send advanced technology. Now remember, the Nephilim brought technology to humans. They taught us how to war. You know, they used us in their wars. Okay. The
Right.
idea that
Keep it
aliens are going to
going.
come down and bring us technology is riddled throughout all of sci-fi. That's a huge theme, that technology comes from the sky, right?
Right.
So James Cameron makes a movie called the Terminator series, and it's all about sending advanced technology back in time to kill a woman who's pregnant with a son who's going to save the world.
He's the savior.
JC.
Yeah.
He's the savior, JC, right?
Yeah,
James
John Connor.
Cameron,
Yeah.
John Connor. Okay, it's fucking weird. He also makes a
It's
movie called The Abyss, right? And The Abyss is about a bunch of deep sea ocean researchers that come across extraterrestrial life at the bottom of the ocean.
right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I've not
So
seen that one. But
either
it
James
isn't
Cameron,
uncommon
what's
for
that?
films to have biblical themes. In any good story, there's a savior. You know, loads of films have biblical themes. You know, I
Absolutely.
don't think it means any great conspiracy. I just think it means, yeah, what a great story. And again, if I was a director, yeah, I would. Yeah, John Connor, JC, oh, brilliant! And yeah, we'll send like the guardian angel with whatever. I don't know. But yeah, I would absolutely lean into that. Brilliant.
Right.
But
I
I
agree.
don't think it means
It's
anything.
well,
You know, other than sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
do you have you looked into any of the like Pizzagate stuff or like satanic ritual abuse that is alleged to go on in the film industry, in the music industry, in politics, in you know, fucking the
No,
backdoor weird stuff. You ever heard of that?
not no, not like Pizzagate and stuff like that. No, I
Okay.
haven't. I don't know.
Well, that's kind of a big part of this that I guess I should have asked you about before we started, but I don't have time to like run you through all of Pizzagate right now. It's almost It's about 1:20 in the morning for me.
Yeah.
But you'll have to take my word for it that a bunch of people in our government are straight up satanic. Most of them are Masons. Most of them are in these creepy clubs like Skull and Bones, and they do the little devil horn sign. Like the Pope's done it. A bunch of presidents do it.
Yeah.
They throw up Masonic symbols, and all of that is about Gnosticism. You know, channeling spirits and getting hidden knowledge. And according to the Bible, the only spirits that are wandering the earth right now are the ones that were wiped out in the flood. The Nephilim and the Watchers that were wiped out.
Right,
those are the spirits that are running around on earth, according to the Bible. So you got these people, these politicians. I mean, if you look at things like that they're pushing on society, I don't know, how do you feel about the whole LGBT agenda? Do you think that's a thing, like that they're pushing it on children? Does it seem evil to you or normal, or what do you think?
What do I think? You were saying it was late for you, and I could talk for a long time about that. All of it is it's kind of like like topic of the day, isn't it? And there's all the transgender talkers, and I feel like all this went on, years ago, and there wasn't such a drama about it. And now we've got Jordan Peterson and people going, "Oh well, okay, well, if I identify as a penguin," or somebody would want to learn, what does that mean? And I feel it's got out of control, but because of the people who are annoyed by it and call people snowflakes, or bloody snowflakes, or they want to be called him, her, they, them, and actually the people twined on about it are the snowflakes. It's like, it's not offended anybody other than you. Yeah.
Well,
I think, with regards to children, like you said, I don't think there's an agenda at all pushed on children. I think like sex education is taught at a correct age, and whatever age that might be, I don't know. That's up to the government and teachers and whatever to decide. But talking about different lifestyles is not pushing an agenda. It's talking about acceptance and and saying some people live like this. They're not talking graphically about how people have sex and things like that, but it's like little Johnny over there has two dads, and some people do have two dads. Some people have two mums, and some people have a dad and a mum and a grandpa and whatever. It's So to me, it isn't a threat to children. There's no agenda to make benders. To me, I really don't think there is. I think people have got overexcited about it and think, oh, well, there's a problem, but they're finding a problem. It's happened for years and years and years. People have been trans for years and years and years, and now all of a sudden there's some great topic about it. And ironically, from a lot of people who don't believe in God or anything, they're having arguments. Oh, what's natural? And it's like, you're an atheist and you've got this massive opinion on what's natural. It's like, well, come the fuck on. Just accept each other. Be kind. Sorry, rant over.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We have very differing opinions on that topic, but that doesn't at all discourage me from continuing the conversation.
Same. And I'm, I won't be offended by. It's it's all about having a friendly debate, and I wouldn't judge you on your opinions. If you seem like a decent guy, I would sit down and have a pint with you. Absolutely. And that's the difference, isn't it? When people get upset, like,
Oh yeah, no, I've got plenty of friends that have very, very differing opinions on many, many topics, and we all to get along and laugh and still make jokes, and it's all good.
And listen to each other. You know, you've listened to me there, and I've listened to what you've said, and that's the only way to learn and grow, isn't it? You know, listen to each other.
Absolutely. We're in a war of information right now, in my opinion. World War III is happening right now. And it's just a war of information. We're all just trying to figure out what the truth is so we can just live the best lives that we can.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think, you know, the kind of the downfall is, you know, like social media and like everything's like so readily available and there. So like, you know, like when I was growing up and you heard about a trans person or something, it was like, okay, there might be a discussion about, oh, I don't know what to think. But now, everything you can comment on everything. So basically, you're having a newspaper or you're watching the news, but you can comment on the news. You know, so everybody can put forth an opinion, and then somebody decides, oh well, that's offensive. That's an offensive opinion. Now hold on, my opinion is my opinion. Yeah, I think people are too readily offended, for sure. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird time, isn't it?
It really is.
Culture just by heading as well.
Yeah, it is a weird time, and it's kind of what's really inspired me to just start learning more about where I think all this messed up stuff is coming from, and I do believe that it is demonic influence upon humans. I'm pretty firm in my belief that God loves all of us a lot, and these demons are just fucking butthurt, and they know they can't get at God. The only way they can attempt to get at God is to hurt what God loves, and that's us. And they do so by breaking us down and rebuilding us in their image rather than the way that we were created, which was in God's image. And I just wanted to point out the whole submarine thing was probably really fake. I doubt there was a submarine that actually went down there. I think the whole thing was just to sort of put into the sphere of public consciousness, so to speak, the themes of Titans at the bottom of the ocean, the theme of reminding us where technology came from, biblically speaking, because from where I'm standing, these people, they know the Bible very well. They take it for truth, and the proof is the way that they act through their like satanic rituals and the way that they treat humans. That they, it's not good. It's very reminiscent of what was going on before God flooded the place.
Yeah, I can. I mean, I do see where you're coming from, especially and it does get hard for me to as well. It's always hard for me to argue and defend a point because I always forget facts. I'm rubbish, but when when you give all the like coincidence things of the Titanic, and I mean, obviously the submarine to me was called Titan because it was visiting the Titanic. That's why it was called Titan. But all those coincidences. It does get a bit. Oh gosh, yeah, actually, well, and like we were talking about before with that guy about Stanley Kubrick and like the dates and stuff. It does get a little bit hard to argue because, well, yeah, gosh, yeah, that does match, and it's sad. But regarding that submarine, I do find it not offensive. I'm not that much of a snowflake, but like for you to say like, oh, it was a setup and nobody really dies yet. If that was my dad or my son on that submarine, I would be really upset with somebody thinking, oh, it was just a stunt and actually nobody died. But actually, I'm sat at home without a dad or a son. You know, it's like, no, 5 people actually did die. And to say it's some stunt by the or whatever, no. 5 people
Show
died.
me any footage of the 5 guys getting in the sub, please. Post it.
Well, okay, that's a great point, Northern Rebellion. I'm not gonna argue that. I agree. But before I would start trying to find video proof that these guys even ever got on the sub, I don't know how much or how aware you are of how much the media is just absolutely lying to us and how scripted it is, but look at the events that immediately preceded the sub thing and that were going on while the sub thing was happening. So in the United States, there was a whistleblower from the IRS that testified in court that the Hunter Biden laptop was legitimate and authenticated by the FBI. That was a huge story. Nobody fucking heard about it. Everybody was just looking at the sub. As soon as they fucking found the sub, Russia and this Wagner Group thing pops off, and they have the first ever that I've ever heard of coup that was announced. They had a fucking press conference. They were like, "Yeah, we're going to do a coup," and then there was a massive troop movement to Belarus.
Yeah, that was insane. I couldn't believe that. Yeah.
So, can you think of a coup that had a press conference prior?
Yeah.
Can you just name one? That makes no sense.
Yeah, it was insane.
So, I hear you. It's really fucked up of me to say that nobody died on that, especially if people did die on it. But my gut is telling me that nobody died and that the media is once again caught lying to us.
Yeah. Well,
and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, dude.
I can make you. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I just want to say I don't hope that I'm wrong, because that would mean that I hope that they're really dead. I hope that I'm right and that they're all still alive and that they come to repent. Okay.
Yeah.
But if they did really die, I need to repent.
They're all alive and they're on an island like in Lost. Do you remember that TV show?
Yeah, I think it's more likely that a billionaire saw an opportunity to play a part, and in return, he got to have a new life where he's not a billionaire but still has a fuck ton of money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, haven't you ever thought about faking your own death? I'm sure everybody's thought about it.
Yeah.
You could just disappear and just start a new life somewhere. I mean, billionaires can't exactly just do that very easily. They're billionaires. How do you just take all your wealth and disappear without dying? So yeah. I don't know. There's all sorts of reasons why you could say nobody died on those subs.
You need to look up. Oh God, get the guy's name, but look up Canoe Man, Seaton Carew. It's not far. It's not far away from me. Seaton Carew. It's near Hartlepool, and a man faked his own death. Went out in his canoe, pretended he had died, and got his wife to claim the life insurance, and then went off to Panama.
What a fucking gangster, dude. Yeah, that's tight. Play the system.
Crazy. But yeah, he was found out in the end and went to prison for a bit, but yeah.
So I'm assuming you're pretty open to conspiracy theories. You probably subscribe to a couple yourself, because you haven't really. I mean, you've been picking up pretty much everything I've been putting down. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So,
okay. Go ahead.
What is your sort of standard for deciding when the government is and isn't lying to us? And the government, the media, whatever you want to call this fucking beast system.
Yeah, great question, and thanks for asking me that, because I've wanted to touch on it a couple of times with what you were saying. Like what you were saying before about something's going on in the world, and all of a sudden there's a submarine. Everyone's on that. I totally agree. The media will jump on, the biggest story at the time, or they absolutely will divert to distract us from the main thing. That's a known fact. That is what happens, and it's sort of a bit of a scary thought, or that we're manipulated that way. But I think we're all wise enough to to take it with a pinch of salt, and that. But at the same time, it's like, okay, well, fair enough. It's to me the government, and this is hard to say because I'm not sure I do believe it, but I'll say it and then I'll sort of quantify it. In a perfect world, the government does have our best interests at heart, right?
No way.
No,
I knew somebody wasn't going to be able to hold their tongue.
But bear with me.
I'm listening.
So yeah. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I don't even believe it myself as I'm saying it. But sometimes I think it's better not. It's better not to, depending on the thing. But it's better not to. Sometimes it is better to withhold information. Because you and I might be able to take that, but some other people might not be able. So in the spirit of keeping control of people and not having pandemonium and riots and things in the street, sometimes it is better to just withhold a little bit. Like with the pandemic, nobody knew what the fuck was going on at the start. But if, in my country, Boris Johnson and Matt Hancock and that stood in front of the cameras and said, actually, we don't really know what the R rate is, and we haven't got a clue. Stay inside. Who the fuck knows? That everyone would panic. So there had to be an illusion of power. Had to be an illusion of, we know what's going on. Don't worry, we've got it under control. And so that is a good thing, really. But so I'm sort of for and against all at the same time. I think there are there are circumstances where it's better to be lied to than to be told the truth. But I really don't think there's any massive conspiracies going on. And you know what? If there are, I don't really want to know, really, because I might get shot if I did know. But I don't think the conspiracies are that we didn't land on the moon and that that the Earth is flat. I think they'll lie to us about much more mundane things.
Yeah, that's fair. Let me ask you a question here. I know you're not American because I can hear it in your voice. You sound all foreign like. But
I'm laughing here. That's my American accent.
Nice. I can try and do a British accent, but I don't want to offend anybody. Hey, at least I knew you weren't Australian. So what percentage of Americans would you say trust the government in Washington to do what is right just about always or most of the time?
Ask the question again. I didn't understand.
What percentage of Americans, or in other words, out of 10 Americans, how many would you say would trust the government in Washington to do what is right just about always or most of the time?
I would think about 60% of Americans would.
So as of 2022, it's 2 out of 10. This is according to Pew Research, the Pew Research Center. It's not me. I'm not saying it. This is Pew Research. This is what they put out there on the internet. I'll drop the link in the in the chat.
Oh no, I believe you.
No, just for anybody who wants to see it. I don't know. Just it's content. It's content, dude. And it's good to just remind the Globers that public trust in the government is at an all-time low.
Yeah.
Flat Earth is rising.
I did. I will say I was going to mention it earlier when we were talking about conspiracies and stuff. One that I sort of do, well, I sort of quite like it, and it piqued my interest. Is the Denver airport thing?
Oh yeah, that's weird, huh?
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, yeah,
I've been there. I've been in that airport. I've been. I had like a 2-hour layover. I went all around and took pictures, and yeah, dude, that was really bizarre. Have you seen what it looks like from an aerial view?
I'm sure I have, but I can't remember.
It's a big swastika.
Oh fuck no, please.
I'm gonna get it for you right now. Hold up.
Yeah, please post it. I can't. No, that's too much.
Hold on. Denver Airport. I'm in my Google Maps right now. Okay. Let me get I'm out on my front porch right now. My internet's a little slow out here. You'll have to excuse me. The frick. Okay, here we go. I mean, it's not too far off from what I'm saying. It is. You can see the runways making the swastika formation.
Oh shit! Okay, yeah. So.
It's a little odd. It's kind of odd. Look, I mean, if they didn't have like the murals depicting like genocide across the world and like plagues, I would just be like, okay, well, there's just 4 runways going in 4 different directions. Like, yeah, look, that's just gonna happen. Yeah. Like, it's not like Nazis made the airport.
Thing that it was delayed and stuff getting built, and it cost an extra like $5 million or something.
Yeah, there's also the there's a statue that you pass as you're coming in, and it's called like the Blue Stallion. Hold on.
Oh yeah, no, the Mustang is it? Oh no, maybe the Stallion. I don't know. It's a while since I've.
Hold on, I got it right here. It's called Blue Mustang.
Mustang, yeah.
Also known as Blucifer. Okay. This is Wikipedia. Blue Mustang, and colloquially known as Blucifer, is a cast fiberglass sculpture of a Mustang located at the Denver International Airport. It's notable both for its striking appearance and for having killed its sculptor, Luis Jimenez, when a section of it fell on him at his studio. So you literally have a fucking statue of this horse with red eyes called Blucifer that killed its creator. Kind of weird.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I don't love it, but
no, I know you. As far as a conspiracy theory goes, it's very compelling that there's something weird going on.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, compelling is the right word. Yeah. But when you were talking about the Blue Mustang, I was waiting for you to post a picture And then this Northern Rebellion posted a picture of some guy in a wheelchair. And it really made me laugh, so sorry.
It's awesome. Yeah, I see
and
that.
And those steel
He's going
balloons.
fast.
Yeah.
Wow, he's going real fast. Holy smokes. He's not even wearing a helmet. Good Lord. That's dangerous. I guess he's just a badass.
He's one bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say how many coincidences before it's suspicious? 5, 10, 15, 20?
Yeah. I mean, for me, I don't really believe in coincidence anymore.
I like the signs are everywhere. I used to worry, that my dad stole from his job as a road worker. And when I got home, the signs were all there.
Ha 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 ha.
Aha, thank you. I was waiting for the laughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like a dad joke of the highest degree.
It was literally a dad joke because it was about my dad.
Oh my God. Stop.
Lol.
This is why we left your country and started America, because of this shit. Okay? All right, don't push it, dude.
Yeah, fair enough. We miss you.
We miss you too. We love it. We love your accent. We just want you to talk about nature all the time. David Attenborough, we're cooming for David Attenborough.
I do not sound like David Attenborough.
No, you don't.
I'm like the opposite.
Okay, wait here. Let me hear your.
Oh,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say that again.
No, I was just doing a Yorkshire version of David Attenborough.
What does David Attenborough say? He'll be like,
Here we are at the edge of the earth. Many of us believe it to be a glow.
the male bull ant with all his might, the majesty of the emperor penguin.
Yeah.
You know who I really like? Oh, what's his name? Oh, dude, he talks about the penguin like traveling to the interior of Antarctica. He's like, the penguin, knowing he's going to certain death, marches forward, undisturbed at the idea of the vast wasteland, the massive expanse of. I don't know. I can't do it. I'm really not that good at it, but.
Well, that'll be David Attenborough, is it?
No, it's the Herzog guy, the actor.
Yeah. You know who I'm talking about. The penguin. He's like, he's walking away. Yeah. I fucking love that shit.
The penguin doesn't know what it's doing.
Dude, you know what though? As a conspiracy theorist, I believe that penguin is still alive to this day. He just fucking went somewhere else. He's like, you fucking idiots think I'm like walking to my death? Fuck you guys. I know where I'm going.
It's made in gold, the liquid gold.
Dude, he fucking went to the inner earth or something, or he just like went beyond the ice wall. He's fine. He speaks German. He's fluent.
What the penguin does?
Fluent.
Yeah, dude.
But isn't the narrator also German?
Who's the actor? I'm trying to think of the voice.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find out for you right now because it's bugging me too.
Just Google penguin existential crisis. You can find that.
Yeah, I just googled existential penguin. Werner Herzog.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah.
He was in Jack Reacher also acting as
I'm absolutely none the wiser.
Okay, I'm gonna send it. He's like, these penguins are all heading to the outer border of the Arctic.
You sound like Arnie.
He doesn't know what it's going.
This one penguin caught our eye. He was heading towards the feeding grounds, but then he went off to the interior of the Arctic.
He sounds like an Arnold Schwarzenegger with like a slight Down syndrome.
Yeah. He's like, shortly afterwards, the penguin went on his own. into the dark. Here, I got the link for you guys right here.
The penguin said, "Get to the topper," but he couldn't come. Just kept walking.
Yeah. I am Werner Herzog, and this is the existential penguin. Jack Reacher. That's good. That penguin is definitely okay. No penguins were harmed. He's fine. He just went to the outer pond.
I think he was like guarding the wall, but then his shift ended and it just walked home.
Really quickly, Rinse. I just want to say, I've been trying to put this little presentation together and like kind of refine it, and I've actually never been able to present it. So, thank you so much.
It's literally what I was here for. I came back for your presentation.
Dude, okay, sick. Okay, because I was like, oh, I guess he's talking to Jen about the moon landings. Whatever. And I just like let that go for 20 minutes. I'm so sorry. Yeah. That's cool. No, I really appreciate it. Because I know the Bible turns a lot of people off.
What's your presentation about?
I was just doing a little presentation about the Nephilim and like their spirits being trapped under the ocean.
What channel? I missed it.
It was right in here. It was just in here.
Yesterday?
No, just like an hour ago.
Dude, I missed it, bro. Oh.
It's all good. What I'm trying to do is I want to turn it into a video that I can make. I just haven't really like. Honestly, it was great. FE was like asking me all these tough questions and like like questioning Christianity and stuff, and I was trying to like do my best to.
I could have helped you out, bro.
Yeah, I could have used a little backup, but basically, you have this submarine called the Titan going down to the bottom of the ocean to visit the Titanic. In Enoch, it says that all the Titans or the giants or the Nephilim, whatever you want to call them, were trapped at the bottom of the ocean in the abyss. Nephilim are where we got technology from, right? A lot of people think that aliens are demons, that like this whole alien deception is just about bringing Nephilim spirits back into the world. And then we have this submarine thing happen where the submarine called Titan goes down to the Titanic, this indestructible ship, this, supposed Titan that gets cracked in half and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. And all the while we have James Cameron, a science fiction writer, telling us, giving us the fucking updates when he's done nothing but science fiction and documentaries, right? Documentaries called Aliens of the Deep, Ghosts of the Titanic. He did The Terminator, which is about sending a fucking robot back in time to kill a woman who's pregnant with the savior of the world. Her son, JC, John Connor, directed by James Cameron. You have Avatar, which is all about a bunch of fucking blue giants, demons, alien demons that live under the water. It's one of those things where like if you are used to looking at like biblical prophecy and trying to see the sort of occult dog whistles that are happening in the world, this entire submarine thing was literally about bringing the psychic energy, the focus of humanity, to the bottom of the ocean to focus on Titans. And I would say that the timing is interesting because we are on the verge of a technological advancement, I would say, in terms of artificial intelligence and transhumanism. Thank you.
That's the first thing I noticed too when I heard the name Titan. I instantly thought of the Greek Titans and these Nephilim giants. And I didn't think much of it. And then when I came on here, you guys connected it all. I was like, oh shit. That's crazy.
But do you not think that the submarine was called Titan because it was going down to look at the Titanic?
Well, why do you think they called it the Titanic?
Well, yeah, of course, that came first, though. It's not a coincidence that the submarine was called Titan.
It's just the compounding of all of it. Even James Cameron and the movies he's produced and the names of those movies, like it's just all this. It's all related. Like there's a background theme that connects all these things, and it has to do with this elect knowledge, right? That the occult understands. Go ahead.
So Merriam-Webster says that the name of the most famous ship in history, the Titanic, referred to the Titans, a family of giants in Greek mythology who were believed to have once ruled the earth. Vocabulary.com says the name was chosen not only because it was the largest passenger steamship of its time, but also because it was touted as a strong, specifically that it was unsinkable ship.
Unsinkable, yeah.
So, yeah, it does make sense that they named the sub Titan after the Titanic, but the Titanic is a Titan.
After like Titan, after the gods.
Yes, that's right.
Like,
which those gods were the
like,
Nephilim. Those gods were the Nephilim.
What if they had more parallels like Apollo or the Kraken or other Titans, right? That are synonymous with the ocean?
Yes.
Well, okay, I can bring a little bit of parallel there. So you're all familiar with the Challenger spaceship, right? That blew up. Okay, well, the name of the submarine that James Cameron owns to go to see the Titanic is the Challenger, called the Deep Sea Challenger. And they're like, that's pretty much the only spaceship that I can think of that doesn't have a Greek god name, like Apollo or
That's
Gemini.
right. Apollo, dude.
Yeah,
like Apollo. All the Apollo missions, more Greek gods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like the space shuttles were called I think one was called Atlantis, actually.
Yep, and Voyager and Gemini, Columbia. Yeah, no, these are all. I mean, they all have
Columbia, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah. There's so many parallels, and it can't be just coincidence. It's obvious. It's an obvious pattern.
Those things after, like the god things. I think it's because we name the planets like Saturn, Jupiter. We name them after gods. So spacefaring vehicles, it'd be natural to I think the early days it was the Mercury missions, was it? The Mercury.
So, I want to bring one more little point that I didn't left out in my presentation. I just want to solidify this idea that it's not just a biblical idea that technology comes from the stars. If you think about it, right after the Roswell crash, the world went through a technological advancement, and whether you think that we, re-engineered the ship that crashed or whatever, or even whether or not you even believe the ship was real, the fact of the matter is there was an event in the 50s where people said a spaceship crashed, and right after that, we went to the fucking moon, right? So,
but what
no,
year
exactly.
was
We didn't. I don't believe we went to the moon, but I'm saying like this theme of a fallen angel or a fallen demon or a fallen alien is preceded by an advancement in technology is a 100% biblical reference that was played out in real life. Whether you believe the fucking crash actually happened.
No, I like that.
I live near Roswell. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I live near Roswell, and I was over there about 6 months ago in that area. Because I went to Carlsbad Caverns. It was pretty neat. It's like this underground cave. Anyway, so we stopped in Roswell for a while, looked around, and you could tell they're just using it as tourist bait. But still, that is a good point. And then they used the excuse that they were using that it was a weather balloon. So, like, what do we know about weather balloons? If they've been doing that since then, monitoring the weather with weather balloons and these satellites, and not too long after that, I think right around then is when they first started launching satellites, like weather balloons and satellites. I think the first satellite was right around 47, 48. God, there's an awesome website of like the lists of uh space missions. Like, God, it's like an archive. I forgot what it's called, but it lists like, all the satellites, and then like even the Russian space program. It's pretty interesting. So, but as far as like you said, we went through like a technological boom. I was looking into IBM too, and like when they created the first transistor, and I think it was like, I think they're the first ones to make the first circuit transistor for like computers and stuff. It was like 1920 something. So, that's not too far after, the Roswell crash.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out themes within our recent history. Some in the submarine case, very recent history, that directly mirror biblical events. And if you've got an inkling that these people that run the world are involved in satanic activities, if not downright worshiping Satan himself, it kind of, something starts to click. Like, I wish I could give you this and then this. Like, I wish I could give you something more. This is just as far as I've gone. And I was kind of hoping that just by talking about it, people would maybe bring something new to the picture that I'm not seeing.
Sure. I want to add, in Genesis 6, verse 4, it says, there were giants on the earth in those days and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown, right? But the idea, the mystery in the scriptures, because there's details that are lacking, is how were there giants afterwards, as in after the Diluvian flood, right? Or the world flood. What do you think happened for giants to have survived?
So it says in the book of Enoch that their spirits roamed the earth after. So you know about how God sent down 4 of his 7 angels to deal with the Nephilim and like their different jobs and stuff. It doesn't really matter. One of the jobs was to prepare the Nephilim to, like, basically cause them to fight each other up until the flood, and then they all get flooded, trapped at the bottom of the ocean. They call it the abyss, but it says in Enoch, I think it's chapter 8, that their spirits wander the earth after that. Like, and there's a lot of, what I'm going to say. I'm going to say something, and then I'll explain to you why I think that. I think that their spirits wandering the earth allowed them to possess people through demonic possession, right? I think it allowed, like, how did giants physically manifest in flesh and blood? I think a possessed person basically had sex with a woman, and the baby became a giant. The only reason I would say this is just because all the demons in the Old and the New Testament, all the dragons, the Leviathan, when Jesus casts demons out of a man, they go into swine. They go and commit suicide and return to the ocean. They all come from the ocean. That's where they are. They're in the depths. Jesus walked on the water to show his dominion over that realm, right? We're told not to worship any false idols in heaven, on earth, or in the waters below. It's literally in the 10 Commandments. Don't worship anything in the waters below. Like, what could they be referring to, right? Now, the people that wrote the Old Testament had the book of Enoch. That was part of their scriptures, you know? So that's basically why I say that.
Well, yeah, I'm just interested to see your take on it. And in my understanding, this is actually a little bit more complex. So you have the Watcher angels that initially came down, and according to the Book of Jubilees and other Enochian writings, they were actually righteous when they came down. They had a job to do. And according to the book of Jubilees, chapter 4, it says that they were supposed to instruct men in righteousness and do uprightness on the earth, right? Help out humanity, these watcher angels. But these watcher angels were a special, distinct class of angels that were given a specific covenant. Because there's books there was literature that was found within the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, Ethiopian Jews, some are Messianic. They contain what is to believe to be Enochian literature that elaborates on this idea that these angels actually originally were righteous when they came down, contrary to popular belief, and that they had made a special covenant with the Most High, that the High granted them permission to come down in human flesh. So they took on bodies of flesh and blood from, they actually, and when Jude talks about this, when Peter talks about these giants, well, before we get to the giants, he talks about these angels leaving their original estate, their original dwelling. And that doesn't mean just where they actually lived in the heavens, but their actual bodies. But the reason that all happened, and I'm trying to summarize it because I don't have the literature in front of me and I'm not trying to read scripture, but the reason that happened is because they became envious of Adam. They became envious of man. Not necessarily completely envious to the point of sin, but they became a little bit jealous. Their feelings were a little bit hurt because they realized that the pinnacle of existence itself was basically mankind. Everything revolves around mankind, and the earth was created for mankind, and mankind was given dominion over the earth and the animals, and the sun and the stars and the moon revolve around mankind, and the sun gives light to mankind and the moon gives light by night to mankind. It's like everything was for mankind. It's like, who's mankind? These angels were asking Yah, like, what's so special about Adam that you devote so much attention to this, this one piece of your creation? And they were like, Yah's like, don't be questioning my creation, and he's like, don't be laughing at my creation. Like he was saying, because apparently they were laughing at Adam after he sinned, after he ate from the forbidden fruit. It gets complicated, bro, but they had children when they came down here. Almost instantaneously, they sinned against Yah, because Yah, the covenant that they made with Yah is that if Yah gave them permission to come down here and let them take on flesh and blood, that they couldn't transgress the law. And almost instantaneously, bro, they couldn't resist themselves because the daughters of Cain were actually luring these angels and tempting these angels because they were very seductive and promiscuous and flaunting themselves at these angels, and they almost instantly committed fornication with the daughters of Cain.
Yeah. Could I just jump in on the back of it? Yeah, well said and well put. I don't mean to sound patronising. I genuinely mean that because, it's educated me. And much like what Flatbus is saying. But I do believe the Earth was created, and I do believe the universe was created, but I believe it was created in a different way to what you think. There's like a great thing. It's Ricky Gervais. I'm sorry, but he says, if we burn all of the books now, like every book, all of the science books would come back exactly the same because all of the same tests would be done. So to me, you can't deny science, right? And to me, that means a globe Earth. It means planets and a sort of endless universe to some degree, and all that. And and yeah, that's hard to put with God and the Bible, but no religious text would come back the same in 1,000 years. It wouldn't, and that's to say that things didn't happen before. Because how would you write that again if it hasn't happened? I'm struggling here, but it isn't. I don't want to deny God, and I don't. But like, if I'm going to be sort of maybe a little bit facetious, but actually it is a real question. You may ask like me or globe earthers to show proof. If I asked you to show proof about these demons in the sea and these giants, you couldn't. You have faith. You're reading text and you have faith in God, and therefore you believe. So it's faith, right? And that's fair enough, but it isn't proof. And that's the whole point of faith, is you can't prove it. That's why it's faith. Whereas I can see the proof that the Earth is a globe, that the universe is the way it is, that that there is a space station up there, and I believe we went to the moon in 1969 to 74, whatever it was, all that. But to me, that doesn't say that there isn't a God. It just says that it's harder for me to have faith, which is no bad thing. I still believe in God whilst believing in science, and that's a difficult sort of place to be, really. I hope that made sense.
No, it definitely made sense. I guess my only rebuttal would just be like, my proof for things like demonic entities or God, the God of the Bible, would just be like, I don't know, like all the prophecies that came true, or if I wanted to take like a more secular line of argument, I would just say like, you can't really have a creation without a creator. And when I look at all the things in the world that I think are like destroying my country, a lot of it is aligned against only the Christian God. It's not about, like, in my country, they say that diversity is a strength. They say that we need to love and respect everyone's culture. However, there is one culture, there is one religion that is open season, and that is Christianity. You can go to a liberal campus that is preaching, they're teaching the wokeness, they're spreading these, from what I would say, very, very demonic principles, communism, socialism, all this stuff that doesn't really help anybody. It actually is quite self-destructive. And you can go there and you can basically only talk shit about Jesus. If you tried to go there and say, oh, Buddha doesn't make sense, we've got science that says like Buddha never existed, people would be very, very offended. It's really only Christianity that is attacked by these. I don't even know what you would call it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I agree. And use that word like open season. And it's like there's that guy Richard Dawkins, who I sort of love and hate at the same time, because he has facts behind him and science, and so he speaks truth. But why does he so vehemently deny Christianity, and him and Stephen Fry will say, "Well, yeah, he's this God, he's a capricious God, he's a horrible." Whereas if there was a Greek God, yeah, I could understand that. And it's like, all right, well, screw you. You believe what you want to believe. Let me believe what I want to believe, and like this sort of attitude that believing in Christianity or a Christian God, right? That somehow you're stupid, and it's like no. If anything, you're more wise because you have to justify it. You have to question it, and that. Well, I'm sure there are people who blindly believe, but in my experience, people, question it, question their belief. Nobody believes in God just because. They believe in God and then doubt it, and then believe again and doubt and justify and think, well, how and why? It's not like it's a free ride of, oh right, we're ignorant. Yeah, it really annoys me that we can, people joke and it's open season on Christian. Yeah, it pisses me off actually. Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, and like I used to work in West Hollywood, which is kind of like a hub for homosexual activity in Los Angeles. Um, like it was pride. There's always been pride flags all over that place, like since before they were doing, Pride Month and all that stuff. It's always been like that there. And working there, I saw quite a bit of like pride parade activity and stuff like that. And one thing I would see is, even before I was a Christian, I'd noticed this. They would be dressed up like nuns, they'd be dressed up like Catholic priests, or even Jesus. But I never saw anyone dressed up as um, Muhammad or Buddha or Krishna or any of the other religions. It's always Christianity. And so it kind of got me thinking, like, well, what sets Christianity apart from all the other religions?
Yeah.
It's a monotheistic religion in which our God loves us so much that he came down and he came to us. He came for us. All the other religions, that never happened. They don't preach unconditional love for your neighbor. They don't have you praying for your enemies. People like to remind us that, oh, God, he's, how forgiving is he? He had them like slaughter people, and you could have slaves in the Bible. And it's like, yeah, that's true. It's all true. That was all in the Old Testament. Those were different people. Those were different times. And the new covenant that we're all under is about love. It's about forgiveness. It's about praying for your enemies, and it's about the truth. So,
yeah. I do disagree, like, a little bit, because I think, I mean, I don't know the Quran very well, but I think, the Muslim faith and Allah, it is quite similar to ours, and I think I'm pretty sure that it does preach, sort of love thy neighbour sort of things, and tolerance and forgiveness, and it, as far as I'm aware, it is a very loving faith, similar to ours.
yeah, it is. I have a lot of respect for the Muslims. A lot of respect. They used to catch a lot of flack from me because I was brainwashed by my government to believe that some Muslim people blew up the Twin Towers. But I was young and impressionable. No, I usually, if I'm having a discussion about religion with a Muslim, I have nothing but respect for what they have to say, and I always try to say I always try to remind them that we can we can team up. Like we don't even
Yeah,
we can just
yeah,
team up with the rest of the world. Like we don't have to fight each other.
no, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of religions that have a form of godliness, but deny the power thereof. And don't get it twisted. Just because a certain faith might have a discipline factor to it, or self restraint factor to it, or a humble factor to it, at the end of the day, it still leads to death. I'm in a truck right now. I can't really talk.
No, it's all good. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. There's somebody in the voice check-in. All right, I'm back. I have a new member. I don't know if he's gonna come down here, but he thinks the Earth is a globe, and he did not want to tell me how many genders there are.
I'm going to go woot woot for a Clover to join in. Somebody on my team, at least.
There you go. There you go. I like to ask new people how many genders there are, just because a lot of the younger crowd kind of get caught off guard. Like they don't know if they're about to get in trouble if they say the wrong thing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
for me, it's really just I see men and women. I understand that there's like hermaphrodites, but I've never met one. I've never seen one.
I mean, if you ask me, there were two genders.
There you go. That's pretty self-explanatory. Now, for me, it's pretty self-explanatory that I don't feel that I'm spinning. I don't see curvature. I've never observed curvature. The only time I've ever seen curvature is from fisheye lenses, NASA
Right.
footage.
But you've never seen the dragons and the giants and stuff under the sea, but you believe in that.
Well, here's the thing about belief. If it's science, you don't need to believe it. You know what I mean? Like the spirituality stuff, yes, I believe in that. Cause do you have you ever read Kierkegaard?
No, I haven't. What's it called?
Kierkegaard. He was let me look it up. Soren Kierkegaard was a theologian from Denmark. He was a philosopher, a poet, a social critic, blah blah blah. I'm just reading off his Wikipedia page, so I don't give you the wrong information. His theological work focused on Christian ethics, the institution of the church, the differences between purely objective proofs of Christianity, and the infinite qualitative distinction between man and God. What I really like that he did was he talked about how you kind of need to doubt something before you believe it. Like doubt is the prerequisite to faith,
Right.
and I really like that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I can go with that.
Yeah, it's just real. It's like, oh yeah, like why the fuck would I believe there's a man in the sky that like loves me and wants to forgive me for all the bad shit that not only that I've already done, but that I'm going to do because I'm mortal. You know.
But it's literally what I was saying before, about faith and stuff, and how faith is questioning yourself and the world around you. It's constantly asking, am I right? I wonder, is it true? And as a Christian, you find proof in God, in like what He does, like through prayer, and stuff. I felt the evidence of God, but equally, a scientist might say, well, that's in my mind. Like meditation's a great thing, and prayer is a form of meditation. So if I'm willing something to happen, or then maybe I make it. I don't know. So it goes into all that sort of thing. But yeah, 100%. I am interested in your view on like LGBTQ and stuff.
Yeah. God loves babies. He likes it when we make them. Basically, it's just like the pure form. It's like before, like before. It's the only time there's humans that don't really have the knowledge of good and evil. Like he put the tree in the garden, told us not to eat from it, not because he was fucking with us, because we just weren't ready. There was going to be a time at which we would eat from that tree when we were ready. We weren't ready, right? So we fell. And babies are kind of just like just this really the purest time for us, really. It's like a fresh slate, and we haven't really fucking fucked up at all. And I just feel like when God sees babies, he's like, ah, that's what I was going for,
Yeah.
But you guys just had to, goof around, whatever. Okay, we'll fix this. Anyways, the only way that babies are made is through, our biological imperative, the heterosexual interaction. Now, I don't think you're an evil fucking person if you're gay. I don't. Honestly, I don't even really want to hear about it because I don't go around asking my buds like, "Who'd you fuck?" Like I'm not 17 anymore.
Yes.
Like, I don't
Yeah,
care.
exactly right. Yes. Yeah.
It's just when it's like if I were to walk down the street right now by my house, like around the corner, there's like billboards for like gay stuff. It's just on the street.
Yeah.
Like It's just out there for like a kid to see. And here's the thing: if we had something called like heterosexual pride, where we had a bunch of men and women who were barely wearing any clothes, and they're doing mock sexual activities on flotation devices and fucking parade boats or whatever you want to call them. And then people were taking their children to come and watch that. I think some people would be kind of freaked out. I think
Yeah,
some,
100%.
and
Okay,
so
yeah, go
it's,
ahead.
yeah, go
Carry
ahead.
on. No, you carry on. No, stay after.
Yeah, it's the last 6 emperors of Rome were gay. You had a lot of real weird promiscuous stuff going on right at the end there of that civilization.
Mm.
And okay, I'm going to say something. I don't want you to be offended. Not because I'm gay or
You couldn't offend me at all. It's fine.
okay, cool.
It's a safe place, open conversation. It's fine.
So if you had a kid and they were born with like Down syndrome, and they're like, what's wrong with me? And you're like, sweetie, there's nothing wrong with you. God made you exactly the way you are. God loves you, and I love you. And that would be the truth, right?
Right on.
But if 50% of the world had Down syndrome, we would go extinct. We would cease to exist as humans. Now, if you were to take the same situation but just replace Down syndrome with gay, the outcome would be the same.
Yeah.
If 50% of the people became gay, we would
Yeah,
go extinct.
but what about? And this is sort of going to science now, and I have genuinely wondered about this. And I don't know if I'm sure there's no truth in it, but it's an interesting sort of thought topic. But like maybe the world is overpopulated, right? So
Right.
if we think about science and Mother Nature sort of solving its own problems, like there's a tornado to clear the air and whatever stuff like that, right? So the world's overpopulated, so maybe people are being born gay, to kind of control population, yeah, and 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 there's heterosexual couples who can't have a baby, but they're going for what's it called? Like what's it called? I don't remember what it's called, but like they can't have a baby, so they get like scientifically induced or whatever. So there's overpopulation. All the gays are helping with that just by being gay. But then the heterosexual people are like, no, well, I want a baby, I want a baby. There's no gay people sort of screaming about wanting a baby, and if they do, they adopt. So they're relieving the problem, really. I don't know. It's a bit out there, but
Okay.
it's
No, it's a good point. It's a very good point. My only thing would be to say, as a flat earther, I do not believe that we are overpopulated. I think over uh we're like hyper density, like the density of the population is
yeah, okay,
our social pathology, right?
yeah, okay.
And I'm going to read from an experiment by a man. He's a ethologist named John B. Calhoun, and he did an experiment. Have you heard of the behavioral sink experiment?
No, I don't think so.
So what he did was he did an experiment.
Sorry, just before you go on, is this your man, the blood sticker?
Which one?
Is that your man who you let
Oh,
in?
no,
Yeah.
no, that's
Oh,
not him.
okay.
Um, Yeah, he did these experiments on Norway rats between 1958 and 1962. And they basically like nicknamed them the rat utopias because the rats were given unlimited access to food and water, enabling unfettered population growth. And this is what happened. There was an explosion in population, and then there were severe changes in their pathology and psychology. Many female rats were unable to carry pregnancy to full term, or to survive delivery of their litters if they did. An even greater number, after successfully giving birth, fell short in their maternal functions. Among the males, the behavior disturbances ranged from sexual deviation to cannibalism, and from frenetic overactivity to a pathological withdrawal from which individuals would emerge only to eat and drink and move about when the other members of the community were asleep. The social organization of the animals showed equal disruption. The common source of these disturbances became the most dramatically apparent in the populations of our first series of 3 experiments, in which we observed the development of what we called a behavioral sink. The animals would crowd together in the greatest number in one of the 4 interconnecting pens, in which the colony was maintained, and as many as 60 of the 80 rats in each experimental population would assemble in one pen during periods of feeding. Individual rats would rarely eat except in the company of other rats. As a result, extreme population densities developed in the pen adopted for eating, leaving the others with sparse populations. In the experiments which the behavioral sink developed, infant mortality rate ran as high as 96%. So basically, they fucking crammed a bunch of rats together and they all became gay cannibals. Okay? I'm just saying what the scientific study said.
Yeah.
But when you look at cities today, look at me right now. I'm running errands at midnight. It's 2:36 in the morning and I'm talking to people through my fucking phone like a schizo. Like, the behaviors are there, dude. Like, I might not be cannibalizing people, but when you get a population so dense and you kind of like hyper socialize them, and I know humans aren't rats, right? But you do see some correlations that are kind of like, whoa, like you don't see a gay pride parades out in the country where the farmers are. You see them in the cities where people are fucking overpopulated.
Well, no, you see them in the city because there would be no point having a gay pride in the middle of the country because, well, nobody would go. You have it where people are.
Fair enough. Good point.
But to pick up on like 5 or so minutes ago, I think you were talking about the gay pride thing, and yeah, if there was a straight pride, and some of the actions of the people at a gay pride that's like simulating sex and big blow up penises and stuff like that. Yeah, I do agree. It's vulgar and inappropriate, of course. Yeah, maybe later on, in a nightclub or so, yeah, crack on. But when you're inviting families and children, yeah, no, it's not good. But the reason that there's a gay pride, not straight pride, is because they're celebrating, acceptance, and they're shouting about, accept us, we're here, we're queer, we
For
aren't
sure.
doing anything wrong,
How many?
accept us. But there's no reason for a straight person to do that because a straight person is already accepted. So it's not, about there's a gay day. Why isn't there a straight day? It's like on Mother's Day, when you say to you, well, when is it going to be Children's Day? And your mum goes, every day is Children's Day.
Well, yeah, I mean, every day is gay day. Every day is straight day. It's whatever you want it to be. I don't see the need to have parades because I even feel like the parade thing is kind of a slippery slope. Like, look at the parades they have in North Korea.
It's all fucking nukes and like Asian chicks with AK-47s. Like it looks cool, but it's kind of fucking
that's
weird.
very different, though, isn't it? That's like,
Well, let me just elaborate. What's going to happen when like pee pee poo poo fetishes become so popular that we got to have the pee pee poo poo parade? Are we going to let that?
right. So
Like
this is
how
where,
far are we going to take this?
So like I was saying before, right? When we talk about like trans and stuff like, oh, like where does it end? Yeah, it wants to be trans this and trans that. Sooner or later you'll have there'll want to be a penguin, and we'll have to have a penguin parade of all people who think they're a penguin. No, that is catastrophizing. There won't be any pee pee woo but wee wee parade. There just won't be. There won't
No,
be.
of course not. No, there
Yeah,
definitely will
that
not
is
be.
catastrophizing. But you said it. Now you might have said it tongue in cheek and but people like Piers Morgan, the argument against a gay pride or something is that the response? Well, yeah. When does it stop? What about? Oh, imagine that it's not going to happen. Let's be let's be reasonable.
No,
Like,
no,
it won't happen.
absolutely. But you know what they also said wouldn't happen? They said they weren't going to come for the kids. And now you've got the San Francisco Gay Men's Choir who sang a song that's literally called "We're Coming for Your Children." And I will post it for you if you want.
Well, it sounds a bit scary, but yeah, go on.
Multiple members of this gay men's choir, since this video has come out, have been charged with sexual misconduct with a minor under the age of 14 in the state of California.
Right. Well, that's terrible. That is obviously
fair enough.
It's
an outlier, right? But then I went to Target the other day, and right when you walk into Target, they have a children's pride themed clothing section, right? And I'm like, okay, I thought this was just on TikTok. There's no way they're doing this. And it's all there, and I look at it and it's like, okay, first of all the clothing is for the fattest children I've ever seen. And it's not just because we're in America. There's no way. I've never seen kids this fat. I've never seen any child that's gonna fucking need a double XL t-shirt. That's insane. Like I didn't maybe they just like used adult clothing and like just slapped the double XL tag on it. I don't know. But when you're dressing like when I was a kid, man, dude, I didn't have people fucking trying to tell me about this stuff. Like,
no,
I don't
but
I don't know.
maybe, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's up to the parent, isn't it? I suppose. But maybe if when you were a kid there was these rainbow T-shirts and your mum took you to the shop and said, "Oh, would you like a rainbow T-shirt? It's Pride Month. Oh, what's Pride Month, Mum? Right, so celebrating the equal rights of gay people." Okay, so what's that about? Well, your friend at school has two dads. Yeah, well, some people don't like that. And,
Are there any?
And we stand together and think, well, no, that's fine. People shouldn't be hateful towards that. Would you like to support it? Oh, yeah. So there's no conversation about, about sex or anything perverse. There's just a conversation about accepting other people. So if it wasn't gay people, it could be, if there were T-shirts there in that shop with, I don't know, say, some sort of Asian slogan on it or something, there could be a thing. Oh well, yeah. So we have Asian Americans and we have white Americans and we have black Americans. Nobody would see a problem in that, would they?
No, they wouldn't. But you said something really interesting. It was about raising like how did you put it? Raising awareness so that they have equal rights or something, or
yeah, I can't remember exactly what I said, but yeah, I suppose along those lines.
Along those lines. Okay, I'm not going to hold you to it. It's not a gotcha thing, but it's just like, from my point of view, I don't see any rights that a straight person has that a gay person doesn't. And we legalized gay marriage, so like the battle's been won. I don't understand why we need to, like, we've accepted you. You have been accepted. This happened. This happened a decade
legally,
ago.
Yeah,
You know,
legally you have. Legally they are. But there is still hate. There are still people who there are gay couples who have adopted children who and like celebrity ones, and they get death threats.
well, that's wrong.
So the battle
Anybody
isn't
getting death
over,
threats
is
is
it?
wrong. But here's the thing: Republicans get death threats. Jehovah's
Yeah,
Witnesses get death threats. Christians get. Everybody gets death. I fucking got a death threat the other day. I changed my lane without signaling, and I fucking wasn't looking. This guy was well within his rights to be like, "You almost fucking killed me. Fuck you. I should kill you." Like, he was mad, right? And that didn't really actually happen. Ripping, but it's like I don't see the need to elevate them to a protected class when they have all the rights as everybody else. I don't see the need to give them their own month. Like, I think, okay, just hear me out here. You got like the Illuminati that controls America, and they're like, okay, or not the Illuminati. you got the woke commission, and they're like, all right, we got all these people that are just like being treated so poorly. What are we gonna do for them? It's like, we got to address the blacks first. Okay, what are we going to do for the blacks? It's like, all right, we're going to give them 1 day in gay month, and we're going to give them an entire month, but we're going to make it the shortest month. It's like, we're not going to give any reparations. We're not going to like trace lineages and figure out who did what. We're not going to like do anything like, nope. Just give them a month. Just give them a month. It's all good. Give them 1 day in the gay month. It'll be fine. It's like, what the fuck is going on out here? Like this, it's cuckoo world to me. Where like, okay, if we were really about righting the wrongs of humanity, we got to go all the way back. We got to do the Chinese slaves. We got to do the Muslim slaves. We got to do the white slaves, the Native American. We got to do everybody. How far back are we going to go playing this victim
but this
game?
This is again you saying, where does it stop? If we have a Pride Month and a BLM month, or, Black History Month or Day or whatever, where does it stop? And when's my month? I have a.
Well, I don't want a
worked
month.
too hard all week. Yeah,
I don't want a month. I don't want a month. I just want to make that very clear. I'm half white. I'm a mixed race individual. I don't want a month. Okay.
Well,
okay,
you
I live
only
in
get
America.
half a month if you.
Check this out. You'll love this. Okay, so I live in a very woke society, and I'm half white. But sometimes, depending on a person's political ideologies or like just like leanings or how they think about race theory, they see me as either brown or white. So I'll get somebody to be like, "Oh, you're very, exotic. Like, you must have a lot of oppression," or like, like I've literally had people say weird stuff like that to me, and then I've also had like, maybe espoused some of the things that I've said to you tonight that are like obviously conservative values, and they'll be like, "Oh, you just have white privilege, just another colonizer," and it's like I just can't win with anybody.
Yeah,
You just can't win with these people. And when I say these people, I'm pointing to both sides, because both sides at their most extremes, they want. You know who Aunt Jemima is? The syrup, the black lady on the syrup bottle. It's an American product. We have this maple syrup bottle, and for decades there was a black woman on the front of it, with a big stack of pancakes. And it became an issue where they removed her from the syrup bottle, and it's like people on the far left were like, "We can't have this. We cannot have a black person on the syrup bottle. This is too racist." And the people on the far right were like, "Get that, what, off my syrup bottle!" Like, they just wanted the same things for different reasons.
Yeah.
And it's weird. I don't care who's on my syrup bottle as long as it's gonna be good on my pancakes.
As long as it's got syrup in it, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I mean, again, I said it earlier. To me, people talk about the woke left, and everyone's woke. It's a nightmare. Political correctness, blah blah. But it isn't coming from like the woke left. It's coming from from the right, you know, people like all I see is like Ben Shapiro, who I do like, by the way. I actually do like him, but all I see is Ben Shapiro, John Peterson, Piers Morgan, all these people sort of going, what next, transgender? And it's like, hell, if I'm sick of them talking about it. That this way, actually, no, they're not talking about it. You are.
Well, they make money to talk about it. That's their job.
But
you know.
But if they shut up and didn't mention another thing about, there wouldn't be a problem. There just wouldn't be.
I'm fine with shutting those people up. I don't listen to any of them. I don't give a hoot about what Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson or Piers Morgan has to say. I'm not entirely convinced that the LGBT thing would sort of like lose gas or lose steam if they didn't have these type characters that you were describing. Maybe you're right. Maybe they would. To me, it doesn't.
I think it would lose steam because it gets stronger. You know, the more sort of hate that's against it. You know, they're going to fight for. They're going to shout louder and harder and have bigger prides. You know, if people are going, they shouldn't. Enough is enough. That's ridiculous. Of course, next year they're going to come harder, stronger, faster, louder. Of course they are. So you know, just leave it alone. Let the gays do what they want. Let the trans do what they want. You know. So.
Well, okay, I would draw a serious. I think even the gays would fucking agree with me on this one. They don't want to be roped in with the trans. Because if you've got if you go through like a phase when you're a teen and you're like, okay, I'm gonna be gay, and I'm not speaking from experience. I'm just saying, to me, this is what this logically sound like. You can go through repentance, or just stop being gay or whatever the hell it is you want to do. It doesn't really matter to me. But if you tell a child that they could be possibly in the wrong body, and you start giving them hormone blockers, and you get them to get surgery when they become an adult, or even before they become an adult, which is happening. If they change their mind, oh goodness, that's irreparable damage.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets really crazy to me. Like if they had just kept it with the L's and the G's and the B's, I wouldn't even care about this discussion. I would just be like, yeah, there's going to be sexual proclivity out there, the proclivity for sexual deviance out there. People are going to fall into it. You know, I wish them all the best. I'm just glad I got my head up my shoulders, right? You know what I mean? And that's just my perspective. But with the T's, man, that's not cool, dude. I remember in like 2011, I was at a party and I met a woman who was not a woman anymore. She had just had her boobs removed. And the way I found out was I was in a jacuzzi with some females, and they had their trans friend there.
Off.
Well, this woman took her shirt off, and excuse me for referring to her as a woman, because I don't think cutting your boobs off makes you a man. Just got into the jacuzzi with us with these massive scars where her tits should be. And It was kind of fucking shocking to me, dude. I was like, really not. It was not a good look, dude. It was not a good look. This was in 2011. This was before people were pushing it. Now I don't know where this person is anymore. I never saw them after that night, but I still remember it and just think to myself, like, wow, that's intense. I hope they're happy with their decision, because I've seen a lot of content online of people who are now coming out and saying that they totally regret their decision. You're seeing a lot of that content come out, and that can be avoided. That can be avoided.
Yeah. You're right. 2011. It's what you said about LGBTQ. Does a gay person want to be in the same category as a trans person? not sure.
I think no more than a black person wants to be in the same category as a gay person. Like, I live in a predominantly black community, and I get along with my neighbors just fine. They do not. They're not down with the gays. Like, I live in Hawthorne. Okay, it's kind of ghetto out here. They do not. They're not down with it. They're like, miss me with that gay shit. They don't like it.
Yeah.
And you constantly hear in the media in my country, like, we need to stand up for the blacks, and we need to stand up for the gays, and we need to stand up for the trans. And it's like they're like kind of over it. They're
but maybe that's why we do need to stand up for whoever, if you're living in a community where they've got no time for gay people, well, has anybody talked to gay people?
Dude, I can think of so many people that we need to stand up for before we stand up for people that identify their entire lives based on where they stick it or get stuck. To be honest, there's homeless children in the world. There's starving kids in the world. I want to stand up for those people first. There's people that have been displaced because of war. I want to stand up for those people. There's people that have been displaced.
So like they have pride for gay people. Over here we have comic relief, and we have Children in Need Day. So on alternate years, the BBC do a show. One's comic relief that raises money for people abroad, and the next year there's Children in Need, and it's all. So having a Pride festival or a Black Lives Matter parade or day or Black History Month doesn't mean that other charities or other issues aren't going unseen. It's not like a and/or. It's like, save the whale. No, fuck save the whale. What about the dolphin? It's like, you can save the whale and the dolphin. There can be two marches. There can be two charities. There can be two.
No, I'm not even saying take away the gay pride parade. Like, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to identify or sympathize with a cause where they don't really have a call to action other than just like, look at me, I'm gay. Like, that means nothing to me. That doesn't help me in my life at all. It doesn't help me sleep better at night to know that they can run around with their wieners flopping around. I go to sleep at night and I'm praying for starving children. I'm in a warm bed. I'm actually cooking. I'm cooking some eggs right now. It's 3 a.m. I was like, you know what? I smoked a little weed. I had some wine. I think I want to make some eggs. And there's some fucking kid right now, and there's thousands of them, and they're cold. They're cold right now. The fact that that's fucking happening, and that my country is like, oh, we gotta bring awareness to all these. Give us your poor. Give us your oppressed. And it's like, we know where they are. We've got a military reach that is worldwide. We've got 187 military bases that we know of across the world to be able to kill people whenever we want, but we can't fucking get a kid a blanket. It's just, it's mind-blowing to me. And when I start seeing the things that the government is promoting and wants me to look at and wants me to pay attention, it just seems more and more like a distraction from what I should really be caring about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that. I can. I mean, I will stand by my point that I've made the point that other things making noises that doesn't take precedence. It's what you choose. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, there are things that are overlooked, and there's your time and money and energy and love and whatever is probably well justified in somewhere else. But just because the other things are happening isn't us or people going, oh, what about us? Don't right now we're here. I don't know. I do agree with you, but I kind of don't want to, because I'm conflicted.
That's okay. I understand. I just, I did grow up going back and forth from Brazil to America. And, like, some of my earliest memories, like, my dad took me down to, like, the favelas where there's homeless kids, and I gave them money. I'm in my little fucking jeans jacket with my American-made shoes, or purchased in America, like my nice stuff, and I'm out there handing little pieces of metal to some kids so they can eat, and just I don't know. I feel like I see through a lot of the bullshit. It's like, oh, you really want to solve problems? Then go solve them. Don't make a day. Don't make a month about it. Don't do a parade. A parade's not going to do anything. Okay? If I need help, please don't throw me a parade. Please get me help. Are there gays that are out there being hung and like dragged behind cars and stuff? I'm sure there are. Let's go help them. Let's go help those people. Where's the awareness to that? Like, if it's happening, I want it to stop. I don't care about a parade. I don't care what you do behind closed doors. Okay, I would appreciate it if you would, follow God's law. If you don't want to, that's fine. You don't need to parade about it though. I don't feel that. I'm like, kind of like, lip syncing like a Pierce Morgan talking point where like, enough is enough. Where does it end? Because I have very like clear, distinct rules in my religion as to where things should end, and I'm not trying to push that on anybody, but I am trying to point out that, how do I put this without quoting Pierce Morgan? Where does it end? I don't know how else to say it. I guess you're right. Maybe I am just quoting Pierce Morgan. I don't even watch the guy.
Stop eating your egg sandwich and finish your sentence.
Sorry, I was I was stirring.
Oh, stirring the eggs.
Yeah.
Oh, is it scrambled egg?
Yeah, I want some scrambled eggs. I'm gonna grate some cheese. How do I put this?
On toast.
You guys are so dry, like toast. Oh, do you watch Only Connect?
Sorry, have I read Only Connect?
No, do you watch? It's a television show in your country.
Oh, yeah, with Victoria Coren Mitchell.
Yeah, Vicky. That's my wife, dude. Don't talk bad about her.
No, I love her. Absolutely love her. And I love her husband, David Mitchell, as well.
That's me, dude. That's me. That's literally me. No, she's great. And I love that show. You guys are so great. British people are awesome. It's a great show. I learned so much about your culture and your country just from watching it.
Have you ever watched QI?
No, that's what I'm going to get into next. I'm trying to get through all the Only Connects right now. I'm like halfway through COVID right now. So
QI is really good.
That's with Stephen Fry, right?
Yeah, it was with Stephen Fry. And then he left a few years ago, and now it's Sandy Toksvig who hosts it, and she's really good. And I got tickets. I went to watch a recording of it, so I saw it was the Christmas special, so last Christmas.
Very cool. Yeah, I like Stephen Fry. He's pretty funny.
Yeah, he's class, Stephen.
I know he's gay.
Yeah.
I actually just found that out recently.
How? Did you see him on Grindr?
No. My friend told me. Because I was like, yeah, Stephen Fry's hilarious.
He's like, yeah, he's gay. I was like, really?
Yeah.
It doesn't make me think any less of him. Like,
well,
no, the thing is, dude, like, cheating on your wife is the same thing as having sex with a dude in the eyes of God. Sin is sin. There's only one sin that's above all the others. That's blaspheming the Holy Spirit. So,
yeah, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to bore you with my life story, so I'll stop there. But yeah, watch QI. Good. And David Mitchell, Victoria Corin Mitchell's husband, is on Would I Lie to You? It's like another panel show, and that's really fun to watch.
I just like only connect so much because you have to be kind of autistic to do well.
Yeah.
It's like it's a conspiracy theories game show. Conspiracy theorists
you have to
game
think
show.
outside the box. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do really well knowing nothing about British culture. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I never thought about that. Yeah, if you're watching a quiz show, like a British quiz show.
Oh, it's incredibly difficult. You guys are like the answer will be like some place in Britain not only have I never heard of, but it's like the furthest most northern town or something, or like the furthest east town or castle or church or something like that. It's always something weird. But I learned a lot.
And yeah, because they do pictures, don't they? So it'll be like I don't know, like there might be grass and then a bus, so it'll be like grass bus castle or something or whatever, you know.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things from like French culture and German culture that have bled into your culture, like little words and stuff. So like,
right,
similar to how like as an American, like I know what burritos and tacos are. You guys know all this like French and German food that I've never heard of.
That's funny. And also not true. It like we only know it because we've bastardized it. So it's not that we know German or French food. It's that it's a croissant or a pain au chocolat. It's just like it's a croissant. And like in Italy, there's no such thing as a spaghetti bolognese. But yeah, in England, you have spaghetti bolognese. In Italy, it's like a bologna sauce.
Yeah, I want to go to Italy. I've never been to Europe. I've been to Asia. I've been to South America, Central America.
Cool, yeah.
But
cool.
never Europe.
I'd love to go to Asia. India in particular.
Yeah, India sounds like a hellhole to me, honestly. I'm like kind of scared of India. I'm scared of India. I'm scared of China. I'm scared of pretty much all of Africa. Just being honest. I'm just being totally honest. Like, I've been to third world countries before, and I mean, if you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, it's just like the Wild West out there. Like, someone just kills you, and that's it. There's no cameras.
Yeah.
Not that a camera is going to stop anything, but like, I don't know. I got into it in Bali in Indonesia with some local boys. Not in a physical way. I thought I was having fun, and I bought them some drinks, and I thought everything was chill. And then this German tourist girl who like came up to me and spoke Balinese, and she was like, "Yeah, you need to like leave. These guys are talking about pushing you in front of a truck." I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go now." And like, yeah, they followed me for a little while, and like on their motor scooters, they like followed me back to the town that I was staying. It was kind of fucked up.
What were you doing? You were there, like burning the pride flag, and like saying Black lives don't matter. And
No,
so
it was.
I'm sure you pissed them off. But I'm a fan of Piers Morgan.
I'm sure it was. It was none of those things that I was doing, but
yeah, no,
I think
I'm being silly.
no, it's because I had actually hooked up with an Austrian girl that was living out there, and her boyfriend had like told these guys about it or something. I didn't even know she had a boyfriend out there. I
Oh
was
shit! Okay, yeah,
caught in the middle,
yeah.
so I didn't even really know what was going on. But I put all this
But
together.
that could happen anywhere. You know, that could happen.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It just like I've just never been like threatened with getting pushed into traffic. It was kind of just like a weird way to like threaten somebody. Like, why not just beat me up or punch me in the face or something? Like, why are you gonna fucking push me in front of a truck?
Yeah, jump straight to murder. It's
Yeah,
like,
that's
look,
just
okay,
intense.
yeah, we can have a
And
fight, fine, win, lose. But yeah, straight to murder. Yeah, it's
and
ridiculous.
to give you an idea of like the mentality of like some of the people there, it's like I saw a grown man verbally and physically abuse a deaf like 15-year-old girl and had to like fucking do something about it. You know, I saw child prostitutes on the streets of Sanur, which is on the eastern part of Bali. I saw homeless kids. I saw a lot of fucked up shit there, dude. That made it very hard for me to want to party. Like I spent a lot of time. It was a surf. It was a surf trip. I spent a lot of time in the water because all the time that I was spending on land, it was just like hell. Like I'll never go back there. I don't care how beautiful it was. Beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. But the culture was ugly.
Yeah,
I didn't like it.
terrible.
No, it's not good, dude. Your society is super sick. If there's people out there like purchasing child sex slaves, shit, it's fucked up.
God, I can't go with it. But get yourself to Europe. Yeah, well, Britain's great. It's a bit boring, but it's great. Friendly people. I've only been to I don't know Italy very well. I've only been to Venice, but Venice is really good. I really enjoy Venice. Go to Venice. And Paris or the south of France. Go to the
I want to go to Portugal.
Yeah, never been, but I've been to Spain, and Spain's great. Mallorca's great.
I feel like Portugal's like the fucking like nobody from Europe likes Portugal or wants to go there. I don't know why. Every time I've talked to people, they're just like, yeah, either like you, I've never been there.
Yeah, I think because it's expensive.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know
That's
that.
more expensive than going to Spain. Yeah, it's a bit more upmarket.
I'm half Portuguese by way of Brazil. My dad's Brazilian, but his whole family's from Portugal. And I've always wanted to see
right now because I was going to try and say something in Portuguese, and I actually don't know any. Well, I don't know a lot of any language, but I was going to say something in Spanish, which I imagine is the most offensive thing to say to a Portuguese person.
No, it's not at all, dude. Like I told you earlier, when I'm in America, some people see me as white. Some people just start speaking Spanish to me. I don't even care anymore. I had somebody think I was Chinese the other day. The sun was in my eyes. I was squinting. They're like, "Are you half Chinese?" And I was like, "No." Kind of a dodgy thing to ask somebody in America these days. I didn't even realize that was kind of ballsy, yeah. But what was I going to say about Portugal? Oh yeah, I had some friends go there, and they just said that everybody looked like me. Like everybody looked like my cousin. And I would like to see that. I would like to see a bunch of people that look like me.
Yeah.
Because I grew up with my cousins living next door to me, and they all have blonde hair and blue eyes, and I do not. I'm olive with brown hair and brown eyes, and I don't know. I just want to I've never really known like family that looked like me. Like even my mom has blonde hair and blue eyes. You know.
Well, I have blonde hair and blue eyes, and like when I'm abroad, a lot of people think I'm German.
Oh.
I look German. Like I'm sort of tall, broad shoulders, and well, really fat at the minute. But when I'm not fat,
Ubermensch.
that's
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for me to go to sleep tonight. My ribs are in so much pain. I was like, what am I going to do? I literally, like, I don't take pain medication, anything more than really just like aspirin or something. And I wanted to have a couple glasses of wine tonight, so I didn't take any. And there's just like no way. Like, I'm the only way I'm going to fall asleep is when I just get exhausted and pass out. My little night mission earlier was my friend left some weed on the table for me at his house. I was hoping that would put me to sleep. Dude, I've had like 2 glasses of wine and smoked a bit of weed. Gave a presentation. We've been talking. I'm still not tired. I'm gonna go to the
I don't know what
airport.
to suggest.
Well, no, I'm going to the airport in 6 hours. So I'll just fucking sleep there.
I've really enjoyed chatting anyway.
Do you believe in any kind of, like, I would just call them like vanilla conspiracy theories, like Bigfoot or ghosts or anything like that? Maybe you got a good ghost story for me.
Oh,
I'm a collector. I'm a ghost story collector. I love hearing people's ghost stories. Oh, don't make one up. If you don't have one, it's okay. It doesn't happen to everybody.
No, don't believe in Bigfoot. Don't believe in the Loch Ness Monster. Don't believe in ghosts.
Fair enough.
But I have had some strange happenings.
Let's hear them. Let's hear them.
Well, I'll tell you one. It's kind of boring, but it is sort of it's one of those that, like, usually I can justify something. Oh well, it was that happening. But so I used to work in a pub, an old country pub, and of course everyone said, "Oh, it's one anything old and country." Yeah, was never bothered, never scared me, nothing. And I would lock up, so I would close the bar down, and then I would walk out of the bar and close the little door. Like those little sort of almost stable doors that, like the bar thing, like close it. And then there was a long corridor to walk down, to get out, and then I would lock the door. Boom, done. So I finished work. I was writing a note to my boss saying, like, till's done, everything's sorted. See you tomorrow night, something like that. Wrote it, left it on the bar, walked out, and the bell, like that you ring for time, actively, went ding, and I jumped and I looked, and the rope was swinging.
Did you get goosebumps or chills?
Yeah, it scared the shit out of me because there's just no explanation. So I was like,
oh, they were just messing with you, dude.
Yeah, and I stopped. I took over the rope and I stopped it, and I sort of thought for a second, like, what's that? I looked on the floor for something that might have fallen off a shelf and hit it. Nothing. And yeah, at that point, I walked very fast, locked the door.
Dude, you don't pull a fucking Scully when there's a ghost happening, right? Like that just happened. You got to go full Mulder. Or have you seen the X-Files?
Oh yeah, okay, right.
Like Mulder will be like, Scully, I saw an alien, and Scully's just like, no, you didn't, Mulder. It was just swamp gas or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
right, okay.
you can't Scully when that kind of stuff is happening. You can Scully afterwards.
I was out of there,
dude. I was outside with some new friends, some people I had just met that night. There was 3 of us sitting outside. One of them was somebody that I've known for a while, and but the new guy that I was talking to, like his other friends were inside. I asked him if he'd ever seen a UFO, and dude, this guy's so funny. He talks like this, man. He's like, "Oh, dude, I don't know." Like, he's totally. I don't even know. I don't know what the fuck he did to his brain, but he just talks like that, right? So I was like, "Have you ever seen a UFO?" And he was like, "I mean, like, what do you mean, like UFO? Like, just trying to like really understand the question." I was like, "Have you ever seen anything in the sky that was just weird that you've never seen?" And he said no, and we. I was like, "Oh, okay, whatever." And we just kind of continued a little conversation about whatever. The conversation shifted to like snowboarding or something, and they asked me a question because I have a cabin up in the woods right next to the slopes, and they were asking me a question about snowboarding, but something had caught my eye, and I'm looking up at this fucking light in the sky that I thought was like a plane, and then I was like, "No, that's not a plane," and I was like, "Oh, it's a satellite," and I was like, "Wait, nope, that's not a satellite," and I was like, "You guys shut the fuck up. Look at the sky right now." And then another friend comes running out and starts looking at the sky. And so we're watching this light. Imagine it's like, if you're to hold your hand in front of your face, it's like 4 or 5 hands above your horizon line. So you're like, your neck is looking up, right? Is this light that's like streaking across the sky, but it doesn't have like a light trail or anything. And it's not blinking and it's moving pretty fast. Okay. We were watching it for about 5 seconds when the friend that came outside, who is the Scully of our group, anytime you talk about a ghost story or anything, he's always got something to say. He runs back inside to go check flight tracker, the fucking flight radar. And just as he does that, me, the new friend, and my old friend see this thing get super bright, almost come to like a standstill, and then goes shoo, and fucking just like blasts fucking off, dude. It was crazy. It was the craziest shit I've ever seen in the sky. And we're all like, "Oh!" And then my friend, the one that went inside to check flight radar, comes back inside. He's like, "I couldn't find it on the flight radar, but I think it was just a satellite." And we're like, "No, dude, that was not a fucking satellite, dude. No way." It was hilarious. Oh man. That's why you never Scully, dude. That ghost could have gotten you.
Yeah. Oh, mate, no. No, because it was so weird. It was so weird, and it's something I can't explain. Like for the bell to ring like next to my head, scary.
Yeah.
Anyway,
no, I've had a couple of ghost stories happen to me, and
but I'm gonna send you a newspaper article, right?
Yeah.
And it's like it's explained. It's not like it's unexplained. But like I feel privileged that just by happenstance I saw it. So I was at my friend's near Peterborough, and I went to her friend's birthday party in like a village hall. So we're at this party in a village hall, and her and I went outside for a cigarette, and like there were kids playing, right? It was all families and stuff. And there were kids playing, and this kid, we were stood like at the door of the village hall smoking. He was on like a bit of grass across like a bit of road, and he said, "Oh, look, a shooting star." And it was like, "Oh, cool." And I walked across to look, but in my head, I knew, well, by the time I get there, there'll be nothing there. Like a shooting star disappears straight away. But it didn't. It kept going. And I said to my friend, I said, "Sharon," I said, "come and look at this." And she saw it, she watched, and it was like, and it sort of just disappeared over the horizon when it was like done. And everyone else went back to what they were doing. And Sharon was like, "Okay, great. Do you want another drink?" I went, "No, hold on, Sharon. Like, we've just seen something. Like, that was something." Right? And she wasn't interested. She was like, "Oh, well, get over it. It's fine. It was just a shooting star." I was like, "No, it was not a shooting star. Something just happened." And the next day, when I got the train home, like the train has, like, you get the Metro newspaper, like on trains and stuff. So I got on the train, Metro newspaper, comet seen in the sky, and it was, yeah, it was like a big thing. And I will send you now. Should I DM you it? Or,
Yeah, that works.
yeah. This is from The Guardian. So it's a good few years ago. It's 2012. But that, and just, by absolute, happenstance, that I went outside for a cigarette and I saw it. And I think it's so cool.
Is that the actual picture of it, that rainbow thing?
No, I don't think it is, to be fair.
Okay, yeah. There's a video down here. I'm gonna try and watch
Yeah,
this.
I don't think they have a picture of it as such, because it just happened. Yeah, that's not a picture. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, stuff in the sky is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I was
all sounds like a kid going, "Oh, look, a shooting star," and I was like, "Okay, cool." Oh, it'll be gone by the time I get over there to look. But then it was, I don't know. I was kind of a bit, maybe it's a bit egotistic, but I was kind of chuffed with myself because I was telling people, "No, that was something. I'm sure something just happened." And then when I saw it in the newspaper the next day, I was like, "Ah, I was right."
Yeah. I I was in Brazil with 5 friends on a trip when we were 18, and we met up with some foreign exchange students that we had met in America who were like at our school, and we traveled all the way to like the interior of Brazil to like go to their little town and hang out with them for a couple days. They're cool girls, and
Yeah.
we ended up going to like the middle of nowhere in this valley to this big rock where all the kids from the town go to like get fucked up and whatever, right? And when I say this big rock, imagine like a 3-story building sized boulder,
Okay.
like huge boulder with steps carved into the back of it that you can like get up to
Right.
the top, right? And so we get some beers up there. Yeah, we were drinking. We weren't smoking anything, maybe cigarettes. Yeah, I was smoking cigarettes, I think, but I wasn't even that fucked up. I probably had like, these Brazilian beers are super weak. Probably had like only 3 or something. Anyways, there's like a point in the night where like everybody's kind of either got a girl and they're like hooking up somewhere on the rock, or I did not have a girl that night, and I was actually just laying on my back with my hands behind my head looking up at the sky, and another friend of mine was right there next to me. We're looking at the sky and we see this satellite moving, and then it just stops dead in the well. Okay, hold on. I see a satellite moving, and it stops dead in its tracks. And there was like this vibe that I felt where I was like, he saw it too. There's no way he didn't see it. He's probably looking at the same fucking thing. And then he opens his mouth and he goes, "Okay, dude, I just saw." I was like, "Dude, I saw it too. I saw it too. I'm staring at it right now. I'm not gonna take my eyes off of it." Because it just looked like a star in the sky.
Yeah.
It literally just looked like a fucking star in the sky, and it had just stopped moving, completely stopped moving. And then it starts geeking out, dude. It starts doing like it'll shoot in a direction at an insane speed with like crazy acceleration, and then just go to the left, like complete 90-degree turn, and then it'll do a quick triangle movement, like where it like draws a triangle in the sky. And at that point, we start freaking out, like not screaming, but just like kind of like raising our voices and being like, "Everybody, stop what you're doing right now and look up at the sky." There was probably like 14 of us up on that rock, maybe. And we watched this thing dance around the sky for like 20 minutes. And then it zoomed off. Like we just couldn't, it just like streaked all the way across the sky, completely gone. And right when it did that, so we were in the middle of nowhere in this valley, and we had gotten there during the daytime. So you could see like there was a couple farms off in the distance in one direction. There's some farms off in the distance in another direction. There's nothing off to our left and nothing off to our right, right? There's just like a couple farms nearby. Like all the animals on all the farms around us started making noises. Now, it wasn't just the cows, because I know what cows sound like. It wasn't just the horses. I know what horses sound. It was all of them. It actually sounded like machines grinding. It sounded like this metallic noise. Yeah. Dude, they went absolutely nuts for like 45 seconds. I don't know. It felt like maybe it was shorter, but maybe it was longer. I don't know. But it felt like around 45 seconds, and then the valley went quiet, and we were all just like, "What the fuck just happened?" It was crazy.
That is
It was
weird.
nuts.
That is weird. And there's nothing more terrifying than silence, especially after noise. Like,
oh yeah. Well, just like, how did the animals see what was like? My first instinct was like, the animals didn't see what was going on in the sky. Animals don't look at the fucking stars. Like, why did they just start doing that?
Yeah,
And it was that wasn't my first UFO sighting, but it was probably like my second. Actually, yeah, I think it was my second. And I've seen all different kinds too. It's really weird. Like, I got one on footage or on film, but it was with like the very first iPhone, and I uploaded it to YouTube like right away. And so the quality is absolute dog shit. Like, you almost can't even see anything. Like, I'd have to like point it out to you.
Convenient.
Yeah, it
No, I'm
sucks.
joking.
No, it's a bummer. Otherwise, I'd show it to people, but it's just there's literally nothing to see, which is weird though.
I have to disappear for now.
That's fine,
I will
dude.
be back on, and I've really enjoyed it, but I have to go just for now.
Hey man, have a wonderful day.
Yeah, you too, mate. I've really enjoyed talking, genuinely. So thank you.
Yeah, man. Peace.
Yeah. Take care, mate. Speak soon.
Man, bitches ain't shit, cuz, you feel me? Oh, God with that pussy shit, bro. The fuck? Fuck, nigga, fuck. God with these niggas, cuz. Fuck.
What up, Snacks?
Man, how you doing?
Yeah, fucking exhausted, depleted, tired, miserable, all that.
You just read a thesaurus or something?
I'm fucking beat, bro.
Oh no. What do we gotta do, man? Pump you full of some Red Bull or something. You'd be back in action.
I stopped drinking. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, they'll kill you.
I didn't start drinking coffee till I was like in my 30s, bro. I don't know why I did that.
Whoa.
I wish I hadn't have done that.
How did that mess your shit up? Starting to drink coffee?
What's up?
It messed you up when you started to drink coffee?
I don't know.
Coffee. Did that fuck you up?
Coffee.
I don't feel right about people that say that for some reason.
I don't either. I didn't like saying it just now.
I know. I could feel it. You were like, people don't really talk like this, and I don't respect people who say it like this. I could feel that.
Fucking Long Island, New Jersey,
It's like
motherfuckers.
Queens or something. No, but nobody says, like, people joke around like coffee talk because it's like some fucking SNL skit from fucking, everybody. It's just so hilarious. I don't know. Whatever. Most people say coffee. Coffee. I don't know, but I'm just pouring
There are
myself
people
one
that
right
got
now.
that like Long Island accent though.
They're dying off, dude.
They all died.
Nah, I hope so. I hate that accent. No offense to anybody.
No offense to anybody with that accent, but you suck. I don't know, man. This is no way to fucking live, dude. 40 hours a week, man. They put a bill. I heard they put a bill in Congress to make it 32. Then what? They're gonna pay us the same money, or do I still got to work the other 8 hours?
I think you got to go back to school, get a degree, and then you can do your job again. But till then, you need a custodial engineering degree now.
Bro, my job ain't even gonna be around in 10 years. They got 2 different ways to clean a bathroom with no human involved.
He's saying like ChatGPT gonna clean that shit.
It's robotic. One of them was like a Rosie the Jetson fucking made robot that fucking rolls in and cleans, sprays everything and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then another one was like there was 2 toilets and they like flipped behind a wall like a secret door in a mansion where you pull the candlestick and the whole room swings around. Now you're in a whole other room.
Oh wow. Lazy Susan bathroom?
Something like that.
Or maybe that's not what you said. I was just thinking about having a Rosie. I don't know. Would you get a Rosie? You should be dating mad robot dudes, right? You knocking on the door, like, is Rosie around?
I mean,
I don't know. Everybody thinks that.
I'm just saying, I don't know how much longer.
Not much longer you can do this job.
What's up?
You know how much longer? Like, is your job gonna break down, or you're gonna break down first?
We're gonna see who cracks first. I know it's gonna be a
staring contest. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna blink.
We'll see who folds under pressure. Nah.
Are you wearing enough masks? Like 2 or 3 masks, maybe.
Bro, I almost quit my job because of the mask. Because I was buying those. I bought a whole bunch of those cloth masks, which was a fucking mistake. Because you can't breathe in them.
No? Wait. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I can't, but.
No, I can't.
I can, but.
I bought a nice one. It was like cooling fabric, full of plastic and stuff. I'm like, I want to breathe this. Didn't
Bro,
really
the
look
best
that good.
masks are the throwaway ones, dude. They let you breathe so much easier.
I was
I hate
all
when people.
bandanas.
I hate when I used to go into places and they would try to give me a mask. Like, dude, you want me to put the thing? We're trying to stop this. I don't know how much we should go into this, but your hand was on my mask, and you want me to put that on my face? And does that make sense to you? Why are we even wearing the mask? Let's just make out.
The only time like they didn't accept a bandana was when I was on a plane, and they're like, "You have to buy a mask," and I'm like, "Bullshit! I have to buy anything, right? Like I already paid. Like give me a mask. I already paid a bunch of money for this plane trip and luggage and shit. Like you can throw me a mask now." And then like some guy like is just waiting there, and he's like, "Do you need a mask? I'll just buy one for you." And I'm like, "Okay." He's like a courtesy guy. I don't even know what. He goes to a vending machine, gets me. I'm like, "Okay, great." And then I wind up not wearing a mask on a plane at all. I don't think I'm wearing the mask on the plane at all. And I'm just like talking to this guy. I don't know. For some reason, I get like my seats, like my seat changes. I'm like, I'm in a first, I'm like almost like first class or something like that. And I'm sitting next to this guy who's got face tattoos, like the worst face tattoo. Like if you had these face tattoos, man, you just get more tattoos. You'd be like, I'm just one color now. That's what you would do. That's how bad these tattoos were.
Like I'm just gonna tattoo my face a different color, the whole thing.
Like you would be like, this is such a bad idea that it's like the only thing I can do is cover it up with like I'll just tattoo my whole face one color.
Would he have like two unicorns fucking on his forehead or something?
He had like a bear claw gash like in one color,
Oh God.
like across his face, and then the rest of it was like I was like, oh my God, I've seen some like gnarly face tattoos and stuff, and I'm like, this is a regret that you have. It must be. Like I'm just looking at him like all I can see is regret. I shouldn't have done mushrooms and gotten tattoos. You know what I mean? Whatever he did. I don't know. But nobody was bothering us, dude. Nobody even wanted to talk to him. You know, it was like, this is the best.
Oh yeah, that's a great way to get people to stay the fuck away from you. I'm about to get a fuck face tattoo. I'm about to get a tattoo on my face that says "Stay the fuck away from me," just in case they didn't get the message.
Yeah, that's cool. But those cleaners probably get you, man. You're in like closed spaces and whatnot, right? Like,
oh my God, I was dying the other day. Yeah, I was doing the toilets. You got to use like the limer. You know what lime away is?
Yeah.
It takes like a CLR maybe or something. It's probably the same thing.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, if you spray enough of that, I choke every time in there because you're in a fucking bathroom, a little tiny bathroom thing, and you're spraying this.
You're hotboxing CLR. Okay.
Hold on.
Yep.
Why does my car feel vibrating?
Be that 4th of July weekend, man. Maybe. No.
Yeah, those chemicals fucking. The bathroom shit's bad, bro.
Can't be doing that, man. We need to get you like a
fucking bumblebee. Hold on a second.
Oh, okay. You got
What the fuck is this crazy creature in my car? Ah!
You got a murder hornet, bro.
Oh, bro, it just went in my fucking dashboard, dude.
Oh no. I hope you don't have bees in your car or whatever. You got bee nest. Although that could be dope too. Maybe you could make honey out of that shit. That'd be sick. A portable beehive.
What the fuck, man?
I'm gonna do that. Get a portable beehive.
I just got honey on tap.
Press the dash.
That shit's gonna attack me while I'm driving now.
Yeah, like call the police.
I may have bad reception for a second. So,
All right, bad reception. You got bees, huffing
shit's going
CLR,
crazy.
free base and CLR. Jeez, that's a tough. It's a tough day.
Wow.
But I kind of do think, like you were saying, like snacks should be free. But I've kind of always thought like baby carrots should be free. They're just baby carrots, man. I mean, I'm for communism about baby carrots. You know, it's just that's a nutritious thing.
Say that
Everybody
again.
should. Just baby carrots should be free. I don't know why are we paying for these things. Just little carrots. The government should you know stipend fucking baby carrots for people. Just that. We'll be the greatest country in the world again. Streets are paved with baby carrots in America, as they'll say. Yep.
I mean, really should be. Nobody uses the front lawn. Just plant
No,
crops.
none of your signal is happening.
Because nobody uses that. Nobody's.
I'm trying to imagine what you're saying right now, but nobody uses that. You're saying? I don't know what your signal's not ideal. Anyway, I found out just how much coffee I can consume in a day, and I can't go over that anymore. But I discovered that last night. Hmm. Talk. Anybody else with a bad cell signal? Rome, you want to
I
talk for a
got
minute?
the bee
Okay.
snacks.
You got the B. Sick.
I had to pull over for emergency pull over some dickhead tried to fucking me. What's up? Can you hear me now?
Say that you sounded like you said that you had to pull over, emergency pull over, and then some dickhead. That's what I heard. I think.
Yeah.
I'm still collaging it together. I think that's what you said. You got the B though, man. That's what's important.
I think I got the bee. I can't be sure because I used a scrunched up Dunkin' Donuts bag and like tried to fling it out the window, so I don't know where it really went, but
Behind you, Jeremy.
we should be good now. What's up?
He's right behind you.
All right.
Yeah, that's like the horror movie type thing. Well,
I'm just wondering if there's like a bee's nest in my fucking like in my air conditioning vent or something now.
mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the thing.
I'd be thinking that too. But you could become like Candyman or something like that. So it'd be dope. You know what I mean? So like tons of bees. Train them and stuff in your car. think you knew that too, but that's so beside the point.
Oh my god, Dunkin' Donuts is friggin' packed.
Yeah, as I was driving around this morning, it's like I'm like, damn, it's so early. People are already assholes driving around. Like all these Florida plates. They're not from New Jersey. I know that much. I may not be a smart man, Jenny. The fucking Bennies. They don't. Well, they're not. They're not. They're not. Well, you probably get some people on vacation up near you too. But why the hell is somebody from Florida up here for 4th of July weekend? You know, it's got to be better in Florida. They got more beaches. I can't understand shit.
It probably gets so hot. Well, and around here, a lot of people live in both places, Florida and New York. Like to do summers in New York and winters in Florida.
Oh, back to Boca. You gotta stop breathing in that CLR, man. And take all the
Oh,
rust out
dude,
of
this
your.
shit makes you choke. Yeah, it makes you choke crazy.
It's gonna take all the rust out of your body. That it won't work anymore. Maybe I get a scuba tank or something, like a rebreather. You know.
Something. Yeah.
Actually, those N1 masks, right? They got like little filters on them. You probably should have something like that, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I should wear a mask when I'm doing it, but I don't. Bro, it's so fucking hot, man. You can't breathe in the school, dude. The other day I had sweat dripping from my nose. Disgusting. Can I get a large hot French vanilla with cream and sugar? No, that's it. All right. 3 hours late. Was that?
I remember, before iced coffee. Do you recall that?
I don't do iced coffee.
I know, but you ordered it hot. You didn't have to specify that back in the olden days.
No, you do. Oh, before you used to not have to, I know.
Like iced
But
coffee.
now
What
if
are
you
you
don't do
talking
it,
about? Yeah. Now if you
yeah,
don't do
now
it,
if you don't do it, they'll hand you a straw when you get to the window. It's like, why?
yeah. Why? That's rough. I go to Dunkin' Donuts sometimes, but I basically always regret it somehow. I don't know why.
Hold on, man. You said Candyman. Now I gotta look up this fucking rap bar right here because I can't remember the beginning of the line. Hello. Hi. How you doing today? Good. How are you? Doing okay. There you go. Have a nice day. What's up, Steve? Snacks, you know what rhizome?
Ribosomes? Yeah.
What'd you say? No, rhizome? No, rhizome.
Rise. Rise over run?
Yeah, you know what that is?
Yeah. Is that how you determine slope?
Yeah, it's also how you get elevation.
Okay. Like a staircase?
Just elevation.
Right.
But it's a horizontal line, though. So, like, if we were outside and I wanted to figure out what the elevation was in a new location, like, let's say I had the elevation in one location, and then I wanted to find out the elevation in another location, we had, like, levels or something. You make that straight horizontal line, you determine the vertical change, and that's your new elevation. How's that work on a globe? It's not how elevation works on a globe. You feel me? Any of this means.
Might be a little. I don't know. Your audio is a little low somehow, or I don't know.
My audio's. Oh, I forgot to change my fucking earbud. Bitch. Okay, listen. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you the whole time. It's just it's not the crystal clear audio I'm used to from you.
I know I'm driving. Listen. Say you're on a basketball.
Much better.
Say you're on a basketball.
I'm on a basketball.
We're on a basketball. And the surface of the basketball is 0 elevation. Okay. Then every inch you go up off the bat, now you're at a 1 inch elevation, 2 inch elevation. You would not take a ruler from one point. You would not take. There has to be terrain in the basketball analogy, doesn't it? All right, no, you wouldn't take a ruler. You wouldn't take a ruler on the surface of the basketball. Go across it, and if there's no change in the vertical of your horizontal line you made, you wouldn't still say you're at 0 elevation. It wouldn't be right. You know what I'm saying?
Really measure any kind of elevation changes on a basketball because it's meant to be uniform. So there's no mountains.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if you take this horizontal line on, you make a horizontal line, and let's say your vertical didn't change. Right?
Uh-huh.
Then there's no elevation change. Now picture doing that on a basketball. We have a ruler on top of a basketball. You're at the top of the basketball. I got the ruler. I go across, in a straight line with the ruler to a new location. You wouldn't say there's no elevation change on the basketball because obviously it's dropping away from you. You get it or not? If you don't get it,
where's SC when we need him to talk about elevation change?
What's up?
Where's SC Montreal when we need to talk about elevation change?
Do you know what I'm saying, Extremistus?
I just caught change in elevation. I just got here.
You know what rise over run is?
Kind of.
I can't really talk right now. I got that.
Keep getting basketball analogies that are spheres. We're talking about something that's an oblate spheroid, so we should be measuring eggs or some shit, right? Exactly. Oh, that was an unintentional pun right there. Damn.
All right. Rise over run. Can you hear me?
Ribosomes are fun. Yep. Take a ruler, put it on the top of the basketball. I can't get a new vertical, so the elevation change is not occurring.
Yeah, rise over run on Earth. They take a horizontal, and if there's no change in the horizontal, you make a straight horizontal line. And they measure an elevation change by how much the vertical change. So if you go up 1 foot from your horizontal line, there's a 1 foot elevation change, right? That's how rise over run works, right? Extremistus?
He's deafened, but I'm sure he'd be like,
he knows what rise over is. Yeah, scared. I've heard people argue this before, and I didn't even know what rise over run was, so I was looking it up last night, and these guys are fucked. You understand how they do it on Earth, Snacks? If I make a horizontal line and there's no elevation change, it's just on the horizontal line.
that's just a horizontal line.
Yeah, and that's how you know if you have elevation change, by that horizontal line.
And so Glober guy comes in and says, "Oh no, it's a great circle. Sea level's curved, but it's flat. Let's level, but it's not. It's wrong. It's a ball." And you're gonna say it's flat because it's a horizontal, and horizontal is flat. Am I getting this?
No, I'm just saying when they survey, you do surveying.
Yes.
You make a horizontal line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're at one spot. You make a horizontal line. You go to a new location on the line. If the line, if you're 1 foot higher, you raise from the horizontal line. You're 1 foot higher. There's elevation change. All right, you get it?
I broke up a little at the end. 1 foot elevation change.
You're at one location. You make a horizontal line, new location. If you're 1 foot higher than the line, there's a 1 foot elevation change. Or if you're right on the horizontal line, there's no elevation change. All right?
Establish my horizontal line at the water level. Well, that could change too, right?
Yeah, you're next to a canal. You're right next to a canal, right? The auto level's 5 foot above on the side of the water, 5 foot above the water. You make a horizontal line, going down the side of the canal, and wherever that horizontal line is, there's 0 elevation change. Does that sound like how it should work on a sphere, on a globe?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
No, of course not. Because if you run a basketball and you did that, and the surface of the basketball was all 0, and you put a ruler on top of the basketball, you wouldn't follow the horizontal line and be like, "Oh, I'm in this new spot, 3 inches above the basketball over here, but there's no elevation change." That doesn't. There, of course, there'd be an elevation change. You're higher than the 0 elevation. I saved some snapshots and shit. I got some citations for this. I'll post later. Because that's how they do it on Earth.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything really to counter what you just said, and I'm pretty sure like any like I don't know if I like imagine if I try to like channel Charles Flat Earth Math in my brain, you know what I mean? He's not really saying anything. He's just like, but Jeremy. That's kind of what I'm getting out of it. It's like the way you said it. I don't think there's any way to counter what you said.
Yeah, well, we're gonna fucking find out.
Ready to go? You ready to go 12 rounds with Charles Flat Earth Math? Got what it takes.
I mean, it's no debate. I'm not even trying to debate that. Like, bro, that's how they do elevation changes with rise over run on Earth. So I don't know.
Neither. I'm glad SC's here.
What's up, boys?
SC, what do you know about rise over run?
It's a slope thing, measurement. It's quite simple, no?
It's simple, yes. Well, that's how they determine elevation on Earth.
Yeah.
They use rise over run to get a new elevation at a new location.
It makes slopes. Yeah. Elevation changes. Yeah. All vertical in the vertical axis.
Yeah, you make a horizontal line, and then if your vertical is, if there's no vertical change, you're at the same elevation.
Yep. Very simple.
Very simple. Now, does that sound like that's something that would work on a sphere? Like, let's say you had a basketball, and the surface of the basketball was all zero elevation, and you're at the top of the basketball, and you go out, you know, a few inches. You got a ruler sitting on top of the basketball. You go out 3 inches from the where your location was. Is there going to be no elevation change if the surface of the basketball is all elevation zero? It's not even how you couldn't even do it.
I've been battling the ballers for years over this. This is their fantasy. This is what they think happens. Yeah. Only in the fantasy world does that happen. Yeah. If there's any change from horizontal, that is an elevation change. There's no way around it. You can't think of any shape that you'd be on that would change. It's just what it is. Period. Once you establish your horizontal, right? You're at that point. Anything below or above that is elevation change. It's that simple. Because you're no longer at the same spot. I mean, does that need explanation? I don't know. Why? What's up, Jeremy? What?
No, I was looking into rise over run last night, and because I've heard you guys talk about rise over run before, and I'm like, oh, that's some nerd surveying shit or something. But I'm like, let me just see what the shit is. And yeah, they make a horizontal line, and if there's no change in the vertical, you're just at the same elevation.
Yeah, rise over run, change over distance. Yeah. Elevation change over distance.
Yeah, so if there's no change in the horizontal line, you're at the same elevation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but their elevation change is water, and they say the water's curving, so that doesn't really work for them.
Well,
I don't know. Am I tripping?
No, you're not tripping. You're trying to go in their world. I told you, don't do that, bro. You think of reality and let them talk about their fantasy. You just made a reality check.
That shit don't work on a ball, is what I'm saying.
I think they just get like basically the slope is like an angle, but that's not a curve. So, you know what I mean?
Like there's
No, when he
am I
says
wrong?
it doesn't work on a ball, he's confusing things, right? It doesn't matter where you're at. It doesn't matter what surface you're on, right? If you establish a benchmark, a point, a horizon, right, a horizontal, any vertical change on that is elevation change. I mean, there's no way around that. An inch, a millimeter, an atom above that is elevation change. Simple. Undisputed. If that wasn't true, they wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't have buildings. You wouldn't be sitting where you're at right now. You wouldn't construct anything. Your toilet would be running back into your house. You wouldn't have sewage systems. You wouldn't have canals. You wouldn't have a tap of water. Your hose in the backyard wouldn't work. I mean, I can go on and on all day, right?
Is Joe here or is he not? Maybe not. How you doing, SE?
Doing good, bro. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I was just thinking, I brought that thing up Adele's yesterday in 24/7. Didn't go down too well.
Yeah. The upward acceleration, huh? Yeah.
It's not acceleration. That's why I brought it up, because somebody said that, and I was like, no, you don't. If you're gonna say what he's saying, at least get it right. Because acceleration is something else, isn't it? It's a
Okay, so
upward
maybe
motion.
I got it wrong as well.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, I'm still trying to get my head around it because it's like thinking everything in like backwards. So, but yeah, I mean maybe you could help me out because or somebody who's better at physics. Anyway, but yeah,
What's
I
his
mean,
claim exactly? What's the claim? Tell us the claim
well,
if you understand it.
the claim is that it's the Earth's moving up at a uniform motion, or rather, to put it another way, there doesn't seem to be any acceleration because there's no displacement of water or gases in something that you drop.
Oh, so not accelerating, just moving uniformly.
Yes.
Uniform movement. Okay, all right.
So, obviously, on the face of it, you think, "Oh God, this is absurd." You know what I mean? It just sounds so ridiculous. But then, the more you think about it, the more logical it seems. And so, I mean, the globe people and the flat Earth people are claiming acceleration on something that's falling, and acceleration needs a mechanism, doesn't it? And this is what I was saying.
Agree, yeah.
This is what I was saying. Like, if you've got you can easily show in any vector a bottle and applying. Even if you start it in your car, well, you don't even need fuck the bottle, fuck everything. If you're in your car and you put your foot on accelerator, you move back into your seat. That's displacement. That's my understanding of it. Anyway, somebody was telling me I was wrong yesterday in another server. That's fine. Maybe I am. Cheers, dude.
Yeah, but think about the acceleration of dropping, right? Everybody leaves out the part where you got to pick it up and put, like, what would you call it, kinetic energy into it.
So, do you think buoyancy and density?
So
you think buoyancy and density is enough then? Do you think that's complete? Because I feel like it's incomplete in my mind.
what? So okay, what would be the mechanism? The only thing that Dell is saying, if I understand them correctly, is that it's the Earth going up, but that doesn't explain a mechanism of acceleration, does it? Maybe I'm not getting it.
No, absolutely not. He's going purely from the demonstration. and he's saying there's no acceleration whatsoever. In fact, he's saying like it's when it's reaching its terminal velocity, if you will, that's its zero. And buoyancy and density cease to be when it's falling until it gets back to the Earth, right? So basically, yeah, if it leaves the reference frame, buoyancy and density cease to be, because he shows the bottle, the water, he drops the weight in the bottle, right, and it sinks through the water, and as he gets to the middle, he drops it, and the weight stays in the middle, basically. And
because it's falling, no? Isn't it because it's falling?
My friend on another server was saying, look, the reason is because it's all uniformly falling together, right? To which Dell's saying, look, okay, so you've got the water, the weight, the bottle, the gases, they're all falling uniformly, like a solid. And you've never seen that sort of acceleration in your life. How you doing, Tim?
Hold on, what gases are falling? What gases are falling?
Well, no, I mean inside the bottle. Sorry, inside the bottle.
There's gases inside the bottle?
Well, I misspoke there. I was thinking of the one with the in the car. Because obviously when you sink back into
the helium balloon.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, one goes forward and the other one goes backward, and they say because the air pushes. Yeah, I'm familiar with that, but
well, look at it like this, Andy. Mm-hmm. The body of water in that bottle, has a higher weight than the bottle itself, so it's actually pushing down on the bottle. Therefore, it is not moving up because it's actually falling faster.
Yeah, that's what Loggy said. Yeah.
Well, maybe not falling faster, but it still has the greater mass of those two objects.
Yeah, Loggy was saying if you put a weight on bottom of bottle, then you probably would see some displacement at water. But I'm not so sure, because you know what I'm like with physics. I'm not very good, but I do know this: if I've dropped a cup of tea before, what happens to tea? Well, it stays in cup, doesn't it?
Yeah, I have this question for you and Del.
Mm-hmm.
If the Earth is accelerating,
accelerating. You
right?
did it again. You did it again.
Sorry. I did it again. My bad. If the Earth is moving upwards at a constant rate, would we not be able to measure that?
Well, yeah, exactly.
So how does he claim that we can measure this?
In fact,
no, he's just purely going through the demonstration.
If the Earth was moving up at a constant rate, we would have no discrepancy when we are measuring things falling. We would not claim that it's an average, where you can have something that is a little faster and something that is a little slower. We would have a constant all the time. We don't observe this. We observe an average.
So if it's moving up at a constant rate, that doesn't account for things. I'm on the phone, sorry.
What I think Gary was about to say is that it doesn't account for the weight of the various objects. But if the Earth is moving upwards all the time, that would mean that these objects, that they would actually just stay in the air because there is no force pushing them down. So they would actually just stay in air, and the only reason that they're hitting the ground is because the Earth is moving up. So the constant would be measurable, and we would not have an average where it could deviate.
Yeah, but the funny thing is the baller version of cosmology claims the same thing, that the Earth is moving up.
Yeah.
So you're in congruence with the baller mentality, Einstein.
Well, it's not really what they say. When you dumb it down to sure, people would say that, but it's not really what happens.
I know that's not really what happens because it's a fantasy idea.
No.
We're definitely not moving upwards.
Even in the globe paradigm, that is not what happens. But if you really dumb it down to explain it to like a toddler, you would say, yes, they are moving towards each other.
let me tell you something, bro. I'm very sensitive to movement. Example, if I go on a boat cruise and it's choppy thing, put it this way, I could never be a sailor. Okay? I can feel the slightest movement. There's no way you could tell me right now that I'm moving. Absolutely no chance in hell. I have the best movement sensors.
I'm just saying, in the globe paradigm, if you really dumb it down, yes, the Earth is moving up towards the bottle and the bottle is moving down towards it. But that's not really what they say, you know. It's only the dumbed down version.
Do you feel movement or acceleration? See.
Hold on. If you have the Earth moving up at a steady speed, that doesn't account for things dropping because things are accelerating down. That doesn't cover it. I don't know if that's what was trying to happen here, but it doesn't work.
Why aren't they showing acceleration then, Jeremy? Why are they displacing water? Why if you drop an accelerometer, it doesn't register?
I don't know, but I know that Earth moving up at a constant speed doesn't cover it. The Earth would have to be accelerating up.
But look, I'm just saying there's a mechanism. I'm not saying it is either. I'm saying there must be a mechanism there. I don't know what it is.
I actually agreed with you what you said earlier. I was listening, and I agree. I don't think relative density covers it all. But I know that this speed, constant speed moving up, definitely doesn't cover it.
Yeah.
Because it would have to be if you said it was accelerating, then I'd say okay, that would cover the things falling thing, but not a constant speed.
Well, let's say that the Earth is actually moving upwards. Where is it moving into?
Well, exactly. We can't get outside the reference frame to actually look, can we? So.
And is it just moving into I don't know, forever? Like, is it just eternally upwards?
I mean, we could speculate on that all day, Tim, couldn't we? Is it a figure eight? Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, I mean, and if it was a figure eight, it would accelerate at times and slow down.
Yeah, I can't get outside the reference frame to tell you that. So
I'm just saying, Dale's idea is very flawed.
Let me ask this: in Nels, in his idea, it has to be shape specific for this upward movement. Am I correct about this? Does he have
no, he didn't say anything about
shape in mind?
No.
What I understand from watching Dale is that it's kind of like the Flat Earth Society's version of Flat Earth, where it's moving upwards in outer space.
That's what it appears, yeah. I don't know about outer space, whatever. I don't know about
space. Well, it is moving up into something. That's what outer space, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, he's just purely talking about the demonstration, and he's not really making any claims about outer space or what shape the Earth is, or no. He still thinks the Earth's flat. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I don't get how he doesn't understand why the water why it's so weird that the water is just staying in the bottom of the bottle when he's dropping it.
Well, I guess
if I was a baller, I wouldn't talk because it's worse for you guys. If you have a sphere, if you have big G, right, or little G, globe, and your theory is that the Earth accelerates, think about a person on top and a person on the bottom, north-south, you're north-south, and they both jump. Or they both drop something. They pick it up and they drop it. What happens? The ground goes upwards on both sides.
Well, as I just said, the Earth moving up towards you, that is a dumbed down version, and that is not what the paradigm is quote unquote claiming. The paradigm is claiming that the center of mass is in the center of the Earth, and that is what is quote unquote pulling you down. It is not moving in your direction. If you jump, it's just not spiraling, wobbling over to catch you again, no matter where you are.
Look, it's not my idea. It's your model. Your model claims that. Einstein claims that. Would you like me to post?
You're misrepresenting it.
Would you like me to post some quotes from the scientists?
I don't care, but you're still misrepresenting it. I just said the Earth moving up to catch your feet. That's a dumbed down version, and it is something I don't even know why people would say that, because that is not even what the paradigm is claiming.
They do state that, and if you claim it's different, tell us what's the correct version.
I just said the center of mass would be in the center of the Earth, and that is where things will. If you jump up, then you will move towards that, no matter where you are on the sphere. It's that simple. It is not the Earth moving up to catch your feet, no matter where you are, because the Earth
So
is
why
the bigger
does the
mass.
Sabine Hassenfeather quote Einstein saying exactly that? Why do the top scientists say that? Are they wrong?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's taken out of context or misrepresented in some sort of way.
No, word for word. I can post you a thing of Sabine Hassenfeather. I forgot. I always mispronounce her name. I'm sorry. She states it clearly. I can find it for you and post it for you.
Does every other scientist agree with her? Or is they saying something else? Or is it only her that is claiming that the Earth is moving up to catch your feet?
It doesn't matter. It's the
It really
God of
does
all
matter. If it's
gods
just,
of science.
it really does matter.
Sir,
If it's
sir,
just a minority
Einstein's.
that's saying it, it does matter. And it is, if you're taking it as that is the consensus, well, and it's only a minority that is claiming it, well, that would be a straw man.
It is your theory. It is Einstein's claim. It
Don't
doesn't
say it's
matter what you
mine.
think or what you believe or how emotionally triggered you are right now. It doesn't matter.
Not emotional
That's the
trigger.
theory.
But you're putting things on me that I have not claimed at all, and you're saying that it is some random lady and not the consensus that is claiming this. So it's a misrepresentation, or at worst, a straw man.
So it's obvious you don't know your own model. It's not my
It's not
fault, my
my
friend.
model, and you just
Learn
said
your
it's a
model
single individual
and
who said it.
try not to interrupt when other people are talking. It's not polite.
Well, if you're
That is
misrepresenting
your
and straw
model.
manning and lying and being dishonest, I will interrupt.
Oh, really? You think that you can interrupt just like that?
Oh, let's
It's not
calm
going to work
down.
out good for you.
Let's
That
calm
this is
down.
how you have a conversation. If people are talking bollocks, you interject.
No, that's not how it works here. Here, one person talks, says something, the other person's quiet. Then when that person is finished, then you get to speak. That's how it
Well,
works.
this is not my experience here. Everyone is interrupting people that is talking shit. Ask Richard; he is doing it all the time. Your top dog is
Talking
doing it all
shit,
the time.
mate.
Everyone is doing it all the time.
Okay, you got to relax, bro. You got to relax.
Oh, yeah, let's chill
I'm
out.
completely relaxed.
Yeah. Anywho, back to this bottle, Tim, that's falling. That's not showing. Doesn't seem to be accelerating, or doesn't the water's not displacing. How is it all falling in one uniform motion?
Why would it displace?
Well, in my, like I say, my terrible understanding is that motion makes things displace, doesn't it? Like if you're even in a van and you're in the back of a van and you turn, poof, it pushes you, doesn't it, the other way? Like if you brake, my shitty understanding is that acceleration and if you put your foot on the brake, they're both forms of acceleration. And you go towards the windscreen, that's displacement, is it not?
It is. What did
Why is that
Locke
not
tell you?
happening? Why is that not happening and things falling?
What did Locke tell you about the bottle?
He said that he was trying to say that if you put he thinks that if you put a weight on bottom of the bottle, that would show displacement because it would be falling faster.
Because the weight would have a higher weight than the water. Yes.
Your understanding of displacement is wrong.
How so?
Because something has to move out of the way to be displaced. So just being in a car and accelerating, I mean, that's kind of a displacement. But if you have a vacuum and you drop a ball and it accelerates, there's no displacement because there's nothing moving out of the way. So they're both accelerating, but only one is displacement. Acceleration and displacement are not the same thing.
So there's two different types of displacement. That's what you just told me.
No, I said acceleration and displacement are not the same thing.
Right.
There's only one type of displacement. Acceleration is not the same thing as displacement.
So Tim, I posted a thing for you. She might even be from the same place you're at. She's German. You sound like you might be German.
Danish.
She's a very famous scientist. And yeah, check her out. She'll tell you.
A random individual.
No, not a random individual. A highly respected scientist in her field. She does interviews with Penrose. She goes on panels with the top physicist. She's not just a random person. I'm surprised you don't know about her.
I have seen this video before. Anyway, is this the consensus? Will you find people that agree with this exact statement?
That's the model, man. Why don't you understand
that? Oh my God,
that?
you cannot just keep saying that.
Model.
Yeah, I've heard Brian Cox say this, by the way, as well.
Yeah. They all say it, bro. They have to say it. That is the model. That is the mantra. It doesn't matter what you believe, because I know it sounds ridiculous to believe that, right? Because then you would have little g, the sphere, expanding on both sides while somebody jumps. If two people jump on either sides, and you're in that fantasy model, the Earth would have to expand like a balloon. And you know it's nonsense, right, Tim?
It is nonsense, and again, it's one individual. You keep saying it's the model, but I still fail to see the consensus being portrayed here.
Well, you don't get it, bro. I mean, this woman has a PhD in physics. Thank you, Extremisys, for posting that. She's one of the top physicists in the world, world-renowned. So, bro, that's your model. I mean, look, I'm not making it up. I mean, I'm sorry to be the one to have to tell you that, but that's the way it is. That's why we laugh at it, and that's why we're here, to tell, to show that it's ridiculous. The model is simply a fantasy made up in somebody's mind. That's all it is.
Now you're just repeating the script. Again, I would love you to find a few more scientists that are saying the exact same thing, because when you understand the center of mass and all these kind of things, a statement like that makes no sense at all, because the little mass would gravitate towards the bigger mass, at the center of the bigger mass, and the bigger mass is the Earth. So when you jump, the Earth is not catching your feet; you are falling down towards the center of mass. That is the paradigm. That is the model.
I'm telling you, bro, you got to look into it. It's not me making it up. Your model is like full of dialetheism. It's full of dualisms, right? Wave, particle, up, down. It's not me. It's the model. I mean, I'm sorry, bro, but they say that when you jump, it's the Earth that's going up. It's not me that's saying that. I'm here saying it's ridiculous. I'm with you, Tim.
This is not the consensus. This is not the quote-unquote science in it, or any physics within it.
Well, it's nonsense. It's just as silly as the fabric of space-time, taking a concept of time and what's between me and you and making a fabric out of it. I mean, your model is full of nonsense. It's not my fault. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah. If you find little bits and pieces like this and you piece it together, yes, you can make a case about anything being fucking ridiculous. But I just explained to you what it was, and this is not what it was. So I don't know why you keep pushing this lady's statement, because I literally just explained to you very simply how it works. So I don't know why you keep going on this. Go ahead.
Sorry, go on. I was going to say, mass attracts mass. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying the center of mass and blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to repeat myself again, bro.
Yeah, you said, word for word, that gravity is the attraction in the center of mass from the Earth, right? So that, to me, sounds like mass attracting mass. Now, if I'm incorrect in that statement, tell me.
I'm not going to repeat myself again. You heard what I said before. This is how it works in the paradigm. That's how it is.
Well, listen, out of all the potential things, they're making things accelerate towards the Earth. Gravity wouldn't be one of them for me, because all I've heard is fucking what causes gravity? Gravity! An uneven distribution of mass. Or what else is there? Bendy warpy space time. It's like, what? How the fuck am I? It's the only one I wouldn't put on the table.
Yeah, for real. Look, from the beginning of time, when man has picked up something, he watched it fall. That's what we call gravity. It's as simple as that. There's nothing more to it than that. It's something falling. When you pick it up, that's what we call gravity. Right? Now, all kinds of people have come up with all kinds of ideas of what this is. And so far, they've all been wrong, without exception. Newton, Einstein, all of them. Wrong, 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 wrong. And I can prove it in 100 different ways. So there's no disputing that. Nobody knows what this thing is. When we drop something, we call it gravity. Nobody on Earth knows what this is. It's that simple, man. We can calculate stuff. We can use equations to calculate how much weight we're going to need for the bridge. And we don't need to use Einsteinian. We don't need to use Newtonian. People have been building stuff for eons. The pyramids, nobody knew Einstein. Nobody knew Newton. You see, this thing is heavy. If you put it on this piece of wood, this thick, it's going to crack. Simple. You're going to put so many cars over the bridge. It has to be this thickness, this much gauge. This is not rocket science. Simple stuff. I mean, it is what it is, man.
I'm just saying, Dell's thing doesn't. Go ahead, Essie.
No, go on. I'm done, bro. Go on.
Yeah, Dell's thing doesn't cover it. The globe excuse is fucking absolutely insane, right? With the ground accelerating upwards, that shit is just incoherent gibberish. That's why people don't understand relativity. And the realists don't have a cause, because how do you fucking test it?
Yeah. Nobody knows. Like, that's it. Nobody knows.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Whatever. Well, maybe not quite happy. That's wrong sentiment, but it's okay to ask questions, though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
Definitely ask questions, check it out, see what investigate, cover. When it comes down to it, I mean, I don't think anybody has the cause of why things fall. There's reasons why we can make shit go up and down. We can make shit go up and down all day. I can change electrostatics, you can change density. There's all kinds of shit you can do to make something go up or down. But
we can do it with sound. We can do it.
Yeah, sound. But if you want to say why down, I don't know. Nobody knows. You can say space-time is bending and the ground's accelerating up, or Earth is accelerating up. Whatever kind of.
Think about it. What is down, bro? What is down? Where your feet are, right?
Don't get
so when you pick something up. Look, if you pick something up, right? Why would you expect it to go anywhere else other than where it was?
Back
like it's heavier than air. It goes down. I mean, I don't get it. What's so difficult to understand about that?
The thing is, that's missing something though. There is an element missing there. I used to fight for this all the time, the relative density thing, and that is why things go up or down. You have a balloon; it's less dense, it goes up. Rock goes down. Yes, but why down though?
Why? Well, where else would you want it to go?
I don't know. I'm just saying there must
Why
be
would you
down.
think it would move sideways? It's not. If you're not giving it force, right? What? Like I'm looking at a hammer right now, one of those heavy ones. If I pick it up and drop it, it's going to go down. Now, if I give it a little push forward, it's going to go forward and then down. I mean, what's hard to understand about that?
So you think buoyancy and density is enough then, SE? You don't need any more. You don't think there's anything else?
I don't know. Maybe there could be, but Like what? What? Name me a situation where that doesn't work. Name me a situation where that doesn't work.
Oh, it always works. Well, I could name you a situation where that doesn't work. Clouds.
Okay. Clouds. Yeah. Well, no, it still works.
The cloud's more dense than the air.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one, right?
Wow.
That's a good one, right?
I gotta think on this one.
I forgot the Glober excuse
So
for clouds. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, they're made up of dirt,
Maybe
dust,
they act like
ice,
a balloon?
water.
Maybe they act like a balloon.
I don't know.
That's a good question. I don't know. I have to think on that one.
The thing is, though, why is it down? Like, what? I used to argue this all the time. It always comes to the why
Neither
down.
down is simple. It's where you started from. And the buoyancy, of course, right?
I don't know. Relative density is missing.
I'm glad you see it too, Jeremy, because it's been getting to me a little bit last few days. I've been thinking, I need to put this down for a bit or something.
Yeah, I've been on this for years. No, I've known for a while that the relative density was missing something.
But where would you want the object to go other than down? How does that, in your mind, let's say you pick up a rock, right? Pick it straight up. Why would you think it wouldn't go anywhere else but the spot where you picked it up from?
Well, I wouldn't think it would go anywhere else, but why down? The whole thing is like why down, I guess.
It's because that's where you picked it up from, bro. If you jump up now, do you expect to move forward or sideways? Why would you expect? You're putting your knees and your muscles are pointing upwards, right? Now, if you can hop and put more weight on one leg and you'll go that way, right? Why would you expect? I mean, I don't get it.
Well, I mean, I don't expect. I mean, personally, I feel like relative density, it does account for why things go up and down. But why is that? I don't know, why is that thing? Like there must be some kind of thing, pushing or pulling things.
Hold on, there's this Tim dude calling me a grifter. Listen, dude, you know nothing about me, right? So, like, why are you doing this? Did I hurt you so much by the words I told you that you gotta lash out like a little girl? What's up, man?
I've never heard.
Are you a man?
Every time you
I've
talk
never
about
heard you ask
something,
for money, and I've never. Your YouTube channel's not even monetized, is it?
it doesn't matter. You can be a grifter without having monetary gains.
No. You know nothing about grifting.
Okay.
You're not a man, dude. I can tell by your voice you're not a man. And if we were to meet in person, you would squirm like a little girl, I think.
Let's not
come
do
to
this,
Denmark.
please.
I will fucking beat you, man.
Please, we'll have an arm wrestling competition. Let's not do this.
No, imagine somebody calling you a grifter, like a little girl calling you a grifter.
I never got the chance to explain myself, but keep going.
Let's get something straight. There's no grift. Well, I mean, Dave Weiss, he's doing quite well out of it. But besides him, I mean, you wouldn't become a flat earther for fucking monetary purposes. That'd be the most retarded move in the world.
I mean, you're gonna have to give me some money before you start calling me a grifter, right?
Yeah, at least pay for my dinner, at least.
Basically.
Yeah.
You can swindle without monetary gains.
You've just made everyone roll their eyes at you, Tim. That's what you just done.
What is it?
I mean, I don't care. You can swindle people without having monetary gains. If you don't understand that, well, that's on you, not me.
I don't understand. What does the word grifter mean?
A swindler.
A grifter is a con artist.
A snake oil salesman, and you don't have money. You don't need monetary gains to be a grifter. But when you analyze,
when
you analyze how AC Montreal is conducting himself, he is pretty much following the Grifter script, which is saying things like, "It's impossible. Humans could never have done that." That is directly from the Grifter script.
You see how mad he is?
I'm not mad at all. I'm very calm.
You see how emotional they get? It's unbelievable. Like, it's truly because it's a religion to them. It's like I insulted his God right now, and he hates me. He wants to beat me up. He wants to humiliate me. It's amazing. It's amazing.
You talked about beating someone else up. I just said, come to Denmark. I invite you. I will gladly do it.
I didn't say that. I said,
guys.
But I said you're a little girl. If we met in like face to face, you wouldn't be behaving like that, and you know you wouldn't be behaving like that.
I invited you to Denmark.
The translation to that, Tim. What he's saying is that you're a little bitch. That's what he's trying to say.
Okay, that's not helping, is it?
Hello. No.
What's going on, man? What's going on?
No, we just need to place bets, and we'll be good.
Stop. But he does have a point.
AC got
Hold on. Dude, you gonna talk over me too?
Go ahead.
I mean, you do have a point. To be a swindler, you don't need monetary gain. I mean, take the globe.
I thought you needed money.
And every time AC is talking, he is misrepresenting the other side.
Now you just talked over me.
I didn't hear him. But you were kind of talking to me, so I responded.
Yeah, and I was agreeing with you. Doesn't mean I was talking to you. I was talking to them.
Well, you said you do have a point.
I said you do have a point, and I said that I was agreeing with you that you don't need monetary gain to be a swindler, because I said take the globe, and then Jeremy jumped in, and then you jumped over him.
Well, you're addressing me while you said you agreed with me, so I responded. It's that simple.
I don't say you. I said he do have a point. He does have a point. I didn't say you do have a point. I'm addressing you. I said he does have a point that you don't need monetary gain. Yada yada yada. I wasn't directly at you. I was just telling them I do agree with you. That was it.
Nobody is more hated than he who speaks the truth. Wise words spoken from a man many hundreds of years ago.
Elbow, what do you think about this relative density? Think that answers it all? We're good.
He got triggered because I told him about his model that it claims if you jump, it's the Earth moving up. Now imagine that. He got so triggered as to personally insult me because I told him what his model claims. It's crazy, huh? How they get triggered?
I mean, look, I think it's a bit silly to say that. I think, if you announce to the world that you're a flat earther, there's no more hated group than a flat earther. They're not protected whatsoever either. Everyone can shit on them and nobody cares. So, for me personally, I just want to know the truth. I don't care about clicks or fucking tick. Look, I mean, Dave Weiss is doing well. That's, I think, good for him. But anybody else? No, I don't think so. I just want to know the truth. So, look, if you drop an accelerator off a building, it registers no acceleration. If you an accelerometer, why is that? It's fucking weird. Relative density disequilibrium isn't all. There's something else going on. There's another mechanism. What is it? I don't know.
Well, I think if it's the Earth moving up, like right now I'm sitting on my chair, there's no way I don't believe that this thing that I'm sitting on right now, this floor, I'm looking at my wooden floor that's moving upwards. There's no way that I wouldn't be able to feel that. There's no way you can convince me of that. Absolutely zero chance of that happening. That's just me.
Yeah, the concave guys.
Are you talking about accelerometer in your phone? When you drop it, it doesn't take acceleration.
I don't understand the concave guy. And by the way, I don't accept friend requests from anybody outside the voice. It's just a little policy I do. So
Elbow.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, what is the mechanism that measures within these accelerometers? What is the mechanism? How does it work?
Do you think that it's been put into the machine? Somebody else told me that, actually. Loggy said that. He said it might be just... Well,
I think of it this way, right? I think that there is a downward, for lack of a better term, electric flow on the earth that grounds, right? So it comes from above and grounds into the earth itself, right? This etheric energetic flow. And if you think of it this way, if you think of that flow like the flow of a river. So anytime a leaf is stuck to a rock in the river and that flow is keeping that leaf on the side of the rock, it's going to be measuring that there is a force holding it there. Now, if that leaf tries to go upstream, it's going to measure a force. Even if it gets dislodged and it accelerates downstream, meaning faster than the stream is moving, it's going to measure a force. Now, if that leaf is just left to flow through the river, float in the river, it's not going to measure a force on it because it is moving with the flow of the water. And I think that's what's taking place when we drop something, right? If it reaches a certain rate, it is moving at the same flow that this etheric energetic flow is moving towards the ground from the sky above. That's just the way I see it.
Yeah, I like that. I like the electrostatic stuff. I really do.
To me,
it would be such a tiny force.
Yeah.
It would be such a tiny force too. Like they claim gravity is this little teeny tiny force. That's what this electrostatic thing would be. It would be like almost nothing. Just enough to keep stuff on the ground.
Andy, are you talking about? Sorry, but I don't know if you were done, Jeremy.
I'm done.
Andy, were you talking about when you drop a phone and then your accelerometer mark says 0?
Yeah, I was basically talking about Del. You know Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve? He's been talking about this for months, saying now that there's no acceleration in free fall, or buoyancy and density seem to cease to be when it's not connected to the Earth.
Yeah, in the documentation for like the phones and whatnot for the accelerometer, it has a pre-added gravity into it. It has pre-gravity for you to actually sense, for you to actually tell for what's the actual acceleration. You have to remove it. You have to what is it called zero it out, and then you see that there is an acceleration. The reason why they have the acceleration, and it only works, the only way to have the gravity, what is it? It's a virtual driver, not driver, sensor, virtual sensor. The only way they have that in there is because if you have to have one accelerometer, two, it's the if you don't have if you have an accelerometer but you don't have a gyroscope and the, I think it was the compass. Without those three, you won't have a gravity sensor. There is no actual gravity sensor. It's made out of three other sensors. That's when you drop it, it looks
Elbow.
like zero. What's up?
Do you think relative density answers it all? Elbow.
Relative density is part of it. I like I said, I think there's probably more than that, but relative density. I mean, the only way people say, "Oh, well, I picked up something and it dropped." What are you doing? Where was it at? I mean, I understand that it's an equilibrium when you where it was at. Without it being anywhere else, nothing else falls. I mean, unless something gets put somewhere where it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, no, I hear that. Yeah, but there's got to be something else to it, though, right? Like it can't just be relative density.
everything follows that kind of rule, though, man. I mean, I don't know. It's like if it's denser than a medium, it usually goes toward a different location unless it's in motion or in anything else.
Why doesn't steel fall through concrete if it's all related to density?
Density medium. It's not just density and two dense objects. It has to do with the medium that it's in. And I don't get why people like, whoa, a leaf doesn't go through a freaking rock. It has to do with the medium.
Well,
when you say density, when you say relative density, means it has to do relative to the medium that it's in.
Right. So if I put a piece of steel on concrete, the medium is now concrete. So why wouldn't steel go through concrete? The medium in this particular case is concrete. Why wouldn't it go through? If it's just density, why wouldn't it go through?
Usually when they say medium, it's like a fluid medium, not just a object medium or something like that. I mean, that's not. It's that is the concrete fluid. No, right?
Sure, it definitely can be.
Oh, when it does happen, what happens when it is in the fluid state?
Well, the density stays the exact same.
But what happens when it's in a fluid
even
state?
If it was,
what happened when you put steel in the fluid state of concrete? Does it stay in the same spot?
Well, it would depend. It would do the.
It will go down, wouldn't it? Thank you.
If it's in liquid state, but the density of the concrete doesn't change whether or not it's fluid or in solid. So if it's just a matter of density, why doesn't it go through concrete? That's the question.
When it's in fluid state, it will go through it.
We're talking about density. If it's a matter of density,
now you want to change it, right?
Are you sure the concrete doesn't contract when it dries? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, and the density changes, right? So, I mean, this is like saying, why doesn't a rock drop through ice, but it drops through water? Come on, dude.
Right. So density is not the only equation. That's the point. Is that there's a lot more than just density in the equation.
Point. That's not
but
your
he did
point.
He did mention that already. He did say density is just part of it.
That's a very small part of it. Very tiny part of it.
I mean,
there's
even
not,
though
there's
I
not
agree.
enough force, right? There's not enough force caused by what people commonly call gravity to allow that rock to transverse through the ice, the medium of ice, right? There's not enough force to penetrate through that density.
So you're right. You're actually right. There isn't enough gravitational force to break the surface tension of ice or concrete in its solid form. That's truly what it is. But it's not a matter of density. It's a matter of surface tension.
What gravitational force?
Whatever you want to call it, unicornian force pulling you down, whatever you want to call
it. Exactly what you could do. I mean,
the downwards vector, the downwards vector.
You could definitely call it like a unicorn because it's all imaginary. I mean, you don't actually have somewhere to demonstrate that. All you have is it falls. Therefore,
you can say that, but that's unfortunately not reality.
It falls, therefore gravity. That's pretty much what you're saying.
No, it falls because of gravity.
But see, then you would have to have gravity to be a force, right? And if you consider gravity a force, then you would have to have a cause, which is why you guys avoid calling gravity a force. You say it's a force that's not a force; it's a pseudo force, because you can't explain the causal mechanism.
Well, relativity, if you want to go with that route, relativity explains the force, or if you want to call it a force or an acceleration. But Newton just gives you the formula for the interaction, and that formula works perfectly. So call it whatever you want. At the end of the day, it's just a formula that explains what's going on. And
gravity is not just a formula.
Yeah, at the end,
math isn't reality.
Right, math isn't reality. It's an explanation of reality.
No,
we've been down this road many times. We don't want to.
It's a description of reality. It's not an explanation. Math can't explain anything. It can only describe.
Yeah, it's not the purpose of math.
Facts. That's facts right there.
So I tried telling you that the other day, and you're happy and satisfied with just a description. Sure, cool.
Yeah,
we're looking for an explanation.
That's the ultimate point of science, is to get to an explanation.
I don't disagree with that, and currently the best explanation for it, while you may argue it's not a good explanation, but the best explanation we have for it right now is general relativity.
Incorrect.
You don't have an explanation.
GR has falling objects. GR has when objects fall in GR, the grounds, they're not actually falling, the ground's raising up to meet them.
Yeah, you got half the camp saying that.
Well, that's the
Careful,
problem,
don't
is
say
when
that too
you
loud.
actually tell people that that's the case, they want to say, no, it's not, but that's really what GR says. GR is actually what the Flat Earth Society claims, which is basically that the Earth moves upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yes,
To
sir.
meet the object. That's Einstein.
That is correct.
How do you feel about that, Incarnation? Do you feel that's precise or accurate, or do you agree with that?
If you drop a ball on one side of the Earth and somebody else drops a ball antipodal to that, the Earth is moving upwards towards both those balls simultaneously. How do you explain that?
Right, because down isn't necessarily a direction within the globe model.
It's relative for them. So do you have an explanation for that, Incarnation?
Well, let's just give him some time to think about it, I guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't if I were you.
Google.
No, sorry, I ended up getting a call from work. I missed half of what was being said. Gadget Google.
All right. Did you hear my question?
I heard nothing. I got a call and I missed everything that was said.
Okay,
Well,
we're talking about the GR. The claim of general relativity is that when you drop an object, the object is not actually moving towards the Earth. The Earth is accelerating upwards towards it at 9.8 meters per second squared. Right? That's Einstein's claim, which is kind of like the Flat Earth Society's idea of the Earth moving upwards at 9.8 meters per second, which is the cause of gravity. So that's Einstein's explanation within GR. So if this is the case and you think that relativity is an explanation for gravity, if I am standing where I am at on Earth and I drop a ball and somebody antipodal to me, meaning on the exact opposite side of the Earth from me, drops a ball at the same time I do, the Earth is both simultaneously moving upwards towards both of those objects at the same time at 9.8 meters per second squared. How do you explain that? You're breaking up.
By saying, obviously, the gravitational forces just dictated that that's the case. Why that's the case, I couldn't really tell you in a nuanced answer.
Yeah, I don't understand how the Earth can simultaneously move upwards or accelerate towards two objects at the same time that are antipodal from one another without the Earth actually increasing and decreasing its radius. Because within your paradigm, there is no up and down that is specific from an outside reference. It's all
space
relative. Go ahead,
if space is expanding, then the Earth should be expanding at the same rate. I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with an answer for him. But yeah, it doesn't make any logical sense, dude. It's a big problem.
No, listen, it's a fair question. I'm not denying the validity of your question. It's actually a very fair question. One that should probably be answered by a physicist, but I'd rather not me. But I agree. It's a fair question. I'm not going to deny that.
My whole thing about it is like, sure, a physicist might be able to come up with some colorful way to explain it, right? But at what point do we get so far away from a logical argument that we begin to comprehend that what we're trying to put forth when it comes to relativity and the ideas of gravity contained within are so illogical that maybe we go back to square one and try to figure out what it actually is.
Yeah, I think that's a great summary of the bigger picture, because in mainstream science, not on, a Discord server with a bunch of, people who are here for whatever personal reasons they have, but in actual science, it's very common for people to be questioning these claims by the astrophysicists and so on. And, they're not flat earthers. They're not coming at it from that point of view at all. It's just coming at it from what traditional science is. A lot of what they're proposing, they don't have evidence for. So I think it's a great question.
Shit. Dandelion, good to hear from you. How are you?
Good to hear from you. I'm good, actually. Yeah. How about you?
I like the new name, Fern Freeman.
You like that? Yeah, I just
That's a
came up
great
with
name.
that. Yeah, actually, because I wanted to name my daughter from long ago, and I was vetoed. Even though I do like the name she ended up with, but I never got to name a child Fern, so just thought I'd name myself. But yeah, good to hear you guys. It's been an interesting discussion, other than the sidetrack into the definition of grifter. But other than that, it's been good.
I apologize for that. I got a little upset there, but yeah.
That's okay. I
don't like bullies.
It's hard not to take the bait sometimes, but yeah. Well, good to have you around.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Hopefully things are going well with you.
Yeah, they're going real well. Yeah, I hate to announce that on Discord because somebody might try to stop it, but I don't think they will.
Right.
I don't think they're going to be able to.
There you go. I like it.
Plant people rock. Thank you.
So yeah, what are your thoughts on general relativity, making the claim that the Earth is moving upwards towards objects, and objects are actually in free fall, have no forces acting upon them? How do you reconcile that, or what do you think? I don't know if you're here for my earlier explanation.
Oh yeah. Well, what I totally loved was how you equated the Globers with the Flat Earth Society. That was great. Because the Flat Earth Society obviously is made up of people pushing the fantasy globe model. Yeah, I mean they're on similar shaky ground. I mean, like I said, even mainstream physicists are moving toward discarding that so-called model. They're just hoping, the public doesn't catch up before they figure out some new fairy tale to put out that people can't poke holes in, or they'll just remain in limbo because they know that one guy can say something over here and the other guy can say something over there, totally contradictory. And as long as they're propping up the mainstream fantasy, then they aren't going to get too much flack for it. So they're just counting on the basic scientific illiteracy of the public and their new, push of making science cool, and all these scientists are rock stars. We just love them. They can do no wrong. I mean, yeah, while at the same time claiming they're the ones pushing science when they're doing nothing of the kind, Not making any natural observations, not making any repeatable, testable, verifiable tests on any of this, because obviously it can't be tested. You're talking about their fantasy realm of outer space, which has no evidence of existing in the first place. So it's just, there's plenty of people. Before I realized the globe model was a total fake, I used to go down those rabbit holes of people who are doing their independent research, kind of just showing how the whole dark matter thing is ridiculous. But they're like very obscure. Like I tried to find the guy, a few months ago who's done a lot of research debunking dark matter, but I couldn't even find it because they're like obscure blogs, that people do. They're not like funded by anything, and they are actually making sense. And so, of course, you can't find them. You can find Neil deGrasse Tyson if you want. You can't find any independent researcher who's actually making sense.
Oh, they mostly disagree with each other. A lot of people think that these top scientists are in agreement with each other, but a lot of them really disagree vehemently with each other.
That's right.
Penrose, Austin Feather, They always like Michio Kaku. They're against the 11, fantasy frames and all this stuff. They mostly disagree with each other, but we don't get to hear that.
Yeah, if you look at Dr. Eric Lerner, his YouTube channel LPP Fusion, he's really going against the unscientific part of cosmology. And I say that because it's really interesting, because he wrote a book back in like 91 saying that the Big Bang was wrong or something like, I can't remember exactly what the title was, but it was something like that. So yeah, I would definitely look at his stuff. And even though he believes he lives on a globe, that doesn't mean that you can't glean good information from him.
Yep, Harriman was doing that back in like the late 90s. Physicists Lost in Space, that was one of his lectures that he put out there. Yeah, it's been going on for a while.
Are you familiar with the new discoveries that they're making with the James Webb Space Telescope?
What are their claims with that? I don't know.
Oh, this is really good. Well, they found in the early stages, like around 300 million to 500 million years after the so-called Big Bang, where there shouldn't have been galaxies there, they found fully formed galaxies the size of the Milky Way, and some like 10 times bigger. Yeah, that's one of the things they found. So it's a big blow to their cosmology. Everybody going silent, or what's going on?
Yeah, I was thinking about this other thing Del said. It's very odd. I'll try my best to say it again. You can have a think of it. It's very odd. You can tell me if it's wrong or I'm wrong. If you think of two massive cranes, right? These huge, that work on these, high rises, and they're suspending. They're just holding a swimming pool. Like, let's say it's 8 foot deep or whatever. And so you go and climb into that swimming pool, and when you go in underwater, you go to swim to the bottom, and you feel that pressure on your body, don't you? You feel it all over, like it constricts. Now he says that when they let that go, that pressure will no longer be there. Now I know the water's not going to shoot out either, because I know if I drop a cup of tea, well, the tea stays in the cup until it hits the floor. Well, it's so fucking weird. Is that true?
Say that again. Say that again, bro.
There's a swimming pool suspended high in the sky by two huge cranes. Right? You go up in that swimming pool, you swim to the bottom. You feel that pressure on you, don't you, when you go underwater? That constriction. Yeah,
okay.
I'm right. He says that when they let that swimming pool go, you'll no longer feel that pressure on you.
Well, yeah, because you're falling, like you're in a fast falling elevator. Yeah, because you're both
and the water
going down. So you're like,
the water won't come shooting out either.
So basically, you feel the pressure because of the weight of the water, but when you detach the connection between the grounding, i.e., the crane supporting the swimming pool, all that goes away. The pressure, the internal pressure, acting upon you.
Yes.
Well, no. The point is it seemingly loses its weight. That weight of the water on top of you, all of a sudden vanishes.
Right.
Even though the water's still there. I've always said, like, you have to understand the variables of weight in order to understand what weight is. And if you don't know, I think it's like 6 or 7 different variables affecting weight, then you're always going to be under the assumption of weight being a force, even though weight is not a force.
Yeah, but your weight is still there. Your weight is not changing. Oh, my bad. Go on.
I've jumped off a few 10-feet objects back in my day. I used to jump off the roof of my house. I used to jump into water, right? And I can tell you, at that moment where you're in between the platform and the water, or the roof and the ground, you don't feel any weight, right? So I kind of think that if I was in the pool, because I can imagine myself in the pool, and then feeling that feeling again where you're dropping like 10 feet. And I would think that you would still be surrounded by water, but it would be like you could, move your arms more freely through the water. Like, I feel like you would, feel less pressure and less, density. Because when you flap your arms in the water, like just like a bird standing up, you can feel the friction, right? But if you were falling, like, I think the friction would be less because I think that the water would start to not like spread out, I guess.
It's bizarre to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's so bizarre. I'm sorry. I almost want to apologize to y'all because I've been thinking about it. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, trying to wrap my head around it. Like, buoyancy.
Well, like I said, it all boils down to what weight is and what weight isn't. So, contrary to the current conception, weight is not a force. The said weight of a mass is merely point non-specific or incoherent mutual mass acceleration, but not two masses or more towards each other, rather towards a null pressure point between the two. And weight likewise has many variables such as medium, vector, magnitude, and phase. So all field phenomena follows the right-hand rule, including weight being an attribute of mass towards the lowest pressure acceleration. So weight is increasing inertia and acceleration away from space. So weight is the opposite of a force, which it's called, because if force expenditure is required to counter weight, then weight, therefore, itself cannot be a force. So it's just essentially a locus of potential energy.
I like to keep it simple. I say weight is the amount of matter and the type of matter. That's it.
I feel like there's motion involved. I can't help but think, and I'm terrible at this, so I apologize again, but I feel like there must be motion involved in some way.
Yeah, because you're thinking of scales.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, that has to do with vector, right?
Yeah.
Motion towards a direction.
Yeah.
And weight is vector specific.
I don't know. Like I said
is it
before,
really vector specific?
At some point, I have to put it down because it's like, I've just got to stop thinking about that.
Well, yeah, that restriction, constriction, the pressure that you feel on you is that's what we're calling weight, and it's vector specific. So, if you're in a really fast car, right, and you're getting pushed back in the seat, it's changed its vector from towards the surface rather than, what is it, 45 degrees from that going away.
Well, that's because your car is moving forward. As a unit go backwards.
Let me add something real quick. So what Jeremy was saying earlier, that gravity or weight seems to have a vector bias, right? It's a downward bias, so the vector is down, straight down. Why is that?
Because it's two masses. It's two masses seeking the null pressure between each other. There's like a null point between the two masses that they're coming together towards, but not directly together. It's everything always travels in a curved linear fashion. Even when you drop something, it's not. If you set, let's say, a bowling ball fall on the ground and you raise it straight up, however many feet, and drop it, it's not going to fall directly on that same spot. And they'll try to tell you that's due to Coriolis, but in all actuality, it's due to the fact that everything follows this curvilinear pathway, seeking the null point between each other.
What? Did you just say if you drop something, it's not going to fall at the same spot?
Yeah. The higher up you go, the more magnified that will be. But yeah.
Yeah, the Globers claim they've done this in an old church tower or something, where they dropped a ball and it doesn't fall in the same spot where Plum would be or some shit. But I'm not so sure.
No way.
Dude,
I don't believe that.
It's really interesting that they, say stuff like this, because back in the day, they were shooting cannonballs straight up in the air and it would land right back in the barrel or the cannon.
That's right.
Yeah, but you got wind and shit in that scenario. So I mean, that's you need to do that in some kind of controlled environment.
So isn't there wind next to the buildings?
Or you got to do it inside a building where there's no wind.
I'm willing to bet money it'll drop at the exact same spot.
There's still air resistance though in that. You have to make this in like a vacuum.
No, but if it's a sphere, yeah, that would be the ideal. That would actually be the ideal place to do it. Yeah, in a vacuum, absolutely. But yeah. Well, they got the Bremen drop tower, and that's 300 feet, I think. I forgot how tall it is, but yeah, they drop shit in a vacuum there all the time.
Yeah, but they kick people out when they drop stuff when they don't fall at the same rate.
That is where that gold, all those elements came from. Yeah, that was actually from the Bremen drop tower. That little gift people post of the elements falling at different rates. Yeah.
I thought that it was supposed to fall at the same rate, seeing as how it was like the same mass. So, do they kick people out when they defy their religion? Did he get excommunicated? What happened? Did he get kicked out of the temple?
Well, the mass doesn't even matter. The mass doesn't even matter in a vacuum.
They say it's an agreed upon rate of fall. It's an agreed. They all know it doesn't always fall at the same rate, so it's an agreed upon. They all say it. They all say that it's not like a set upon thing when they drop something. It's always different most of the time. And they just came up with an agreement. Okay, we'll agree on this rate.
I mean, what do you do to even test that? You get your area, you drop a plumb line, right? And then you mark a spot on the top and a spot on the bottom. And then you drop something from that spot and then see if it lands on the X on the floor, I guess. That'd be neat to test that out.
So imagine, from watching something drop, they've made calculations about the whole universe based on something falling when you pick it up. And they think they have the beat on knowledge. And if you question it, well, you're a grifter, you're a scammer, you're a liar. Yeah.
Tell me they weren't saying that flat earthers are grifters after jumping on the globe model and getting all that funding from the government. Come on, seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Talking about accusing people of that which you're guilty of. Jesus. Anyway, please continue. I don't want to hog the mic. I've been doing my best past few days not to hog the mic.
It just tells me what a complex system this is. We can't even agree on, the cause of something falling. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, they're never going to
everybody
find.
goes silent when
They're never going to
everybody
find the
goes
cause
silent
of
when
it.
you put them close to the fire. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Did we overspeak each other? Sorry, bro.
It's all good. I was just going to say that they're never going to find the cause of it because they're avoiding the cause.
Yeah.
Whether they realize it or not. And I think at this point, most of them do realize it. At least the ones I've encountered after talking with them. But they'll never look into it. They'll never look into the causal mechanism or link that's associated with all phenomena being magnetism. They just in their heads, they'll dive into all these other fucking topics. But when it comes to this very one thing, they want nothing to do with it. It's like kryptonite. Yeah, I noticed that when I talked about it yesterday, when I said that, maybe you guys are going to have to finally understand that everything's, electromagnetic and that's how this, universe is ruled by. And they were like, you're asking us to throw away gravity forever? No way, man. It's like, no, I didn't ask you to throw away gravity. I'm just telling you, you got to, consider that, the universe, including deep space, is all electromagnetic in nature and not gravitic.
Yeah, I mean, I think these people that we're talking about that are clinging to outmoded, disproven, and multiple times destroyed fantasy models, I mean, that type of person is obviously necessary for humanity. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. I mean, providing this mindless resistance while couching it in pseudo-intellectual terms, keeps look what it's done here in the exposure of the globe lights, forced a group of people to hone their arguments, to train themselves in logical fallacies, to become better debaters, to make sure they can back up their claims with evidence. I mean, it's made the whole fleet of, people who are very good at arguing points and calling for real evidence and not taking claims on faith. So, I mean, it's been good for getting the facts out there and the actual evidence and the whole discussion of what is science, what is facts, what does it mean to go on faith? I mean, you guys have witnessed again and again how much Globers freak out when you call their real beliefs a religion. I mean, but come on, it meets all the definitions. I mean, 100 years from now, they'll just be like, wow, how did this even last as long as it did? And some of us or our children or grandchildren will be able to explain. So it's an interesting phenomenon to live through for sure.
Well, there's the same thing going on in pop culture right now. Joe Rogan offered some hoity-toity scientist $100,000, and now other people have joined, to donate to his favorite charity. And another, 900,000 have joined. People are putting up this money because they want to see a debate between this hoity-toity scientist and RFK. And the guy's accusing, or the media is saying that he's being harassed. So he went on Joe Rogan, got to speak about whatever he wanted to speak about, and then he gets, pretty much challenged to debate by Joe Rogan. And the guy's like, no, I would never do that. He's a lawyer. I would never debate a lawyer. He's way better at debating. I'm only a scientist. It's like, what? It's crazy because the mainstream is seeing it too right now. And this is a really big story on the news. I don't want to say the other doctor's name because I don't want to give him any credit because he's a coward.
Oh, okay, I'll have to look it up. Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to, but I'll look it up. But yeah, I mean, I think that we're seeing the remnants of generations going out of existence where there was whatever reason we got to this point where you are allowed to look at things from multiple perspectives. There is no uniform culture. There's no uniform, Dan Rather is not considered to be, the source of all wisdom anymore. So I think that's why, what I see in the younger generation coming up is they're just kind of they don't take any of this stuff on faith. I mean, I think that's why you're getting a lot more spirit of inquiry from that generation. So I'm very curious to see what's going to happen, when this generation starts, having positions of influence and power, because even though they're working really hard, this kind of dead, parasite class to grip, the last little remnants of their power, this world has become the way it is, where there's multiple sources of information. You can learn how to examine that information on its face. You no longer have to rely on the personality or the credentials of the person giving the information. You can train yourself in logical fallacies so you can understand whether there's any credence to their claim and so on. So, it's I think, it'll be really interesting times coming up for sure.
Yeah, not unless we change society in the West. It's heading downhill extremely fast. It's on 5th gear and we're heading down. The rest of the world is laughing at us right now. So either we get our act together or Western civilization as we know it will end soon. That's a guarantee.
Well, the president's theme for his campaign was finish the job, right? That's what an assassin says when they try to kill something and it didn't die, so he has to go finish the job. So I really think that this next election could be interesting, and maybe even the cookbook for a little bit of a skirmish. Unfortunately, I think that's where we're headed, because if you look what happened 500 years ago, Martin Luther, 1517, nailed the 95 Theses. And then, basically the empire started losing its authority, and there was the largest redistribution of wealth when everybody was like going into the Catholic churches and just taking all the gold menorahs and everything out and just, taking back their gold and their property, essentially. And I kind of think that's what's happening right now. Like, the Catholic religion is a unified religion, and I kind of think that the Protestants have forgotten why they were Catholic to begin with. And I kind of think that the same thing is happening right now, but it's to do with science, not so much religion, but it's still the same empire.
Yeah, it's really bad, and yeah, I don't want to go down this road because it's just this woke movement. This has to be addressed, or forget about flat Earth, forget about everything else. If you don't get this in order, it's game over for the West. The rest of the world is laughing at us right now, like literally laughing at us right now. The White House had a dinner party, and there were transvestites dancing, and they were like showing their boobs and stuff. And I saw a newscast showing other leaders talking about nuclear bombs and talking about this and that and refugees. And the White House is having transvestite dance in the backyard. It's like society is finished, man. Like literally, got to do something about this.
Well, I think we just need to vote with our dollars and do research on every company that we spend money with. If you look at the commercials for Netflix and you still want to buy Netflix, I kind of think you're crazy, because everything on there is like, where did all the white people go? Like, did all the white people die in the West? Are they dead? Because they're not on TV anymore. And hey, look at this. The Supreme Court just ruled that discriminating on Asian and white people because of their race to get into colleges is unconstitutional. So, hey, even though I don't like the Supreme Court, I'm not a big fan, especially of all their rulings, but this one seems to be particularly interesting. They've decided that racism is illegal finally. Like, come on, that's cool, right?
The law is going to save us, Larry.
But no, I mean, isn't it racist to say that you can't come in because you're Asian? Like, someone who has better test scores and, like, you can't come in because of the color of your skin, like who your parents are. I think they're only doing that currently, like making that change, is because their virtues and values that they've distorted and created with all this like open acceptance of insanity, if you know what I'm talking about, is has imploded. It's like it's reversed against them now. So now they've got to like walk back all this shit that they've done in the past to make everything like all accepting and inclusive, because it contradicts their whole narrative, their current recent narrative.
Well, yeah, looking at like the Supreme
People
Court.
know how bad this is. In Canada, if your child claims that they're a different gender and you don't support them, the government can take your child away from you.
In California,
So
if you're going through a
Americans,
divorce.
listen up.
Yeah.
No divorce. No divorce. You're a happily married couple, but your child thinks they're a different gender and you don't support them. They passed a law in Canada that the government can take your child away from you, just as if it's child abuse.
And you can go to prison for 5 years or whatever. There was actually a guy who did go to prison in Canada for this. Sorry.
Yeah, it's very, very bad what's going on. I mean, it's very, very bad. It's definitely survival of our Western culture. Yeah. I said enough. I won't say anymore.
I agree with you 100%, SC. You're 100% correct. And we have to do something now as well.
Yeah, it's up to the parents. It's up to the parents. Keep an eye on what they're teaching your children in school. It's not just math and science. They're teaching them other stuff that you would be terrified to hear, stuff that you wouldn't repeat to your child. So, yeah.
So I've heard that, there's this thing in college where if the student sleeps with a professor, even though they're both, adults of age of consent, right? It's considered unethical to use that position of authority to take advantage of the young person and push whatever, sexual advances onto them, right? Shouldn't it be also equally unethical to push your political ideology on the young people and use your position of authority to have power over them?
Absolutely, especially if it's a thing that relates to gender. We're talking about gender. What does a 3-year-old? Do you remember when you were 3 or 5? I can't remember anything when I was that old, let alone what sex I was.
Yeah, totally.
Did
totally
you
remember being
yourself at that age? I mean, well, what's society become? I mean, oh man, it's very depressing.
I remember running my fingers through my second birthday party through the cake. So I definitely remember being like 3 years old, and the little redheaded girl was like coming over, and I was under my table pretending like I was working on it. And I remember getting excited because the girl came over, right? I had, guy friends or little boy friends, not like that. And I wasn't as excited as when the little redheaded girl came over.
At 3 years old, you remember this?
Yeah, I got a really good memory. I remember playing kindergartner. Goofy time, silly Larry, sit down. I remember getting spanked in the classroom by the teacher. I didn't get to face my accusers. I didn't get no jury or nothing. She just executed my ass with that wooden piece of stick.
Oh yeah, kindergarten. I remember being told to stand in the corner, but you're 6 at kindergarten, not 3.
I remember when I'm 3 as well. I remember from when I'm 3. I remember New Year's Eve 1992.
Wow.
That's my earliest memory. New Year's Eve 1992. Sorry, 93. 1993.
And you knew you were like a certain sex at that age? You had an idea of what sex you were?
No, I don't know about that. I just know that. I just remember. I remember what happened. I don't know about that. Although my dad did tell me a really funny story. We used to have these neighbors who used to come over, and they used to be friends with my mum and dad, and they had a daughter who was like same age as me. I was 3 at the time. And at one point, like my dad goes, I was looking for you and you just disappeared with the girl as well. And they went into the bedroom and I was underneath the blanket with the girl in my mum and dad's bed. And my dad goes, what are you doing? What are you up to? And he goes, and you just coolly, very cool, you just looked at me and said, I'm sunbathing.
Bad boy.
I'm getting a tan. I don't remember this though. Doesn't that say a lot though? Because even then, when I was 3, I don't remember this, and I don't think I did anything. But like, doesn't it say a lot that even at that age you're still kind of attracted to girls, or supposed to be? I don't know, man.
I don't know, bro. I never thought I'd see a man advertising bras. I never thought I'd live to see that day. So call me old fashioned, you know what I mean? But I don't know what to say anymore, man.
No, bro, trust me. Every day now that I go like on look on media and stuff, I literally feel like washing my eyes with bleach, man. I'm starting to run out of bleach here.
Yeah, I think just to address Jim Panda, he must be listening on the live stream or something. He said he's kind of mischaracterizing what Larry said. Yeah, I don't think Larry was advocating that was a better time. He was just giving an example of an early time that he can remember. I think, 3-year-old memory is common. I've documented it in my own children. And one was when they were 2 and just about to become 3. They remembered something. It was definitely from memory, not from a photograph or a retelling of the tale. But I think we do tend to idealize the past sometimes. I used to do it a lot more. I don't really do it anymore. For sure not. But I think it was funny because it was Lunatic who one time kind of challenged me on that when I was like idealizing the past, like the 50s or whatever. And he's like, well, even though they kind of gave this appearance of order and method and things being like kind of more, I don't know, like I guess more civilized is the best way I could say it. There was a lot of stuff happening beneath the surface, that was hidden, and a lot of hidden abuse and so on, which a lot of that is coming to fruition now. I think that's why we see what's happening now. Things that used to be hidden are coming into full view. So it's not necessarily that it was better back then. I mean, we have to go through this time. Like, even if you went back to then, you'd still have to go through this time. So might as well just go through it. What were you going to say?
Speaking of that, did you guys hear how somebody uncovered like a mass grave site of children in Canada prior to the fires breaking out? And that
yeah, bro,
yeah, and that the fires is like kind of a way to like hand wave away that discovery through a bigger, I don't know, media
Yeah, they
narrative.
were found next to a
Really
Catholic church
disgraceful
school.
here.
A Catholic school. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's a disgrace what us Canadians have done to the indigenous people here. Yeah, it's very, very criminal.
Real quick, speaking about Canada while we're on the topic, I also heard that Facebook and Twitter is heavily censoring a ton of information in Canada specifically due to some new law or regulation that came forward. Have you heard about that?
Oh yeah, bro. They used to take children away from their parents and put them in Catholic schools. Just go and imagine somebody coming in your house, taking your children, and just raising them as whites, whatever you want to call it, Western.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, I guess it's two separate topics, but what I'm trying to say is that there's certain mainstream like world media news that's not allowed to air in Canada. So like they've got no clue of what's going on in a lot of ways within the world. I think that's kind of like scary if you really think about it, like in modern day, how they're literally censoring live events from viewing over certain social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter. That's dude, like what the hell's going on in Canada, dude?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. We have laws that you have to accept a person's gender. If a person identifies a certain way, you have to address them in that certain way. Like it's crazy, man. Like things are getting out of hand. From accept us the way we are, we said okay, to you want to run the show now? Man, certain people better wake up quick, man.
Well,
Really
it's
quick.
just weird because like Canada's been so quiet for so long in like the whole world scheme of things, and now all of a sudden it's like these skeletons are just falling out of the closet.
Well, yeah, maybe it's. Hey, SE, have you ever considered maybe it's the Canadians at fault?
Absolutely. Yeah. We're a bunch of wimps. Yeah.
Yeah, like you know what I mean? Because maybe
Absolutely.
it's the like, if especially if all you do is complain and whine about everything, nothing's gonna get done. You know?
Absolutely, brother. Couldn't agree with you more. Yep.
Did you guys see the parade recently where they were chanting, "We're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children"? A lot of people, including news agencies, are trying to, like play that off. Like, for me, like if I were to go somewhere, just being a cisgender white male is what they call me, right? Obviously, I'm not any of those things. I'm a man, right? A male is talking about an animal. I don't know what cis is, but I'm no sissy. So, but yeah, I'm a man. If I were to go, right, and say that I'm here, I have a beard, and I'm coming for your children, like that would be considered like a threat, right? Like if I were to go to a school and say that, like obviously I wouldn't do that because I'm not coming for anybody's children. But wouldn't I be like arrested for making some kind of threat?
Absolutely lock you up right
Hey,
away.
imagine if flat earthers were walking around like, "We're coming for you," like they would fucking lose their mind. Like, "We're flat earthers and we're coming to teach your children about." Like, all freak
Somebody
out.
already did and got arrested. Sorry.
Yes, this mail is a way to marginalize normal people. But yeah, I do think. What was I thinking about? Oh yeah, Amanda Vollmer. She talked about there was no geoengineering for these fires. You know, she's Canadian, great Canadian, by the way, as well. Highly recommend their content. And I was thinking about this with the kids. If you fill them up with fucking caffeine and all sorts of chemicals, sugar, and they go climbing walls, and then you kick shit out of them for it. Yeah, me personally, I'd want to address. I don't know, who knows? Maybe there's a correlation between microplastics, what's in the water, pharmaceuticals in the water. That could be a thing to address about this whole transgender situation. Not that they ever will, of course, but that seems to be the thing that I'd look for anyway.
That may be the case, but it's absolutely true that it's being pushed in the media, in Hollywood.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, just look at the movies. I mean, it's unbelievable.
But
It's
if
being pushed in the White House.
if it was the case that there was a chemical issue, then you can truly see these people as victims, can't you? And empathy would be the right approach.
Personally, I think it's an
Yeah,
agenda.
I agree.
Because
I agree that I just want to underline what he said before you go on to another topic. Yeah, these people are victims. The victims of the globe cult, the victims of all of these different kind of agendas to divide people. For sure, we do not want to get angry at the individual person who is, basically a cult mind control victim of whatever agenda. So I totally agree. Empathy is the way to go. I didn't always feel that way when I first started, especially the global eye, recognizing that, I know I used to put my anger in the wrong place. Now I know, of course, the people perpetuating the global lie are flat earthers. Of course, we all know that. They know what the true nature of the earth is, that there's no globe anywhere. So our main problem people are clearly flat earthers, not globers. End my opinion statement. But
That's
continue with what you're going to say. Yeah, for sure.
I wanted to add that Dr. Rhonda Patrick, I think is her name. She was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and she's an expert. She's dedicated her life to studying the reproductive system and microplastics, especially microwave plastics, and how it leaches into the food and how it affects human beings. And there's a direct connection with the hormone production and how the length of the gooch, which is kind of odd to talk about, but so the length from the back of your ball sack to your anus can differ from baby to baby, and there's a direct connection with smaller lengths of gooch to the modern babies compared to. I mean, she's been tracking this thing for a long time, for 30 years. So she's been noticing a link between, and some people will say, "Oh, I was born this way," and that might be the case. They were born homosexual
Are you
because of.
saying this
Yeah, because
lady's
it's
a
been
gooch
going on.
guru?
Yeah, it's been going on for this. Yeah, microwaving plastics back when they were first starting to do that. My dad's friend, who's PhD pharmaceutical researcher, the same person who made me realize as a child that there's no scientific way we possibly could have gone to the moon. Anyway, this incredibly intelligent man also told us, don't microwave your stuff in plastic. He was telling us that decades ago because he was doing the research and they were like, doing the margins of error. It's like, oh yeah, this is safe, which means, within these certain margins of error that we want to kind of, put off to the side so that we can do this, more cost effective, thing that we want to do. It's just like anything else. They still are like, now they say no BPAs or whatever, but it's kind of like, oh yeah, so you're still going to microwave your stuff in plastic? Like, please. I'm glad you brought that up. Because that's been going on. When did they probably start doing that? Like in the late 70s, early 80s or something would be my guess. I think that's when because TV dinners used to be in metal and you put them in the oven. I don't know exactly when they stopped doing that, but yeah, for sure that's a major problem.
And they make cups that are BPA free with forever chemicals. So be careful. Just because it says BPA free and you get a cup for your child or yourself, it still might have forever chemicals in there to replace the, microplastic. And yeah, to go along with your point, when Fukushima happened, I don't remember which agency, but they basically upped the safe radiation level for humans by a couple orders of magnitude. So obviously these are just arbitrary numbers, with safe. The cell phone radiation test that they did, they said, well, it doesn't heat up your brain, therefore it's safe. It's like, we're not worried about that. We're worried about the carcinogenic pulses from the phone that could cause genetic DNA damage to the eggs, right? So in Israel, if you go to a school there's no Wi-Fi, no cell phone towers around the schools, right? So if it's good enough for Israel, it's probably good enough for us.
Yeah, and
To
even if
get
that
back to
thing that
the
you have, I'm sorry, just one more, just a public service announcement. As a mother, you can heat things differently than what it says on the package. Like I do it all the time. Take it out of the plastic thing, you put it in a pan, and you put it in the oven with tinfoil on it. It works perfectly fine. Just public service announcement. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Don't microwave plastic. That's a fact. But what I was going to say was, it appears that the last country standing is America. What I mean by that is freedom to own guns, freedom to shoot guns in your backyard, freedom to do a host of things that other countries wouldn't believe. Like, there's people in the States that have 50, 60 guns in one house, 20 guns in another house. They got 3, 4 guns in their truck, right? That's unheard of in the rest of the world. Freedom that you guys have is unheard of. This is what they're after. Now, they know they can't take those guns away from you. They've tried many ways. Even when there's mass shootings and this and that, what do people do? They go and buy guns. So they tried everything, right? So now the only way that they want to take down the states is they're going after your children. This is what they're doing right now. That's the only way they can take down, because American society is strong, free. So they're going after the children. They want to mess them up from young. That's what they're doing now.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue they've been doing that for a long time. The Prussian method of education. That's why they have the rows of seats. That's why they go by the bell. We were talking about this the other day a little bit. I remember Whitsitt saying something which I agree with, which is, we should be emphasizing whatever the person's good at. We should be facing them in that direction rather than trying to get them to dance to a different beat, sort of thing.
Absolutely. My children are artists, and I did homeschool, taught them the basics, reading, writing, arithmetic, and of course, I didn't teach them algebra, right? I didn't think they were going to use it, to tell you the truth, because they're artists, right? So I let them flourish in their art, and they both have like the drawing pads. So they can draw with a mouse, they can draw with the little drawing pad with a little plastic pen, and, they literally get paid to draw and they get commissions.
Well, tell me now, Larry, I got to hear about this because I have a son who's like extremely talented in art. He's 13 and he draws like amazing things, like way better than I can ever do. But I'm like I'm into music. I am not talented in that area at all. It's obviously, something some people are inherently born with, but I haven't really encouraged him on that like digital thing you're talking about. But because he doesn't really like, computers that much, not like his brothers. But you think it would be worth it because of like the future, like commercial, like viability or whatever, to encourage him to also try that?
Well, I don't know. If you got him a tattoo gun, I think that would also be good. I don't think he should practice it on himself, but I'm saying that if you're talking about commerce, right? If you're talking about
Yeah.
making him independent, you want to get him something he can practically use, right? So with that little pen and getting used to drawing without ink is going to be a skill that would definitely benefit him. And you can get a really good one that has an actual screen on it for like $300 or $400. So instead of just drawing on a grid, you can get one that has a screen, and you've seen those things where they like zoom in on the fractals and they keep zooming in. You can draw that kind of stuff with
Tell
these
me
things.
what is the thing that the one you're talking about called?
Let me look. Might be
Okay,
over
thank
here.
you.
Well, there's the grid one. Let me go ask my son what it's called. Hold on.
Okay, I appreciate that because he has actually sold some of his paintings already. Like he paints people's pets and he paints people's ships and boats, which everybody likes. You know what I mean? But he does that with like drawing or painting. And he's been selling them. People will buy that kind of stuff. I mean, the stuff you see in the store that's like mass produced is like, oh my gosh, where are they finding these people that have like no artistic talent whatsoever? Like, I know many children who can draw better than that. I know it's very weird. So people who like, if you can paint or draw realistically, there's like a huge market for it. He's going to find that for me so you guys can carry on whatever you were talking about. But I do want to say, just
I'm
with the
curious.
message.
You as
Oh,
a
huh?
Well, I was going to ask you a question. I'm curious. You as a woman, how do you feel about the woke movement? If you don't mind, you don't have to answer.
Oh yeah. Well, it's funny. That is kind of what I was going to say is like, I mean, I get where like kind of the doom and gloom attitude is going, like, oh, we got to do something about this. But, come on, like that's part of the agenda. Obviously they're pushing this to the extreme to like, well, how can we take this before Mr. and Mrs. Joe Smith will actually do something about it? Because they are shocked at how much Mr. and Mrs. Joe Smith have tolerated. But my view out here on the field is that Mr. and Mrs. Joe Smith on the local level have reached their level of tolerance. So I, personally, I see why it was pushed. I see why there's a pushback. I think the best thing we can do is deal with the individual person that's right in front of us. I mean, I've seen from the beginning of being involved in so-called alternative movements pretty much my whole adult life. Like when I used to be involved in like radical environmentalist movements, that were like Earth First, that kind of thing, Greenpeace, back when it was radical. and I started noticing right away, oh my gosh, there's like a ton of damaged people in these movements, like people that were molested as children, people that are like very angry with the world. It's kind of like, and that is all those kind of pushback movements, which of course they used to let them come up naturally and then squash them through various agent infiltrations and so on. Then they started their new tactic, which I, admire for its devious, intellectual depravity and, just from pure intellect standpoint, it was very clever to actually create the movements themselves, so that there is no room for an organic movement to form. And I was fooled by that. And then an even more devious thing is to recognize outright that, oh yeah, the Flat Earth Society is a psyop. And then you think those people can be trusted, right? Because they're calling that out. Those people also are controlled opposition. So my view is, I don't know. I just don't get that hung up on the big picture of like, oh my gosh, they're coming for the children, because I don't know. Maybe it's just a female thing. I just try to like deal with my own children and like people I have actual contact with to make sure they're kind of like grounded in reality and like have their needs taken care of so that they don't end up being angry, on either side, like just, lashing out, because that's how you get control, right? Because they have such a great, like, the study they've done of human nature and psychology has been very good. I mean, it started back when we were talking about the 50s, when they started the CIA and the psychological experiments and the testing they did with LSD and so on, studying the techniques of North Korea and China and how they managed to turn red-blooded patriotic American soldiers against the United States of America after a short time in a prison camp. And then they started applying those techniques on a more widespread basis. And then, of course, pushing them out through the media. So, I mean, my answer to your question is, if you start feeling really upset or emotional about a topic, then think back, who might be trying to use me for their agenda, and try to avoid having that happen and try to just fulfill the purpose of what you're actually here for, which, like I was talking about with Larry, in the case of my son, has like this amazing talent in art. I'm like, everything, I do is like move toward getting him the tools he needs, encouraging him to do it, making sure, he's well fed and can do this, because I can't do that. You know what I mean? Like I could study art, I guarantee you, for like 10, 20 years. I get decent at it, but I will never ever be as good as my 13-year-old son. I know that for sure.
Well, what I told my children is like, it's okay to look at the anatomy books. I gave them the anatomy books. I said, if you want to draw the genitals, that's fine. I know that sounds crazy, but it's hard to draw hands. It's hard to draw certain things like this. But I was like, get in the anatomy books. Look at the bones. Look how the skin lays over the bones. And then I taught them about perspective even before Flat Earth, right? I didn't, know as much, but I knew that art had to deal with like perspective and anatomy, and studying like the Christian art of like the 1500s, the Renaissance era. I knew that like realistic paintings like became like a really big deal. And I basically turned them from drawing like stick figures to like, 3-dimensional, anatomically correct with the golden ratio and everything. Like, showed them about the golden ratio and how the foot is the same size as the forearm. And, the Vitruvian Man? I don't know how to say that.
I like that idea. I have Grey's Anatomy. I'm going to give it to him. Yeah, because he resists doing people. He's done it some, like when his art teacher makes him, but he first only did trains, ships, and so on. Then he moved on to animals. But drawing people, I think, is hard, realistically. But yeah, I got to push him toward that, because it's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I posted.
Well, it's good to hear that people are grounded at the mom and pop level. But I'm like
that's
looking
just what
at
I'm
it
seeing in
as
the
the
local.
big picture.
I'm in the United States of America, and I'm telling you, in what some may call the middle of nowhere, like, I don't want to get into like a ton of details, but like I'm seeing a lot of resistance at that level. Yeah, at the local level, that's what I'm seeing, and and I think that's normal. That the parents want their children to have the education skills that they need to succeed in the world. Like that's a normal feeling for a parent. It's just they also still have that human psychology of wanting to stay with the group, regardless of, even to the point, as we've seen with the Stanford smoke-filled room studies and other studies, that most people, a majority of people, it's just the way it is, will actually risk their lives rather than be ostracized or made fun of by the group. So it had to get to a certain point, but the pushback is what we're going to see. And so I guess when your question, like as I see myself, is more going to be, I've already lived the one side, the other side, like the pushback is what's going to come next. And like, we don't want that to go too far. You know what I mean? Because that's like, it could get too extreme control the other direction, which could be one of the reasons why, the people who are kind of like trying to orchestrate all this would want to push it that far to justify some kind of pushback. So that, and looking ahead, that's what I would look out for. That's what I'm looking out for.
Now you're making sense. Absolutely. Create the problem so they can do, yeah. Hegelian, all that stuff there. Yeah. And I feel good that you're telling me that you're there and you see the pushback. So that makes me feel good. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, I could give you specific examples. I just don't want to do it on the live stream. So maybe if we talk sometime in the chill channel or something, I could tell you.
Well, definitely. And it really makes me feel good because I've had some real pushback on that. Like what you were saying before, like the guy that was here, Jem, I went on his channel and asked him, what is a woman? And I made some points that I don't think men should compete in swimming events. And like, the pushback I got from them was like incredible.
Right, but actual women, as you see, in these sporting events, agree with you. Yeah, exactly, because they realize that there's certain physical limitations. So it's the reason why these divisions were created. Yeah, I mean, that's just a normal common sense point of view. Yeah, but some people can't handle common sense, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a logical thing. You can't expect a woman to be a man. It's just men are physically stronger. It's a fact. Women can give birth. Men can't. That's also a fact. I mean, that's just the way it is. So here you are, you're a woman, you're training all your life from like 12 years old, even younger. Some of them start at 7, 8, swimming in the pool. They miss weekends with their friends because they're in the pool swimming. They spend like 10 years reaching a point where, they can probably make it to the Olympics, win a medal, and make some money for their, all those years. And guess what? A big dude, 6'6", stands beside them. That is 400th with the men. But guess what? He wins, and he takes the medal away from her. Well, they actually tie. It's even worse. They actually tie, and they give the medal to the man. Like, come on, man. Come on.
I mean, I would just say in any situation of injustice like the one that you describe, or any kind of situation where a person is not being given a fair chance, I mean, all it does is make that person, I mean, if that person has that, inherent drive within them, it makes them just have to be all the better, right? I mean, then it's undeniable. It's unfortunate that it would have to take that, but I mean, we've seen that story happen again and again.
Yeah, it's sad and it upsets me, as you can tell. Anyways, let's change the topic. I'm sure we bored everybody. I'm sure. Yeah.
No, I think we're all interested in the outcome of the West, right? Because let's remember, when they tore down the Berlin Wall, people weren't trying to get into communism. They were trying to get into capitalism. And even though, we're not really under a free and open market, because they still put people in cages for having plants and herbs. But, it's like This is like it. This is it. This is like the testing ground. You know, there was a guy on here last night saying this is a video game. Like, I'm trying to win. Like, and, you know, I think a lot of smart people have been quoted in here saying that, you know, your cosmology dictates your life choices. And I really think if people knew, like, how important we are, every choice we make, how important that it is, it's actually life or death. What happens in the future, whether we tell the truth or not today.
So back to what all this started. I'm sure people are depressed as it is. Just keep in mind, protect your children. That's it. That's job number one, man, from these freaks.
Larry, can you post that graphics tablet again? I deleted it by accident.
I posted 2. Did it get deleted?
Well, one of them did. I put a GIF in that I deleted, and it nuked your link out. Sorry for that, man.
No worries, brother.
Dandelion wants to see it.
Yeah,
There
I
it
don't
is.
think I didn't see either one of them, but I will look this time. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the exact one that my son has, and it is magnificent. I even liked playing with it, and I'm not really an artist anymore since they didn't offer art in the 7th grade.
Oh, look, and it's got an astronaut in space there. That's one of the science fiction things that you can create.
Sorry about that.
No, I think it's funny because it's like that's what you have to become a good artist to work for NASA, right?
That checks out.
Yeah, I actually substituted for an astronomy class one time, and there was a whole section on Photoshop about how you had to like change colors from this color to the other color, how to do it. Yeah, it was like unironic. That's just like part of astronomy now, right? Photoshop.
Yeah, I really enjoyed playing with that thing because you can zoom in, draw the line. If it's not perfect, you erase it and draw it again till you get it right, and you can essentially zoom into the pixel. So there's no real reason why you shouldn't become like a better artist with that kind of control. And the eye-hand coordination I think is really good too. My children started out drawing on paint. So they would like make these amazing like Japanimation, they say anime these days, anime style characters. And that's when I was like, okay, you got to stop doing this anime thing and you got to like get, the anatomy involved. And once they started drawing the skin over the bones and the clothing over the bones, like their art just like exponentially got better and better and better.
Yeah, some of these young people are like amazing because I've been teaching this, or I'm not teaching right now, but I was teaching this anatomy class online that I've been teaching for a long time. And there's this one assignment where you're supposed to draw like certain, organ systems and so on, label the parts. And like it used to be most students drew them on a paper and took a picture of it, right? And then they started like doing it more on the computer, but it was always like very amateur looking. But then, some of them would try to just go find an image, and turn it in as their work. And that was like a common thing. So like every time I saw one that looked really professional, I'd try to search it up to find that one and then give them a 0 and make them do it over. Or sometimes they're not allowed to do it over. But the end of the story is supposed to be, was a couple years ago, this person turned one in that looked so professional to me that I don't think I gave her a 0. I think I just wrote to her and said, oh, was this your own work? Because I couldn't find it. Usually I can find their cheating work by just doing an image search, and it's like on the first couple pages, but I couldn't find it. And she's like, oh, no, thank you for the compliment. Like, that's my own work. And it was like very professional looking, like you would see in a textbook. Yeah. So some of them are really getting that good training, which is nice. So I'm not good at it, at drawing on the computer. I definitely have never gotten good at it. I'll put it on that long list of things to learn, but it's not high priority for me even. I mean, why should I? Because there's so many other people doing it, right? But yeah, thank you for that link. I will take a look at that. I don't know if I'm ready to get it for him yet, because I do think I wanted to make sure he's really good at his skills without the computer, but I don't think he would totally switch over to that. Oh yeah, I totally agree with Globecat. He keeps asking us about, this argument. I agree, it's cringe, and yeah, I agree with what Mr. Globecat just said. There's absolutely zero reason to go there and with that argument, and it just plays into the hands of the other side, who are, taking the globe on faith. Yeah, if anything, the globe is more of evidence of God, because you have to take it totally on faith. You can't actually go out and view it anywhere. Like, the Globers are far more religious people than most of the flat earthers I know.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Kent Hovind, and I kind of emulated my debating styles and tactics after him. And he was really the one who started this. This whole flat Earth thing really started from him, as best as I could tell, because he was asking questions like, "Can you put gravity in a jar and paint it yellow?" And he would say, "Well, why does Venus spin backwards?" Right? And I kind of have to say it, like, he's the one who actually started this. And the things that he was questioning: evolution, micro, macro evolution, the evolution of cosmology, like the stellar evolution, the stars, how they evolved, and all this stuff. So really, he is, in a lot of ways, the guy who started this whole thing in the 90s. And I think that once he started saying stuff like, the first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomenon, did anybody observe the Big Bang? Like, that was the beginning of the flat Earth debate resurfacing in the mainstream. And really, he pointed out that it's a religion, right? Because you got to have faith to believe in the Big Bang. And, now 20-something years later, like, you need even more faith to believe in the Big Bang, because, as we're progressing, with looking up at the sky, the James Webb Telescope is not helping these evolutionists at all. The Big Bang people. Like, it's literally tearing their religion up. They have to reformat it, because they look back so far and they saw stuff too advanced. So they look back into the early parts of the universe, and they're seeing like full-grown adult galaxies, like bigger than ours. And they're not supposed to see that there. And they do, right? So the more time goes on, I think they're going to have to just admit that it's a religion. So he was saying that we got to get the shit out of the schools. Not those words, those are my words, but he was basically saying we got to get the shit out of the schools, because they're taking our tax dollars and pushing this bullshit. And one of the things he used was Hegel's drawings of the fetuses of the different kinds of animals, and how his own college can convict him of fraud. And he was like, look, I know that these textbooks are expensive, but you should be able to update them after like 150 years, And he would go from town to town. And I was actually doing this in my 20s. I would, go to a, kid that I worked with, right? And I would be like a young adult, like in my early 20s, 19, 20 years old. And I'd be like, hey, show me your science books. And I'd be looking at it like, this is bullshit. Like, because I really loved science. And that's what he would do. He would go from town to town and debate like 3 professors at once. And then, he would go and be like, hey, give me your science books. And he would like look through their science books and see where they would ask loaded questions like, how do you think evolution started? I can't remember the exact question, but it was a loaded question. Like, for example, how long ago did you quit beating your wife? Right? And it was like that, but about evolution. And I really think this is interesting. If you go back and you listen to those Kent Hovind debates, he was doing what we're doing today. The exact same thing. Thanks.
Hey, I just want to add that, yeah, Kent Hovind was definitely polarizing for his time. I think his spark died off, like he just kind of disappeared. But to the lady that was speaking, you know, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, so I was saying, when I first came into flat Earth, I came into geocentricity and flat Earth through Torah, through the scriptures, and most people that I knew that were flat earthers were, religious, quote unquote. And when I started coming into the servers, I started seeing more and more like atheists that were flat earthers or like just non-believers overall. I'm like, wait, like this isn't really, because even when I was a Glober, the only people talking about flat Earth were like Mormon Christians. And so yeah, it's a little counterintuitive. I didn't realize there were so many atheists that were flat earthers or non-believers, but there's a lot.
Yeah, I mean that's that link I posted a while back from 1999. That the Objectivist Society, which comes out of Ayn Rand, who wrote Atlas Shrugged, Fountainhead, and so on. They're all atheists. They were the ones challenging. So that's like 25 years ago or so on, and more, challenging these astrophysicists, saying that their whole thing is basically a religion, that they're going on faith and it has nothing to do with science, and they were trying to get back to more traditional science and so on. So there definitely is like this atheist. I mean, to me, it makes sense. It surprises me that there's so many, atheists who are into the globe, because to me, it makes sense if you're just looking at with cold, hard reason and nothing else. You gotta just unemotionally discard that failed model. I mean, come on, that's not hard, right? Unless you're emotionally or psychologically attached to it. So they're probably, a lot of people claim they're not really atheists. Of course, they're not. Yeah, they have a belief. It's something, and ultimately their belief is in human authority. Of course, if you get into these hardcore globe believers and try to question them, if they're honest with you, it always gets back to, we have to believe in the body of science that these researchers have done this, and it's impossible for so many people to be wrong or whatever. I mean, their belief is in man, but they've raised him to like a godlike status that he can do no wrong. This, mythical scientists, in their sky, in their outer space fantasy. So, I mean, they aren't really atheists, because if they were, they would be able to use cold, hard reason without all these emotional and psychological and faith-based attachment to the fantasy globe.
Yeah, it was obvious to me that it was a religion, once I started pointing out, like, okay, so you guys say that I believe in a sky daddy who's watching out for me and he lives in the sky, but we can't see him, we can't touch him. And then it was remarkable to me that they would start making like arguments from like a Carmen CD from the early 90s, like, you can't see the wind, but you can see the effects of the wind. I'm like, dude, are you seriously like making that argument right now? Like, you've been listening to Carmen? Like, for real? Yeah, we're talking about dark matter here. He's your sky daddy, He helps gravity, right? And their god is the Big Bang, and their son of God is gravity. It creates space balls, that they think that we're living on. And these globes that's created by gravity, when you start saying, stuff about dark matter, they're like, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Showing their own ignorance, that they don't know that there was a problem with gravity at the galactic level, so they came up with dark matter to patch the holes in their model because it didn't work out mathematically. It's all very religious, extremely religious.
Yeah, and I think ultimately it comes from a unwillingness to take responsibility for one's own self, and life and soul, and just they want that authority to be right, like really bad, that secular authority or whatever you want to call it, whatever it's embodied for them. And because otherwise, gosh, we can't rely on those people, like, gosh, we might be on our own. Like we might actually have to take responsibility for our own life and like what we do. Like that's pretty scary for a lot of people.
Yeah, Hank, you ever look into like the French Revolution and it's like direct, like the metric system? I think it's a wild. I think it's wild that like the French Revolution sought to remove everything kingly. That's why like they reject the imperial system, like feet and inches. Do you know what I mean? So it's all like this god destruction shit. Interestingly, from the French Revolution, and like the metric system was given to the world after the French Revolution. Like they were so adamantly against imperialism, i.e., like monarch, like a monotheism. You ever get into that study?
Yes, I've done extensive research on the Jacobin Revolution, and that actually ended after the Star Wars film came out in 1978. So they were still chopping off the heads of blonde hair, blue eyed people all the way after Star Wars came out in France. And to think about that, like literally think about that. One lady said, let them eat cake, and all the blonde hair and blue eyed people had to die. But yeah, they were going against imperialism, but it was kind of the first communist revolution, in my opinion.
Yeah, I find it so interesting, like the metric system, like all of the different measurements and different I don't know, units of measurement change. Like they've tried so hard, and it's interesting how like the U.S. is one of the only nations that still uses the imperial system. You know, like it's like kind of like the brother was saying before. It's like America's the last stand. Do you know what I mean? And you can see it in the measurements of things. Like what other country uses the like imperial system? I wonder.
This is it. This is the last one.
Is it the last one? I want. Is it?
I think so.
I know. I mean, I know like Europe and everything, but like that's just interesting. I wonder how. I wonder if that's the case. I haven't looked into that specifically. Let me look it up.
It's really funny because a lot of people coming out of the colleges, they're saying that colonialism is this, that, and the other thing, and America is a colonialist. Actually, the revolution, they were ending colonialism in America. And although I don't necessarily ever agree with everything that happened with Columbus and the Native Americans, but I still think that this experiment is a wonderful, beautiful experiment. And I'm not anti-government. I'm anti-corruption. Because I'm all for people governing themselves. Like, for example, I'm a 6'3", 350-pound man walking around. Like, you want me to govern myself. Like, you don't want me to get like belligerently drunk in public and not govern myself, right? So you are for governance. It's just supposed to be self-governance, governed by the consent of the people, and not locking people in rape cages for having plants.
Well, yeah,
Right? That's where they went too far.
Yeah, Roosevelt, man, just said, "He who cannot govern himself from within must be governed from without," and that's truth. Yeah, it turns out fucking U.S., Myanmar, and Liberia are the only countries that still use the imperial system day to day.
Stand corrected.
But if you think about it, Liberia is
we
a product. Liberia is
Sorry.
a product of the U.S., and so is Myanmar. They're still products of the U.S.
Right, I was
military.
going to say we use metric every day when talking about kilos of coke.
Have you ever heard the phrase "empire state of mind"?
Of course.
I mean,
That's
for
America,
Billy
baby.
Joel, are you talking about Billy Joel right now, or
That's America. Empire state of mind, the gangster's paradise. This is America, baby. War on the high seas, founded by pirates.
There's guns in your area.
Yep, founded by pirates, guns everywhere, gangsters' paradise, the Empire State of Mind. America's a great venture.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it's like, I was kind of arguing, or a friend of mine posted something on he's just an anti-Trumper, and I was like, like I just don't understand the hatred. I just don't get it, man. Like, because like it's like we have a system where granted, like Trump may have done over some workers in the past, kind of a thing, but it's also like
he fucked a lot of people.
Well, like right, but I'd rather have a system where you have like you can have corrupt businessmen, and you too can also do business, versus a system of like complete fascism where everything is on lockdown and you don't even know who's fucking in control.
Well, the people who are like anti-Trump are like the same people who are anti-Green Goblin. They read the comics and they see that like the Green Goblin gives Spidey a hard time, and so they get angry and they dress up as Spider-Man. That's the level. Or like people who are like anti-Tom Brady. Like their team goes, they lose at the Super Bowl because Tom Brady's just going too hard, and they're just anti-Tom Brady. These
Are you
people
talking about
people are just
Sorry.
emotional. They don't give a fuck. But yeah, no, Trump fucked over like contractors and shit. Like a lot of them, where they got the contractors to build the fucking shit. And then they would come in at the end and be like, yeah, like, this isn't exactly as specified, so we're not going to pay you anything whatsoever. And it's like, dude, I just built a fucking skyscraper. What do you mean I'm not getting paid? Like, so that guy is a fucking crook. First things first, before he was ever a president, he was fucking crooked as shit. But like I said, if you really believe in the political system, you might as well put your Spidey fucking uniform on, or your fucking Tom Brady shirt on.
Right, but I think like what's interesting, I think anyway, in this time is like you just have two distinct ideologies up against each other. And at least in the political arena, not that one should take it too seriously, but it's what the masses are going through. So it's like the idea that in the collective consciousness is this argument of like Americanism versus global gayness, right? So like if those two ideas are standing against each other, like Trump is the arguer for Americanism, therefore just philosophically I mean that's why I back him, because it almost seems like it's America versus gay globalism, like I said, and Americanism trumps that shit, and I'd much
Yeah, but
rather live
America
on.
was bought out like 100 years ago. So like,
Well, I mean,
it's only
it's
the illusion of Americanism.
Well, the thing about America
but I
is
understand what you say, like the image of Trump, and he says what he wants or whatever. But like, Americanism is dead 100 years ago. So like, these people are holding on to an illusion.
Well, I mean, you see, this is the thing is where I think a lot of flat earthers are defeated. Like I don't look at myself as like a victim or like we're defeated or any of that shit. And I think of it like we're winning this thing. The evidence for this might even be that the Supreme Court just struck down affirmative action. It struck down student loans, like forgiveness. Like we have. Hold on one second.
Affirmative action is where they discriminate against white people, Asians, Pakistanis, for being the race that they are.
Yo, real
Right,
quick.
It's like for like black people who can't get a good enough grade, right, or some shit like that.
Well, outside of this, my point being this: is that there is a quiet, there's a quiet level of protection that exists within our structural system that, because we live in a democracy and a republic, right? The democracy is always seeking to eat the republic. It wants to know what's secret. It wants to have what's in your closet, what's in, what I mean? It wants what's in your cupboards. Like the republic's goal is to keep the democracy or the mob out of its house so that it can't go rummaging through its cupboards. And I think like right now, you have this, I think we all have layers of protection to protect our own republic. And that's the point of the experiment of American self-government. And it's not until we fully understand what this government has, in a sense, provided us that I think we'll understand to cherish it a little more. Because I think, and it's the evidence for that is that, like I said, we're the only nation that uses the imperial system, believes in God, you know what I mean, is armed to the fucking teeth, and you know what I mean, and we're the last 3 countries using, you know what I mean, I don't know, like we're the last place where this intellectual battlefield is happening, and if you're not going to vote for America in that sense, and whether or not you vote for the poll or whatever it is, but I mean, like, if you're not going to ideologically vote for American exceptionalism, then I think, you know what I mean, people are fucking retarded, and that's a symptom of that. You know what I mean? I think once we fully grasp what's at hand, we recognize that in this structure, the flat earther gets to exist and the glober gets to exist. That's the beauty of the system. There is no totalitarianism of crushing of ideas and people because of their ideas. That's what this experiment is about. And you have unlimited constitutional protections. However, people don't think so because they're not aware of the intricacies of the system we live in and how awesome it is. That's what I think. And I think that the naive adolescent point of view is let's just burn it all down and start again and go grow apple trees and let everyone eat off of them. I just don't think that's going to ever happen.
Is there a way to circumnavigate though this? From what I can tell, let's just imagine America as a ship, right? She's a great ship. It's 3 decks. She's fucking 200, 300 feet long. She's a big, great ship. There's all kinds of people on board: Mexicans, white people, Asian people, black people, whatever, fucking Indian, Hopi, whatever the fuck you want to say. We're on this ship, right? So we're on this ship, and the ship was basically rammed into stealing money and people off of the ship and like firing their cannons into the side of it right now. And basically, in the analogy, there's like 2 guys on board on like the poop deck with cutlasses trying to defend against like an invasion of like 80 dudes, and then the rest of everyone else is just fully asleep. Like wall cannons are blowing through the side of the ship, and like the whole ship is going down, and everyone else is asleep, and there's like 2 guys on the deck with swords, and that's it. That's what I see, and it's like, would
That's
you not
pretty good.
abandon ship if you were one of the 2 guys? Like at some point, because everyone else is just asleep. Like, dude, wake up! Like someone's literally shooting a cannon through the ship. How are you not awake?
See, I look at it like this, though. The U.S. is like, or the U.S. Constitution, right, puts all of us on lifeboats, or not lifeboats, but your own individual ship, and we're sailing together, right? So, like, the point is that I can protect my ship regardless of what the fuck's going on your ship. That's the beauty of
Wow.
the
This is
republic, right?
beautiful. I love it. This is great. I'm just a big fan. Yeah. Because Issa, I mean, I've recently just, and it's funny because part of it is my journey with the so-called flat earth community and the so-called, Discord flat earth community has made me realize what you just said. And I actually did have to go to the government for relief for a certain situation that they really helped me with. You know what I mean? Like, and I have not been a fan of the government in the past. I've been what you said. You're like, get rid of it.
Check it. I look at it like this.
When you see what happens in I just finish this thought so I don't forget. A small community when there is no protections in place, and the people that get into power are sometimes the worst of the worst. It's like, yeah, I'm too interested in starting over. Actually, now that you mention it.
Well, yeah, here's the thing. It's like, I mean, I look at it seriously. Never in mankind's history has every one of us had our own opportunity to live like a king or a queen. You have your own house. You have running water. You privileged bitch. You know what I mean? Any of us who are complaining about anything, and you have running water and access to food and potentially could go work for the day. I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. What more do you want? What more do you want? And like, it took me a while to garner that kind of ideology of that acceptance of the system. But like the police are the king's men. They're your men. You know what I mean? Like that's where we've flipped.
Problem is that every billboard you drive by and what you're talking about is advertising for more of you can have a bigger kingdom. You can have a slightly better car. I mean, the people that are advertising at everybody are putting them under the illusion, like that one guy said, people are going to own nothing and like it. So that they're trying to create an anti-version of the kingdom where you're self-sufficient, like you have your own kingdom, your own running water. I mean, all of that is also provided by the city or whatever. But you know what I mean, like that. they're trying to make it so that you own nothing and like it, right? But
Well,
still,
you know what's interesting is that like it's interesting because Rockefeller said own nothing, control everything. So like, you know, like let's say like
right.
like this idea that, you know, it's like they're forcing this shit on this ideology on people whether they realize it or not in some sense. But it's like the idea that like technically like doesn't everything belong to God? You know, aren't you actually just a spirit in a body? Like these are the facts. And like, you know, and when we step into the fantasy realm of thinking we're the body and all the rest of it, and then identifying as the citizen, as the body, as you know what I mean, it gets really convoluted. But in a way, essentially, you do own nothing. Like you know, God owns everything, and you know, and you should own nothing and like it. But the point is, we don't want it through Klaus Schwab. We want it through the system that's already in place. That actually, it's already readily available to you. That's why I'm anti. You know, changing your citizen status or something like that. Like I'm going to get out of the system. Like you were never in the system.
No, you're right. You're right. Like, and you think about it realistically, practically speaking, it's never. I don't necessarily want to burn it down and start over. You're right. I'd rather just not put fluoride in the water that's already being provided. You know, like can we? Right.
Right. Yeah. No, and you can check it out though, and we can do those things.
Stop, though? Like that's some basic shit that's been happening since like the fucking 70s. Like, can we get a hold of that? Like, why is something?
Yo, there's towns and counties that have went against that and already removed that shit from their water supply. The point is that what my thing is that if it's like the moment I start bitching about something and thinking to myself, I think to myself, where did I fail? Where did I fuck up? Where did I do the fucking thing?
This reminds me, you're absolutely right. There's a movie called I Am by Tom Shadyac, the guy who did Ace Ventura and Liar Liar and a bunch of other good movies. And one of the best parts in the beginning of where the guy says that the basic truth that everyone knows is that if you're out in the wild and it's raining and it's cold and you have no clothing and you have no material, you have no food, shelter, water, you're miserable. It's a miserable time, and everyone can agree to that. And all you do is you see this tiny little cabin with a roaring fire and some stew and some bread and some water and some blankets and some very basic necessities make you go from feeling very bad to very, very good. That's the truth. And then the lie is that if that little amount made you feel that good, then now advertisements have taken it to an nth degree to where however much there is no end to how good you could feel.
Yeah, but you know what though? There's nothing wrong with that though, because like
I get it, but like but you're right that what is enough? Well, how much more do you need? Like this is if everyone I hear you. Yeah, I get it.
And
it's good.
I think even on like on top of that, like I always point to like when this last couple of years when everybody was putting on face diapers. You know, I went into a store and I didn't wear no face. Nobody fucked with me with a fucking face diaper, especially after a couple of questions and a couple of reminders of the way that the real world works. And I went into stores and I had fucking people. They had somebody I had a little person next to me that was going to help me and grab all the clothes for me because I couldn't touch anything. I was treated like a king, but I didn't wear no goddamn face diaper because I just said, "Hey, excuse me, are you a medical professional giving me medical advice? Would you not be liable?" And they were like,
it's so absurd. Yeah,
And
because they have you sign all these privacy things all the time, and then they're telling you should disclose your medical information to the Walmart greeter, and yet you have to sign all your privacy documents in the doctor's office. It's absurd. Yeah, I'm not disclosing any medical information to any kind of like grocery store employee. Thank you very much.
There's 1,000,001 ways to knock this troll off his pedestal.
Yes, and you don't have, and they're very intimidated by it. Yeah, I found that same thing. It's like you don't even have to get upset.
That's where
you just like calmly state the facts, and they're just like, oh my gosh, a person who's not complying. Like, oh my gosh, look this up in the manual.
Hold on, real quick. I got to define some terms because I am completely compliant. I am so fucking agreeable. I am like, this is not a combative thing. This is the problem with like attorneys. All attorneys can do is argue. The point is, as soon as you get an attorney, you got two little kids standing in front of a grown-up arguing. And that's where the judge gets jurisdiction because he's got two little children who can't fucking see the facts. So you want to be agreeable. Hey, I'd love to put on this face covering so long as you could show me that you're a medical professional. Oh, wait a minute. You're not? Oh, wait a minute. Are you Are you giving me medical advice and you're not a medical professional on behalf of whatever company this is on the videotape of my phone right now? I just want
I
to
got a
know.
different look. I got next.
And and check it. If they go dumb on you and try to act all totalitarian, just say thank you very much. I'm glad you agree that you've accepted, the penalties there too. And you don't even have to say anything, but you could forewarn them, like, well, just so you know, it's a deprivation of rights under the color of law, and you and your company may be liable for a $10 million penalty. Just so you know. You know what I mean? And then you would go and we have lawfare. We have the ability to write a letter about the statement of facts, use an affidavit, use our beautiful court system, wherein the smartest fucking people in the land, i.e., the judges, right? Smartest fucking people in the land, okay? They are going to fucking help you get your fucking remedy if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing and you got an attorney, well, then you got two bickering parties and probably the corporation has made a payment to the court, so you're not going to win. But if you don't have a fucking attorney and you're very agreeable, our Constitution allows you the unlimited right to negotiate.
So I want to go next if you're done.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah. Okay. So he used to taught me this back in the day, and I was very against it in the beginning. I was very much the free man type minded person, and I still am in a lot of ways. But when you go to Dairy Queen and they say it's our policy that you wear a mask, oh, is this an employee-employer relationship? Okay, sure. I'll put on the mask, no problem. I'll put on your lovely mask. That'll be $5,000. Oh, you don't want to pay me now that I've performed? Wait a minute, we have a contract here. So I guess one thing that you could do is you could give them a W-4 sandwich and write it off as a business loss, and they didn't pay you and let them deal with the IRS because they offered you a mandate, which, if you look up the legal definition of mandate, is an offer.
Yo, and that's it. People acquiesce their rights for nothing.
What was the legal? I missed it. You broke up.
Yeah, the legal definition of mandate is an offer.
Mandate is what?
Offer. It's a business offer. They offered you a contract. So all you have to do is accept it and set your price.
Hey, yo, look at them now, dude. Look at some of these dudes in front of Congress. And I forget the guy. He said, we didn't force anybody to wear anything. We didn't force anybody to get a fucking vax. They're saying that right now. We didn't force anybody because they couldn't force you. They can never force you. And the fact that they tried just made them fucking liable to lots of fucking legal penalties. It's beautiful. It's just we're looking at it like it's the big dark cloud and we don't see the sun coming out behind it. I swear to God, man, we are fucking winning this thing. These idiots got overstepped. Trump and them somehow got them to move before they were supposed to move, and it's cracked the spell. And something's happening where everyone's waking the fuck up, and it's really cool. That's why, like, Flat Earth just puts it over the edge because remember, everything they want to do is divide and rule. So you can't let them divide us to some extent. But then again, you can't suffer fucking these NASA employees that come into Discord talking about, I can see the curve.
Yo, so Issa, I wanted to ask you earlier, could you go through maybe a little more specifically on your interaction in the like maybe one time you went into the grocery store without a mask on? And what
Yeah, I
exactly
mean,
you
like, dude,
said,
what happened? Yo, what happened
exactly
was,
they said?
yo, just like I went to go in. There was a lady outside, and she's like, and just a little, nice lady, nice older lady, and she was like, hey, could you put a mask on? And I was like, and she's like, or no, I think she was a little forceful about it. That's why I became a dick about it. It's because she was kind of just like, you need to put a mask on or something like that. And I was like, can I just see that in writing? And she was like, let me see if I can go find something. I was like, thanks. Because I was like, all right, fuck, how am I going to deal with this? And so, like, she fucking went up, came back down. She's like, I can't find anything in the paper, any of the paperwork. So I pulled out my phone and I fucking started filming. And I said, so wait a minute. You're not a medical professional, but you're giving me medical advice on behalf of this company. Is that right? And she was like, and I was like, I just need 3 pairs of flannel fucking pants. And it was just like, and she's like, well, I guess pretty much that was it. I think we went to one other person who had a fucking conniption fit because I was, not wearing a mask and in the store already, kind of. And she's like, well, I'll walk you around. And they walked me around, and they got. I was like, I'll take those and a pair of those, and what size are those? And she fucking held them up and checked them, and I fucking took them, and I went and bought them. I didn't give them a hard time. And then at the end of it, they were so fucking worried. The one lady goes, "He's supposed to delete that video. He's supposed." And I go, "You know what?" I go, "I'm not really. I don't have to. Just so you know." I was like, "But just to make you all feel at ease, here, I'll show you. I'll delete the video." And they're fucking idiots because it's still saved on my deleted files video. Fucking, you know what I mean? Fucking idiots. But so like fucking like I show them I deleted the fucking thing, and I'm like, "Thank you, ladies, and have a nice fucking day." But yeah, put them on blast. Like, okay, I just want to know. I just want to, because look at it like this. Like, if you work for McDonald's, who's going to come in under notary seal saying that they didn't fuck up your cheeseburger on behalf of McDonald's? Nobody. Nobody wants to fucking come. Even the CEO who owned the fucking franchise doesn't want to come under notary seal. Well, therefore, in fact, in law, an unrebutted affidavit that's verified, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it is true. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the affidavit itself makes it true in court. But, you don't want to be a dick about things because you will get hemmed up and you could go to jail for fucking lying under penalty of perjury. Because when you make an affidavit and someone fucked up your sandwich and they're not going to recompense or whatever the case may be, and they're not willing to come under notary seal against you, your affidavit stands as the truth, as the facts in the courtroom. The rules of the game are so tilted in our favor once we understand our actual capacity in the game and how our capacity can change.
So, Issa, did you ever look up the W4 sandwich by Hollywood?
The W4 sandwich?
Yeah, it's what I just said. You
Yeah, I
separate
heard it,
offer.
but I did. I'm not too familiar with it, but I know the W4.
Well, you basically write a W4 on Dairy Queen because they told you it's their policy. So that makes you a de facto employee because you agreed to follow their policy, right?
That's I think but they only pay $16 an hour, or whatever.
So you have the right to contract unlimited, right?
Well, right, but that's where like people get into fee schedules and all that kind of crap, and that's good legwork mentally to understand what you should have. Like like a fee
There's no
schedule.
fee schedule. You give it to the IRS and let them decide. Just like I got hired by Lyft, it would be
No, but you
up to
could.
IRS to decide if I was an employee or an independent contractor. Just like it would be up to the IRS to decide if I was an employee, a de facto employee, following their policy because I agreed to the terms that they set.
That's interesting. It sounds a little complicated, but I get it. I dig it.
It's really as simple as filling out
Well,
a
no, it's
W-2.
simple, but it sounds like legwork to get paid. It sounds like legwork to keep going with it. That's all. And it
Well,
doesn't
no, the
handle.
IRS does the audit.
Right, but I just wonder. It just doesn't handle the moment at the Dairy Queen.
Well, think about it. If you, are a taxpayer, right? You have duties, right? You have a duty. Sorry, it's my mic. You have a duty to keep records, right, and report those records to the IRS, right?
Forgive me, brother. Say that again.
Sorry, I dropped my mic. So you have a duty to create the records, report the records to the IRS, right? And it's up to them to decide, like what happened, right? I'll be right back.
What up, guys? What up? How we doing?
Yeah, what up, man?
Yeah, so basically I'm saying if you have
Hello?
What's up? How we doing?
Larry might have dropped.
I don't know. I didn't even mute, but my thing went on mute. That was weird.
Sorry.
Larry, do you want to say your piece first before I get to my question, or what's up?
No, go ahead, bro.
Okay, I was gonna ask. This is kind of on the topic, but not on the exact topic. More of a general, I guess, question. But like, we were having a discussion the other day on either this server, or I think Shane's server, but it was with a bunch of guys who were like really into the law, like you are, Issa, and stuff. And so they were saying that in 1933, like when they had that bill where they took away all the gold or whatever, and then they started only issuing Federal Reserve notes and stuff, that the reason that you could go and take everyone's gold or something was that Congress all agreed that the Americans don't have any private property, and that private property is only conferred by the power of the state.
Hey,
And so the state can just decide whatever it wants, whenever it wants, and just take your property.
well, yeah,
Because
check it.
it's theirs, actually.
Yeah,
This was
yeah,
like
it
some
makes.
sort of. This was
Yep.
last 5 seconds before this was like in a congressional like hearing where they're all on the floor like debating, and that's the conclusion they came to. So I guess, could you go into that, explain that? I
Well,
guess
yeah,
if you
real
have any
quick.
knowledge.
Real quick, Maxwell v. Dow, it's case law, states that United States citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal fucking Constitution, bro. Just so you know. And the reason for that, though, is a little more long-winded. But essentially, like, I'll just do a quick little breeze through and everyone can raise hell after I run through this real quick. But like the U.S. lost the Revolutionary War, okay? In international fucking contracts, there was a 70-year line of credit. That 70-year line of credit extended to the 1860s. U.S. could not pay it. There was a default. That's why the Lincoln tried to tax the South, and the South refused to pay the tax. So the North took over the property of the South, i.e., the slave, the freed slave, because the slave did not have a state that it was clung to. So the United States took control of the property of all U.S. citizens became the property of the U.S. The only U.S. citizen in existence was the freed slave. So the freed slave became the collateral to extend the line of credit another 70 years. 70 years later, 1913, they figure out the Banking Act. 1933, they implement it with the Federal Reserve Act, and the Great Depression happens, and they offer U.S. citizenship to all the people. And all the people took the United States citizenship for the benefits that they were going to offer, which became the birth certificate. The birth certificate is an old thing about this. It goes back to the Cesta KV Trust, back to kings of old and shit. And that piece of paper we give to the system to practice socialism. That's why you have an SS number. That's why I've always wondered who the fuck lost the fucking World War II if everybody has an SS number. So, like, the Social Security system, right? Everyone became a United States citizen. Thereby, they were given the same rights as the United States citizen that the slave became. So the slave became the property of. And if you look at the 13th Amendment, it says there shall be no involuntary servitude. So everyone volunteers to become a United States citizen, therefore becomes a slave. In that sense, if you mentally strictly only identify as a citizen.
But I'm a man. I identify as a man.
What is it?
I identify as a man.
Well, right. You're a man
Could I be
in
a
possession of a citizen. You don't want to get rid of your citizen because that allows you to access to the banking system that you fucking created with your relationship with the United States. The problem is that if you exclusively look at yourself in the capacity as the United States citizen, you limit yourself. And they know in law they cannot have you just limit yourself. But when they ask you in court, are you a U.S. citizen? And you say yes. Well, U.S. citizens aren't protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution.
Right.
Can't own property, all the fucking rest of it. So who's the idiot when really we're mad at these other people when we shouldn't? We should be mad at ourselves.
Well, in court, you could say, "Yeah, that's what people call me." No, I don't live here. I'm, here
hold
for one
on.
day. Hold
See,
on.
but you know what the thing is, though, Hank? This is why I've talked about forever. I want to bypass that whole jurisdictional free man on the land shit show completely. And you can do that by, Your Honor, am I not the priority security interest holder, appearing specially, not generally, mere to settle the matter before the court? The judge doesn't give a fuck who you are. It cares about the business before the court. And the business before the court is that some piece of property has violated some other piece of property, therefore the judge has jurisdiction. And you're coming in and say, no. This piece of property is mine and it owes me. So if it's going to pay anyone first, it's going to be me. And let me see any bill that's come before the court and I'll discharge it so the court can recognize that it's a null. It should be, it's paid, classically considered to be paid because there's a priority interest on the subject at hand. It's called the priority of liens. And if nobody else is coming into the state, into the courtroom to say that they have a priority interest in your citizen, then obviously you're the only one with a priority interest and they don't care. You can handle the business of that citizen. They blow right by it when you do that. If you start arguing about I'm a fucking man and I'm not a fucking thing and you don't have jurisdiction and I wasn't in a car, I was in a carriage and I wasn't in a motor vehicle.
That's not what I'm
I was
talking
in,
about, bro.
if you're going to fucking start doing that shit, you're
You
fucked.
didn't let me
You
finish.
are so
You didn't let me
fucked.
finish. Yeah, you didn't let me finish. So, yeah, so when you go, before the court, you say, that's what they call me, right? But that's not my name. That's my family's name. I believe this
Right,
is
but you
the
just said a
person
negative.
you're looking.
Hold on. Rules of the game, Larry.
Go ahead.
Rules of the game. Door 4. No. You can't say
What?
no. How about this,
Oh,
Larry?
yeah, you're right. You're right.
What?
You're
Yeah,
right.
4 doors. 4. You can't
Okay,
say I'm not this because that ends the negotiation, and you'll have unlimited right to negotiation. And whoever tries to say no first loses.
Yeah,
we should
I
apply
get it.
that to the ballers. There's been so many times where I've said something and backed it up with fact, and then the only response from the ballers was no. Like, no.
Right, and that's why the beauty of
do you
that's
not
why
care to say why? Like, no, you don't care to say why I'm wrong. The answer is just I'm wrong with no explanation. Like, I feel like that should be a rule in these fucking debates. Like, someone else can't just say something well supported, well
See, but you know
articulated,
what,
and then you
yo,
just
brother,
say no.
the audience knows that. The audience knows that, and that's why, like, the judge knows that. Like, you know what I mean? Like the idiot who just sits there and goes, "Nuh-uh," he thinks he fucking knows, but like, there's a lot of people in jail that are like, "Nuh-uh, nuh-uh, I didn't, nuh-uh." You know what I mean? Like, because they won't fucking agree with reality or agree with what they've done. And so it's just society knows that. Like when one of these idiots steps up and is just like, "Nuh-uh, no." What you don't understand is, like, when they start coming off with that, like every society cringes and looks at these people like losers. And whether they know it, you know it, or fucking whatever, it's just the rules of the game.
Can I go
So
back
if
to
I
what you
could just
said
try to finish
earlier?
real fast. So
Sorry. Go
when
ahead.
when you don't agree to be the person, you just hand them your birth certificate and say, this is the person you're looking for. Because that was the person that was summoned to court, not you.
I mean, I understand some of the English guys are saying some of this stuff, but I don't think it works, Larry. I just think I call bullshit. I think you got to move the court. You got to come in and control the courtroom and have it like, okay, so judge, because I sent the guy this letter and he didn't respond and this, that, the other thing, it must agree that we all agree to dismiss the case, like the motion before the court, and all the paperwork's done for the judge. All he's got to do is say, all right, kid, stamp your shit, and you're out. There's no reason to argue about whether or not you're a man. Just the business of the court should be done on the day of the hearing when you show up. That's how I think. If you're in court talking about the events of what happened, you fucked up.
I have a question. So you said there was like some sort of 70-year credit line or something after the Revolutionary War. Could you and then you said that there was then you went into the 70 years ended and that's what sparked the Civil War to begin. And then 70 years after that they started this whole Federal Reserve banking system. Could you go a little further into depth on that exactly?
Yeah, like I guess in international business, and forgive me if I can't cite the actual thing right now. The in international business, there's like 70-year agreements, like between countries and shit, for loans. So like from what I gather, there was a 70-year contract, and there's 3 terms of these 70-year contracts
And that would be
that culminate in it's Jewish banking is
Can I
basically
ask a
what it is.
question real quick on so the contract would have been between the British Crown and the signers of the Declaration of Independence, or
Well, the representatives of the states. You know what I mean? The treaty. So think of it like the Treaty of Paris. Like, I don't really even like to delve into it because it's so uncomfortable for so many folks. But in the one way, it's like, you know, who writes the treaty that ends a war? The winner or the loser?
I would
The
have to
winner
say the
writes the
winner.
terms.
So the winner writes the terms. So the Treaty of Paris, 1783, which ended the Revolutionary War, was written by the King of England. In fact, in the first paragraph, he calls himself the King of the United States. So the U.S. still had to pay all
Yeah,
its
I read
debts,
that before.
and they were given, um, they were given, you know, a line of credit. And that's where the king, you know, said, well, you guys can fish in these waters and you can do this and da 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 da, and laid out the decrees for all of the shit they were able to do.
Right. Yeah, I read that. I read that whole
So, like, you
document.
know,
And
so
it's super specific about which land was given to who and all that. So I know what you're talking about. And it does say, it says right up front, he's like King of the British Commonwealth or whatever, and of the Holy Roman Empire, and of the United States of America. And I was like, wait, like,
yeah,
hold the fucking press, like the
right.
United States.
So
This
this is
is
why.
the Treaty of Paris. I've never read it. This is just the straight up Treaty of Paris.
Look up the Treaty of Paris, 1783, brother. Read the first fucking paragraph.
Okay, I'm driving, but
You remind, yeah. You remind me of the
you always
no
learn about
way
it, but
guy.
you
You
never
remind me.
read it. Yeah, like I
No
mean, because it.
way. No way. Right? That's what they did up there. No way. I like that guy. Anyway, like,
Yeah, right. Come on. No, you're right. Well, no, because I've heard of this, right? I've heard.
yeah,
But and so
yeah, yeah.
is the 70-year terms between countries somehow based off the Shemitah or whatever it's that what is that thing? The Jubilees year or some shit?
Yeah, well,
That
that's
they
the
give you
thing is that
land or
after,
rest.
so check it, after 3 terms of the 70-year contracts, there has to be the Jubilee. That's why what I've been talking about forever, and one of the biggest things that we need to understand is what is the national debt. Because right now, this is why I think, because the people are not themselves discharging the national debt like we should and like we're completely capable of doing, they've gone about with this elaborate play because everyone thinks China owns all this debt of the US. So this whole past couple of years has all been about to culminate in what I think is going to be Trump's return, and then they're going to fucking levy this shit against China, and they're going to discharge a big portion of the national debt through what we've just all been through. Because the people themselves have not discharged the debt, which I think we have the right to do. But because not everybody's going to get it, we have to go through this elaborate skull and bones play of politics.
What the W4 sandwiches teach you how to discharge the debt by claiming your credits. Remember that app that went around for a while where you could
That's cool.
scan your Walmart receipt and they would pay you for it? I think what was going on there is they were claiming our credits, right? But we have the right to claim our credits. They're our credits. They're all our credits. We are the creditor in the system. And that debt is not being discharged properly. So it keeps building up and building up because the corporations are claiming our credits. Well, what the W4 sandwich does is you basically take everything that you've ever done with anybody who, you've done business with, and you report it to the IRS, and that 13% tax, it's supposed to be paid by the corporation. And it takes down the big corporations, and it forces the IRS to audit that account. So every bank account, every time you use your social security number, anything that you filled out like a W4 where you give your name, your date of birth, your address, your social security number, that was all an employee-employer relationship. But I can't get into it too much other than to tell you to look it up on YouTube. W4 Sandwich by Holly Wood, 2 names.
That sounds interesting, but I also think like it's a way and means of like trying to hold down corporations. And the thing is that this shit has to be proactive, not destructive. So like you have the right to discharge potentially the obligation that the United States owes you. And that shouldn't make you want to go tear down other corporations. That, in my opinion, do you know what I mean? Like that's where I think people lose the ball, is that they're coming out of some kind of attack. It's like an attack on the evil system, and it's like, I don't see it that way. It's more like taking the nutrients of the potted plant and using them for your own growth, as opposed to trying to cut out everything around you. I don't know, man. It's like different. I don't like anything that does that, because I just think innately it's wrong, because it's not Christian, it's not godly. God wouldn't have you strike at your brother; He would just have you do better than him naturally. With God's
Well, you said that
with
the
God's
cops
favor, if it
basically
was to
worship
be.
the king, and we're the king. The IRS works for us too.
What was it?
You know what you said about the cops serve the king. Basically, what I was saying is that the IRS serves the king too. They're our agents, right?
Right, but why sick them? Why sick them on somebody in that way? You know what I mean? Like, that's my thing. Is like, why it seems like, because you don't want to use them as a weapon against another corporation. You'd want to use, let's say, the IRS to maybe help discharge your own shit.
Yeah,
Do you know
if
what I
you
mean?
can ever accomplish something with a smile instead of a more firm handshake, or however it is you want to phrase it, if you can always say yes and solve the same problem than saying no, that's. But I can't. I still can't get over how well you phrased this thing before, because I'd heard this thing about how all the dead and how we're still, the Revolutionary War and we never won and all this stuff, but I've never heard it so phrased in such a perfect way that the average person would even be able to possibly understand, because you could do a survey for so many people who say, which war did the Treaty of Paris end? And do you know how many people are going to come up with the Revolutionary War? Not many. So to have them even begin to understand how deep this entire charade goes, that is such a, who writes the in a war, right? Who writes the what is it called? The treaty. Who writes it, right? Who, the winner? Okay, and if King George is the one writing it, bro, anyone can understand that that's sus. And if it says it right there in the opening paragraph, which no one's ever read, they don't even have to read that much. It's such a perfect way to sum up that entire thing. Thank you, Issa.
Oh man, you are fucking welcome, and thank you, brother. Yeah, I mean, I've been screaming this shit for fucking years, trying to, like, I don't know, because I always thought, like,
No, but that's
in my
such a good way
estimates,
to sum it up. That's such a good way to sum it up. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's so concise. Everybody from a lowbrow, bottom knuckle dragger to has a subscription to the New Yorker and the Wall Street Journal can understand that phraseology.
yeah, man. See, my thing is that what tears me apart is I love the U.S., man. I don't want to fucking knock down, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not even
U.S. is a
about that, because
corporation.
this is what my thing is, though, too, is that I think we recognize that what England and, like, the U.S. have in common is this Christianity thing, and the idea that our courtrooms say, "In God we trust." And that's why, like, despite all the secularism of the world, when shit needs to get handled, they go to a room where it says, "In God we trust." That's what's cool about our system, is that it innately is like, yeah, we know. You know, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Like, the judges
that
come in and
temple,
they're like, yeah, we know, man, we know. We just came out of, I just came out of church. Like, what do you mean? You know what I mean? They
that
know what
temple,
you're fucking saying, man. They know you're a man and not a corporation. They're like, look, dude, you're coming in here with animosity, trying to tell me you're a man and not a fucking corporation. I'm sorry, kid. I gotta fucking tear you a new one, because you gotta go learn some manners. You know what I mean? Like, and you gotta learn fucking how not to say no. And the rules of the game. And, like, dude, I've stepped before these judges and they've practically saluted me, dude, because they
so
get it. They're like, fucking right, kid.
these temples are literally what, Jesus went in there and cracked the whip on. And I dare you to go to any courthouse downtown and tell me that the robed one is not, the high priest of the temple, and it's not God's temple. I guarantee you it's not God's temple. Those people are slavers, dude. They are totally bar members. You know, we were literally under occupation by the, you know, British Bar Temple.
Dude, you know what they are, bro? They're code keepers. And if you come in with the code on your side, they will bow down to the code. And if your code, if you're coming in and you're showing that your code, which it does if you use it properly, like protects you and show how it protects you, why it protects you, and make you, do paperwork properly and all the rest of it, court procedure and manners and all kinds of shit and priority security interest holder and all that fun stuff. Like, dude, they know. I just don't think they're, they keep the code, man. They don't care if you come in correct, you go to jail. If you come correct, they have to keep to the code.
I don't think they do. It's their code. They copywritten
Bro,
it.
I've seen it.
So if you use their copywritten code, then you're in violation of the copyright laws, and that's dishonor.
I mean, I don't know about like copyright codes and the rest of it. What I'm talking about is like the state, the way that these people operate this system is strictly through codes. And if you fucking that's why big lawyers get paid a lot of money and get technicalities. That's why two people could have the same set of facts, and by the way that they argued it, one would win and one would lose.
Can I ask a question on the? Could you give a brief description of when that first line of credit ended and the historical events that took place during the Civil War? Given it would be a good subject to discuss on live, and that most people have a very different idea of what took place during the Civil War. They think that like Abraham Lincoln, there was a bunch of evil guys in the South, and they were just evil, and then Abraham Lincoln, the good guy, had to come and stop them. Could you maybe explain how it might have been different than that?
Well, yeah, there's like there's like a letter from like North Carolina that still exists, or at least like I know one guy had a copy of it and made a video about it. I watched something about it, and it's like it's a document from the White House saying that I think it's like North Carolina would have to pay taxes, have to pay this much more in taxes because, and it doesn't get into the national debt thing, but they were trying to create more value to be able to establish more of a line of credit. Do you know what I mean? So they could not have to go to war over this.
Does this have to do with
over a default?
greenbacks at all? Does this have anything to do with the greenbacks?
That's where all this comes from, right? That's why they created a new currency system, and that's why in 1933 they created a new currency system because these are the financial like the instruments of the era. So like back then it was like they offered the South. They said, hey, we're going to tax you this much more, and the South refused. So what happens when somebody refuses to make a payment on something? Well, people send the marshals and they come get your shit. Well, this is worth this much and this is worth that much, and we're going to take this because this is going to pay that debt, and you know what I mean, and all the rest of it, right? So in the same way, what they did was they took the commodity of the slave, and instead of like giving them state citizenship, they gave them United States citizenship, which made them the collateral for when the United States would ever go bankrupt. That's what's terrifying with the alternative of this economic theory.
Oh shit! Wait,
so
I think I get it. Let me try to steal man. Let me try to steal man so I can fucking develop it in my mind. So basically, the credit line was ending, and they wanted to get a new line of credit so they could keep fucking running this country. Whoever Templar, fucking Mason, Skull and Bones fucks getting their line of credit from their higher ups in the crown.
No, hold on. Let me dismiss something real quick. Hold on. When you say
dude, wait, real quick.
Hold on. Let me just say this real quick.
Wait,
when you say Masonic, whatever, I want you to replace it with judicial geniuses. Okay, contractual geniuses.
Come on, dude.
Don't put them.
Listen, this is not important to what I'm trying to say. That's so on the side. Listen, this isn't Zanuck. We in the weeds. Every side, the side subject of the side subject of the side subject. Like, let me just get to my main point here. So basically, they wanted to get from their upper ups, judicial whatever guys. They want to get another line of credit from these guys, and so they need to come up with some way. And so they came up. Well, if you give us this line of credit and it doesn't work out, we'll give you the collateral of these slaves. They make this U.S. citizenship, put all the slaves in the U.S. citizenship, and then a bunch of other people who aren't even the slaves in the first place get this U.S. citizenship. So the collateral grew to a point where everyone in America is now collateral. And then basically when the U.S. went bankrupt, that collateral was then taken, the ownership of that collateral was then transferred to the higher ups then. So the higher ups got all the U.S. citizenships through that SS number. Am I correct or not?
You sound on point with it, yeah. Like, but also, what's even crazier is like after, because you got to remember now, the 70 years after, 70 years after the 1930s is 9/11. So 9/11 happens, right? They crash the financial institution, right? They fucking, and now remember it took from 1913 to 1933. Well, that's about 20 years, right? So fucking, um 2001 is about 20 years ago. Now we're entering into this, like they're trying to figure out the next, what would be the Federal Reserve System that they're going to implement, which is going to be this digital shit. And that's where they're trying to go crazy with it. And I think exhaust the national debt right now. That's why Ukraine and everything like that, they're just blowing out the line of credit because it's all going to be discharged in a couple of years. So it's like if you had a credit card and you knew that you were going to be forgiven for all the debt you incurred on Tuesday, you'd fucking blow it out, right? Spend all as much money as you fucking could. And then
I
come
mean,
Tuesday,
on a
you're going to be
technical
forgiven.
sense, yeah. Wouldn't that go against the
Go against
gospel?
what?
Right?
Remember, morals and ethics is only regards to man, not corporations, not persons, not fucking. The problem in the psychopathy of it is people have
That's a good point.
identified, they've identified wholeheartedly as the psychopathic corporation, not the man or whatever it is that animates that thing. And that's where we have The Walking Dead. That's where these people are materialist, rationalist, nihilists with a secular belief in the ball because they have no
That's
faith.
why we
No,
should W4 their ass.
I mean, I don't know about that, but I think that's too. Anything that's attacking is not good. It's everything that's productive that's good.
Some of these
So when the
timelines,
cops arrest us for plants, that's attacking. That's not good, right? But
Isa,
they're
I would
the
just like to
servant of
say,
the king.
Isa, I would just like to say I appreciate your contributions. It's very interesting talking to you.
And thanks, brother. And likewise, man. I love
Yeah,
listening to y'all rap, man.
I've needed to get out of the car for like 5 minutes now, but I keep wanting to hear what. I love this topic.
some of the timelines I don't work out though. Isa, Abraham Lincoln wasn't sworn in until 1861. A lot of southern states succeeded in 1860. I don't see what Lincoln could have done as president that would have forced the states to jump before he was president.
Actually, that's incorrect. Only two
Well, I
of
don't know.
the
I don't know. You're talking about
states.
like the actual. You're talking about the structural, like are you talking like what are you referring to exactly when he came into office versus when the
Well,
agreement would have ended?
you said he was going to take some action, and the states succeeded because of his actions. But he wasn't president yet, and there were already states that had left.
Yeah, but the problem is that only 2 of the 12 states that succeeded before Abraham Lincoln. The rest of the 10 directly succeeded because Abraham Lincoln was voted in, and there was not a single ballot in any of their states with his name on it.
He was a communist.
What did he do that caused the first 2 states to leave?
Nothing. Nothing. That's
Okay,
irregardless.
but
That's not addressing what I just said. What I
Well,
just
no,
said was
secession.
that
Well, hold on, real quick,
what I
real
just
quick.
said. Wait. No, I'm addressing Steel City real quick, and then you can go back to the general topic because we're all trying to talk to you, Issa, and then this guy's coming in, but I'm addressing him real quick. Yeah. So the first 2 is irregardless. I stated the fact that they had already succeeded, but the other 10 that succeeded directly succeeded because Abraham Lincoln was voted in. Given the fact that Abraham Lincoln was not on a single ballot in any of their states. All right, what were you saying, Issa?
think we lost him.
Yeah, he's not in the chat anymore.
Abraham Lincoln was a communist.
What's up, Witsit? I saw your fallacy show last night. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more, dude. I watched the whole thing, and the whole time I was nodding my head.
Yeah, thanks, man. What do you think of the new song?
Is that an AI generated voice, or is that an actual person? Is what
No,
I was.
that's my wife. That's my wife.
Your girlfriend's, or your? Oh, sorry. I met you when she was just your girlfriend, so I'm used to saying that. But your wife, I didn't know your wife was a singer or whatever.
Yeah, yep.
Witzy, you did a fallacy
Did
show.
you
You
write
didn't
it?
give me. I'm
Did you write the
personally
song?
offended.
The utter disrespect.
I'm offended that you're offended.
I know 6
I'll have to
states.
redo it. My bad. I
6
forgot.
states left before Abraham Lincoln was sworn in. 6, not 2.
I don't think you're correct about that, but I might be incorrect.
Abraham
I know
Lincoln
that,
said there used to be giants.
but I know there was a bunch of states that just left. So I don't.
How does
Just
that
because
comport
he
with
was
your
elected,
guys'
nothing else.
how does that comport with your guys' normie worldview that Abraham Lincoln said there used to be giants in the United States in a famous speech he gave?
Well, he was obviously smoking something that day.
Yeah,
There
he
were
was just
no Native
crazy.
American giants.
Yeah, he was a crazy conspiracy theorist, but just for that one moment, outside of that, we revere him.
Wasn't he a hemp farmer?
Yeah.
He also specified that it was never his intention that black people would ever be considered equal to white people. What a hero!
Do people still think he was the first president?
Is that Lincoln?
Yes. Abraham Lincoln specifically said, I do not want this to be confused. It is not my intention that ever that black, he said Negro, should be considered equal to the white man. I guess they forgot to teach you that in history class. They just told you that he freed the slaves.
Well, you see,
Was it him as well
Black
that
History
he
Month.
compared
Go
like
ahead.
American slavery with Roman slavery, and he was saying that at least in Rome, you could have a slave without it taking the chance of staining the blood of his master or something like this. He used this really weird phraseology. I think that was Lincoln as well.
No, I don't know.
He was by far the egalitarian hero that he's portrayed to be.
Exactly. I went to DC where they have that giant statue of him, and I was on a microphone telling everyone that was going to see him that. I'm like, oh yeah, he freed the slave, but they forgot to tell you that he said that Negro shall never be considered equal to the white man. And he also said that giants existed. It's pretty funny. I was killing everyone's vibe. They were there to revere the guy that freed the slaves, and I was just taking their worldview and wadding it up.
You could learn
I
a
just
lot
want to
from
hear
a
the
fighter.
normies that gaslight us about giants. I want to hear them respond. Like, I want to hear their opinion about the fact that a famous president that you guys typically revere from a historical mindset said that there were in fact giants, and he said it so matter of factly, like everyone knew it. As our eyes gaze out on these mountains that the giants of America once looked upon.
Well, he meant like stand on the
Steel City,
shoulder of
wait.
giants, like Isaac Newton. That's what he meant.
Is Steel City still here?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm here.
Steel City, are you still here? So
Yeah.
here I'm looking. The 11 states in order of secession were South Carolina, December 1860. So that's the first state.
Yes.
That's the first state. Now, in 1860, the United States presidential election was the 19th quadrennial presidential election, held on Tuesday, November 6th, 1860.
Yes,
So
but he
November comes before December, and therefore this guy was elected. Like I said, the words I said, was elected before they started succeeding. And the reason
and
was because nobody voted. Like, imagine if half the country didn't vote for a guy. Well, more than half, because not everyone in the North voted for him either. But imagine if you know for a fact half the country didn't vote for him. So there's no way he could have got the popular vote. No possible way.
2020, right?
Yeah.
that
And
that
then,
wasn't my point, though.
Whoa,
Right?
take it easy with that.
well, your point was a non sequitur because what I said
No.
was correct, and I just proved it.
Yeah, let me
Yeah.
address it. Can I address it real quick? Because the idea is
Fucking
this: is
hell.
that let's say like they even tried to secede previously. It's kind of the problem with that is it's like somebody who says, "I'm not a U.S. citizen anymore." Well, the U.S. still treats you like a U.S. citizen despite your affirmation that you're not a U.S. citizen anymore, right? So it's like I think in the same way that's the way that the Union would have approached those states that seceded because they'd have been like, yeah, that's cute that you tried to secede. However, we're going to implement these taxes and blah, 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 blah. And they didn't want to have negotiations and they dropped contact. They seceded. And I think when they did that, that's like when the IRS moves in and you get like a Ruby Ridge, right? Because the guy didn't want to communicate and then they go silent. Then they fucking show up with their IRS agents ready to kill. And that's what happened with the South. And they took the property of the South, which was at the time the slave, and they made them United States citizens and then converted them to the collateral, which is the main point. And because then we see later
The
down the road,
collateral was taken
we
during
see
the
later down the
program.
road that everybody became United States citizens and therefore potentially became collateral. That's why
But there were
there's the big
slaves in the North
nightmare.
longer.
That's why the big nightmare of economics is that, like, let's say if China owns all the national debt and the US cannot pay the national debt, then NATO and China will put boots on the ground and get everyone to go into fucking trains so that they can collect their collateral. That's the scary thing. That's the left wing fucking bromance that they
Holy
want.
shit.
And
Because
fucking
we are. Holy shit.
because if you identify as the U.S. citizen, then you're the collateral on the national debt. So all they would have to ask you is, "Hey, are you a U.S. citizen?" Well, yeah, okay, get in the back of the fucking train, and fucking and But however, if somebody said, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" You were like, "Well, is it a crime to be one?" They're gonna be like, "Well, they can't really give up the goose that it's," you know what I mean? So they're gonna go, "No," and they'll be like, "Well, is it a crime to love Babe Ruth and Marilyn Monroe and JFK?" You know what I mean? Is it a crime to be an American? You know, like I don't know. Like that's different than the guy that's like, "Yeah, I'm a U.S. citizen," and I just think if you say you're a U.S. citizen and we're in that nightmarish scenario, then that's where they say, "Hey, get in the back of the van," because fucking you're the collateral on the debt that your country owes. But in reality,
So
what I
basically,
think, I think the
go
Great
about it.
Awakening, real quick, the Great Awakening and the Revelation is that they don't own the debt. Actually, the debt is owed to every single one of you that gave them a birth certificate. And they owe you, the United States owes you the principal and the interest on that debt. But if you identify as a worker of the United States, then the fucking United States says, yo, dickhead, we owe these guys, you and me. Instead, so if we knew how not to identify, let's say, as the collateral, but understand that we're in possession of some collateral, it's
Do we
completely
have
different.
possession of our bodies? I don't think we do, because at any time our bodies can be stolen, put in torture cuffs, and put into a rape cage until we can, prove our innocence.
Those fucking words. Torture.
So you're saying that we should go about it the same way that the Globers debate? We should respond to questions with questions.
Well, no, it's anything but like the Globers are like, because we're saying, like, I'd love to, so long as you could show me that this, and this aren't true. And if you can't show me that this, and this aren't true, then let the record show that we agree that they're in violation.
You should have answered Witsit with a question, but you failed.
Well,
I was
isn't
just
that a
saying that
question?
the Globers do that. Like whenever if you say, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" Is it a crime to be a U.S. citizen? That's what the Globers do. Like if you ask the Globers a point blank question, they'll just respond with questions. Usually
Well,
they're
yeah,
just completely
and you know what, Witsit, for better or worse, they learned it from me. I remember being around back in the day telling, and I remember saying years ago, I said, look, whoever gets this shit, this 4 doors of contracting, will win this debate. And if you don't get it, you will lose because you're going to
What
say
is
no.
that? What
The
is
4
that?
rules?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 4 doors, man. You have
Dude, I love
there's
this
2
guy.
doors.
This guy's fucking great.
There's 2 doors of honor and 2 doors of dishonor. Right? And the 2 doors of honor are acceptance and conditional acceptance. The 2 doors of dishonor are argument and silence. And saying no is a part of argument. In fact, there's almost like a maxim in law that, he who does deny admits. So when you say no, you admit. And this is where
What about
judges
if you
go
say
back.
nuh-uh? Because
So whenever they say no,
Yes, but actually, you first.
I think a lot of these ballers are like well-trained Marxists, in my opinion, and a lot of them have probably got bar member cards. That's what I think.
Yo, you know what? Real quick, I agree with you because the way that they argue with it is more like an attorney that you're going to go up against if you were doing something like that. I've been there. These attorneys are ruthless and just like the ballers. But the point is that the beauty of and the difference of a court is that you have a judge that makes a ruling and then they can eat, suck a, they can go kick rocks when they learn. Because
That's right.
but the point is that in flat earth and shit, you can't do that. There's no judge. That's why my show was the flat earth court because the audience was the judge. I was the arbiter or whatever, but there was the idea was that you're out to convince the audience, not this dickhead that you're fucking talking about. That's like a paid for advocate.
In reality, you should be the judge. The audience should be the jury. Then it should be ran just like a court. I actually do love the idea. I was talking to you about it. So, like for example, the person defending the globe is called in as a witness. And if they lie on the stand, if they contradict themselves, if they refuse to cooperate, well, that's perjury. So these people commit perjury all the time.
Dude, every one of these ballers would get done in on credibility if you just listed us.
That's right. They would not.
You
be
could get every
witnesses
witness dismissed before you even go to a hearing.
That's right. Yep. And the
Can
jury.
you imagine
any
the Gator
jury,
Triple X like raising his hand and swearing on the Bible to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, and then having a conversation with Witsit?
Yeah, like the
Well,
jury.
remember this though.
The jury, not everyone's allowed in the jury. That's the difference. So they actually have to go through a process to be allowed on the board. You have to prove you have no bias. You have to prove that you're not completely aware of the situation, so that you can hear all the audience with or all the evidence without a bias. You have to swear to uphold the Constitution and then the applicable laws that reign over that subject. And then you have to promise that you will not vote based on any personal or cognitive bias, right? And then everyone has to go deliberate based on the evidence and then come away with a verdict.
The jury should know all the common. I just that if you are going to have a jury, the jury should know all the common logical fallacies. Otherwise, they're just going to be making judgments.
Flat Earth is just going to be a hung jury, bro.
I know, but
but if the ball is on trial, look, if basically the state's case is that the Earth's a ball, they have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that the Earth's a ball. So a hung jury means the ball loses.
On penalty of death.
Yeah, but they should be deliberating based on who's committing logical fallacies, or who's making a logical.
A hung jury, they get off, brother. A hung jury, the globe gets off.
No, but I'm flipping it around. Where actually the state's case is that the Earth is a ball. They have to prove their case beyond all reasonable doubt, or the ball is dismissed. As in this analogy, a guilty verdict would be the Earth is a ball. The state is bringing the case, and it literally is the state that brings the case, ironically, that the Earth is a ball. They have the burden of proof. They have to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that the Earth is a ball because they're making a claim antithetical to natural observable experience. And if just one person on the jury says, I don't think that this was sufficient evidence, I see a plethora of reasonable doubt, then it cannot be ruled that the Earth's a ball.
The problem is that you're talking about a civil case, so it wouldn't be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It would just be a preponderance of the evidence.
No, I think it's criminal to lie to children.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have to come up.
And
You're going to
actually,
find some way to prosecute the U.S. in a
Yeah,
criminal
it is.
court.
It
Good
is
luck.
criminal to fucking
we're not
deceive
talking about a
millions of
literal court
people.
case, dude.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
No.
You know what the U.S.
It's
You know what they'd say
criminal.
though, Witsit.
It's
You know what they'd
criminal to
say.
deceive millions of people. It is literally criminal.
Oh
That
my
is a
God, yo,
criminal
Witsit.
act.
Yo, Witsit. They would say that
If I
fucking
did that
well.
shit, I would get in trouble.
Even though like, you know, just like a killer that gets off because of a hung jury, everyone knows he still did it. Right? So that's what they'll
Yeah.
say about the fucking globe, man.
Whatever.
Everyone
They can
knows
say
that it's
whatever they
still a
want.
globe anyway.
They can't uphold to the standard of evidence. Like, for sure, every witness for the Globe, like, lies and commits perjury and then uses fallacies and avoids questions. You can't avoid questions as a witness. When someone, unless you're criminally, like, on trial yourself, right? Unless it's actually protecting your own self-incrimination, you can't invoke the Fifth Amendment. That's only for self-incrimination, which means whenever there's a question point blank asked to you in the court of law, you have to answer. This excludes all ballers because they refuse to answer point blank questions. So they wouldn't be credible witnesses. They wouldn't even be allowed. Their testimony would just be dismissed as non-credible. So take them to jail, bro. Take them contempt of court. Like, how many contempts of court would Dana get?
Oh my goodness. Xanax.
So you know how it's
No, that
innocent
is.
until proven guilty. That's why it's such a good analogy, because the earth is flat until proven to be a ball. The natural base axiom, the default, the earth's a stationary plane, stuff in the sky moves. That's the base axiom. The globe claims, well, it looks that way, but actually there are all these other reasons why that's just an illusion, and actually it's the opposite of that. So the earth is, you're innocent until proven guilty. The earth is flat until proven a ball. You must prove it beyond all reasonable doubt to make the claim, and that's certainly to justify brainwashing children with the idea. So then take them to court. Because if we were able to treat this like a court, the ballers wouldn't even last 30 seconds, dude.
Well, see, that's why the audience is the judge, because the audience for each, because it's a philosophical, personal issue, the way one sees the world, let's say, it becomes the audience is each individual judge regarding these issues. That's why there's no mountain to die on with flat Earth. It's just a postulation. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think, you know, there's evil people pushing the ball. I think, you know what I mean, and all that shit. Like, and using any means. There's people that use flat Earth and be evil about it. And I just think there's that way of, you know, each person is their own judge. I don't think you're going to get a cohesive jury. I was talking with Gio the other night about it. Like, if you really wanted to do it, you'd have each party present their information, you know, to the court before they ever went to court. Before, you know, so you could only provide information that you'd presented to the court previously before the court hearing. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of ways you could do it like a court, but I just don't think that it's flat Earth is too vast of a subject to try to control it that way. But
Dude,
it's a
I'm
great way to
literally going to
argue.
do a show, dude. I'm going to make a show, Flat Earth Court. I'm going to wear the attire of a judge. I'm going to sustain or overrule objections. I'm going to let both sides lay out their rules.
Right,
We're
but
going to
then
have a
see, but
poll.
that's
That's
the
going to
thing
be
though.
the
With it,
jury.
Please, can we make that a thing?
yeah, but with
Judge
it, you gotta
Wilson.
know. But with it, if you gotta understand court procedure and how flat earthers would lose, and how, like, because the issue with being a judge is being impartial to whatever and
That's
understanding
right.
that
Whoever loses,
it's a
loses, man. I'm just a judge.
right, but right, and you'd have to let the, you know, because you got to give the ballers their due if they wreck a flat earther, and that's the thing is that, like I
That's
said,
right. Yeah.
you know, two parties could present the same set of facts, and one would win and one would lose. And I know that that's productive to any kind of movement, if you will, like that. But it's the reality of law and of court and of agreements
But
between the
dude, this is
parties.
such a beautiful idea. So say there's a flat earther there, and that the Glober is providing their case. You can object via fallacy. So objection, straw man fallacy. then I let them explain why it's a straw man, and I either sustain it or overrule it. And that means that it's struck from the record, and the jury is commanded to disregard what they just heard.
Well, yo, check this out though, right? Let's say like a baller brings to the table the evidence that we went to the moon and we took pictures of the Earth, right? And let's say the flat earther comes up and just says, "Nuh-uh." You know what I mean? Like, and you're liars because you guys are Freemasons and da 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 da. Well, that's all fucking hearsay. That's all hearsay, inadmissible.
Well, actually, no. Claiming that we went to the moon is hearsay, though.
Bro, and this is why I don't think you'd be fit to be the judge, my dude.
I know for a fact that if you say someone else claims they went to the moon, that's
point.
definition
Not the
of
point
hearsay.
I'm making. Not the point I'm making.
Well, you said hearsay, and that is hearsay.
It is. Well, I'm saying it's hearsay in the sense that to just say, well, this group is like, and that, like, and try to like condemn them based on what they were once a part of in their early history, or you know what I mean? Like, all of these things can fall flat unless they were presented. Now, if somebody in retort to, let's say, guy comes and says, "Hey, well, we went to the moon and this is our picture," and be like, "Well, I'd love to believe that we went to the moon, so long as you could show me that standard film XY whatever that was used on the Apollo mission isn't combustible at this fucking temperature." Do you know what I mean, bro?
So depending on how it's constructed, it wouldn't be hearsay. It would either be a genetic fallacy or a poison the well fallacy. So, for instance,
well, this isn't debates. This isn't like debating. This is law. This is like, you know what I mean?
Bro, you said it was a hearsay. It's not hearsay. It's either a genetic fallacy or a poison the well fallacy, depending on how it's presented and if the person who's going to be presenting that evidence actually appears later on.
Well, actually, if he says, "I heard that people are Masons" or whatever, that is hearsay. But this is the point. As a judge, you're not saying anything like that. You just sit back and either the defense or the prosecution voices their objection properly or they don't. So even if they have a proper objection, but it's not on the proper foundation, then it's overruled. You don't jump in yourself as the judge and say, "Wait, that's hearsay." Wait, no. They can use hearsay all they want to. If the defense doesn't object and say that it's hearsay or doesn't call out the fallacy, then it's allowed to go. Which is why even though you could be wrong, you can win the court case because the other side didn't present their argument. Also, it's not back and forth banter. It's closing argument. You have your opening statement that's not supposed to be arguments. That's supposed to be like, the evidence will show this. Then you present the different exhibits. Then you can cross-examine the witnesses. Then you have your closing arguments. And you can object and sustain during all of this. So this avoids interruptions. So I think it's a hilarious idea. I will literally wear the stuff that a judge wears, and I will do it once a week.
It's not hearsay if you that can swear that these records are the company's records. Okay, that gets past hearsay. Because you can't have somebody that been for 200 years, or 100 years, or 50 years, or whatever it is.
Yeah, you broke up. I don't know what you said. But the point is that the judge isn't supposed to show any bias or argue at all. It's up to the two parties to voice the contention live. I learned this live, actually. I objected to hearsay a couple times in my trial for free speech. So, if you don't object, then it's allowed to fly and it goes on the court record. It's the other party's fault for not knowing to object. Same thing with fallacies. It wouldn't be exactly like a court of law because you would also be calling out fallacies. Like a list of admissible objections would be fallacies.
Okay, it's not hearsay if the organization has someone who can authenticate their records. That's how a corporation or organization gets around the hearsay rule. So if somebody in this hypothetical is in this case was able to say those are company that's company film that's or whatever it is, then they're still able to put that into evidence. So that gets around hearsay.
The only thing away from hearsay is expertise testimony, which they wouldn't have on a show on YouTube. So it's going to be hearsay, which is the flat earther's entire point. And that's the whole point. Like, everyone here pretends like they're defense attorneys for NASA But they don't know they have no idea what they're talking about. Oh, that's from compression of the video, you stupid flat earther. That's compression. You made that up. That's not what NASA says. That's just what you made up. So I think it's a beautiful idea because it will show, especially when logical fallacies are integrated into the objection, it will show if anyone can properly debate or present their arguments live, it's going to show that every Glober just drowns in fallacies, just like my show last night covered. I've never had a baller present one piece of evidence for the Globe that was void of logically fallacious reasoning. Literally never once in 7 years. Never one time.
You can't blame them. They have no choice. If there is no globe, then every argument for it is fallacious.
Okay, but that's a them problem, right? Because if you can't present one piece of evidence void of logically fallacious reasoning, you have nothing. You might as well just go sit down.
I like the idea. I got to tell you, you just reminded me of one night I was sitting here and you were in the glow and you were showing that video of the guy at the ISS like disappearing around before he went around the corner. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah,
and they were trying to say that's totally normal. And I just happened to be watching the Field of Dreams with my 11-year-old because he plays baseball and he'd never seen it. And I thought he would like it and stuff. It's like, it looks exactly like when the baseball players go into the cornfield and disappear. They look just like that guy on the ISS. I just thought that was funny. I just thought I'd tell you that. But I like your court idea.
Totally
yeah.
Yeah, it totally does. Like it makes sense that if you layer someone on the background that you can make them fade away because it's a different layer. It literally is impossible to just pull out a camera and tape someone and then they just slowly fade from the shots. That's physically impossible.
Absolutely not. That's right. Yeah, so maybe the guys that made Field of Dreams, they now work for NASA. You never know.
Yeah, maybe so. I personally think this is a hilarious idea. True Earth Court.
Yeah, I would watch it. Let us know.
I don't think I can go as far as to wear the wig. That's a bit gay, but I'll put on a robe.
I think the wig would be cool. You could pull it off.
Put a wig on, some glasses, and a robe.
Yeah.
With the gavel.
I might even watch it if you had the wig on.
Yeah, I think it would be a draw.
Oh, well, if you're going to watch it, I'm not going to do it. What I do right now is I turn into Baller Austin. I put my glasses on. I talk a little more nasally. I turn into Baller Austin. Oh, you just don't understand basic math. We figured this out thousands of years ago. You have to present your exhibits. You have to submit your exhibits to the court and to the defense or to the prosecution before it's invoked in court. Meaning you have to actually bring your argument and your evidence, present it, submit it as an exhibit. It has to be approved through the court process to then be invoked on the official record. So it's a very professional debate, and that's what court is. There's no interruptions, right? You have your own time to argue. You have your closing arguments from both sides. If someone invokes a witness, you're able to cross-examine them, and you have to submit your evidence, your exhibits, to the other side before the case starts, before the trial starts. I just wonder what it should be called, like True Earth Court, the Globe on Trial. I don't know.
They should do that for the vote.
It will be criminal standards though, because if it's actually a philosophical bias that requires tons of unproven theories that are constantly changing and shifting, and admittedly, it's equally valid to say the Earth is in the center, but no one's taught that, and then you're brainwashing children effectively against their will at a young age. That is criminal.
Yeah, I like the globe on trial. I think that kind of captures that, because that is, like you said, that's what you would be deciding. I think that's a good idea. That's really the crime. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a crime. So that means it has to be proven beyond all reasonable doubt. But that's how you guys portray it anyway. You guys claim there is no reasonable doubt, and that only someone that's so stupid would ever dare question the globe. You have to be completely stupid to not know the Earth is provably a globe. Even though we can't prove anything, but if we could prove anything, then we would be able to prove it, but we can't prove it, but it's basically proven. So it's hilarious, right? You guys should have no problem with having to defend it and substantiate it beyond all reasonable doubt, because that's how you guys all portray it. You pretend that anyone that challenges the globe just lacks competence because it can be proven beyond any reasonable doubt.
But science doesn't prove anything. And anybody who asks
Yeah,
questions is anti-science, but the first step of the scientific method, according to them, is ask a question.
of course, criminal court is no place for solipsism, so imagine the prosecutor being like, yeah, this dude's on trial for capital murder. And we're supposed to prove it beyond our reasonable doubt, but technically nothing can be proven. Like, okay, well, this guy's gonna go free then.
See, they say that, and when they do it, it's a virtue signaling, trying to say that they got the real science and science is on their side because, they know that nothing can be like proven to where the science is settled, right? But at the same time, they're speaking out of both sides of their mouth, right? Because they're acting like, this globe thing is already settled, right? It's like, oh, really? Neil deGrasse Tyson, it was settled 400 years ago? Was it?
Yeah, it was settled on a foundation of lies.
Dude, I swear I'm gonna buy a robe from Amazon with a gavel. Order in the court. Imagine if I had to hit the gavel for order in the court in here. Dude, I'd have to do it all the time. And also, what's so funny about this, and Gio and I was talking about this, is just a good approach in general. In court, you cannot just like waste everyone's time and play these little be a grown man and play little 5-year-old games. You can't do that in court. You can't be asked a point blank question over and over and then just, well, I don't think you understand. Well, I'm not fully understanding what you're saying. Well, what about this? Well, and then just constantly and intentionally avoid the question 10 times in a row and then drag it out for an hour. You can't do that in court. You'll be held in contempt. That's literally against the law. The judge can say, no, you're held in contempt of court. The behavior exhibited on the globe slide in this room would put you in jail.
You know what we ought to do? We ought to start making $21 claims, right? And have someone come answer the claim. Like, any baller want to answer this claim? I'm claiming that you can't prove the Earth is a globe. Come on, yeah, small claims court bullshit, or claim it for $1 or whatever. Because can't you make a court case over $21 according to the Seventh Amendment? So you just find out these people's real names and drag them into court over $21 and subpoena the shit out of them for all their proofs.
Bro, I can't believe you just dropped those screenshots. Go show what the hell. That in no way says that a person in a frame can disappear while the entire area around him and behind him remains unchanged. If it's because of compression, that entire area of the film is affected. It doesn't just pick the stuff in the foreground and make it disappear and then magically and arbitrarily separate it from the background and it remains unchanged. That's such a laughable excuse. The compression excuse for the guy disappearing is laughable.
You gotta read the whole thing. It's not just saying compression. Yeah, it's just talking about interlacing and deinterlacing. This is the method they use. And deinterlacing and interlacing cuts each frame into stripes, and then so it combines them together basically. Like taking half of the stripes from one frame and then half the stripes from the next frame, and there's plenty of evidence to show that in cartoons and any live footage and any footage whatsoever, when this happens, you get that sort of like ghosting effect.
No,
you
there's
see things
not.
behind other things.
That's why if there was plenty of evidence, you would drop it in the chat. But you will never do that. You will never show compression causing a person in the foreground to disappear, but the background remains unchanged. If they're just cutting the frames up in this little like slits, that doesn't make the person in the foreground disappear with the background remaining unchanged. They're both in the same little slit. They're both in the same little frame, which means you can't. There is no layer to selectively disappear. That entire portion of the film would disappear. That's why NASA would never say that. NASA will never specifically address the guy disappearing and claim it's from compression. Would never, ever, ever, ever in a million years say that. Because it's so provably not true. But in here, people can say it, I guess. But yeah, like I understand that. Like, say their hand goes through the coffee cup. You can say, oh, well, that's just compression. You can say that if that makes you happy. I think that's still BS. But you can't say that the person slowly fades from the view while the background remains the same because of compression. That doesn't make any sense. Or any of the effects, right? No, like video effects can be applied to explain this unless there are layers. The only way that you can explain it is that there are layers that can be individually affected.
Here's an example of interlacing, deinterlacing. This is examples to show it more obviously, although the stripes can be broken up into more, into smaller stripes. But you can see that because they're broken up into frames, and half of the stripes are used in one frame and half the stripes are used in the next frame, because if something's moving, the time difference, you can get the effect that something is like the tire's moving, and you can see behind the tire, like it's invisible or something.
Okay, so this proves my point, right? Because you can still see that tire there, and this guy fully disappears from the frame, fully disappears, and then the background remains unchanged. It isn't that he's lagged behind. He just disappears. He fully disappears, and then the background's the same. So yes, I agree that you can show that something can be lagged behind.
Well, I mean, surely you just use Occam's razor and you would say, well, that actually just looks like a layering effect in a image processing software, video editing software. That's very common in that kind of thing, right? So you would just say, well, Occam's razor is video editing software, and you're done.
Well, it's even worse than that. It's because once you apply that Occam's razor and you apply the situation, the guy is about to go around the corner. So if you layer him on there, and then he's going to pretend to go around the corner, you're going to have to make him disappear. If you don't, he's going to go through the corner because he's a layer, which means you have to time it perfectly that as he goes around the corner, you make him fade away. You make his layer fade away so that he can disappear behind the corner. And that's exactly when he disappears, and you can't really see it live, but once you slow it down and zoom in, you can see he fades away right as he's turning the corner, which is literally what you would have to do if he was layered and you wanted to make it look like he went around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, this whole compression argument is, I don't know, it's just weak sauce, man. I'm actually surprised you didn't come up with a better kind of excuse.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. You guys are grown men and probably honest. I'm also an honest grown man. So I'm not coming to you with shit that I'm pulling out of my ass to try to impress you. I'm giving you the answers. Like, this is the actual answer. As I didn't post it from anybody else. I posted it from NASA. And NASA talks about how they do this deinterlacing, interlacing for video compression. They are saying this, and I can post at least 5 more documents. And this is just an artifact of that process. I mean, the picture I posted with the tire is a picture from Wikipedia about de-interlacing and interlacing.
It isn't analogous because the tire is still there and visible, but in that video, the guy completely disappears.
But he's
so Snacks could talk on this, and I could talk on this too because we're both videographers, and with interlaced video, bro. Interlaced video is like ancient technology, but even then, if your excuse is interlaced video, the reason why you see this ghosting or disappearing, it makes no sense because in interlaced video, yeah, half the stripes would be missing, but through those stripes, you'd still be able to see part of the figure, bro. Which you don't see that here, so that doesn't explain this away. You can't use that, bro. It's like which it said, it's laughable that people try to use this.
If they interlace the video and then they have to
de-interlace the video, right? Versus progressive footage. It doesn't matter how you explain it away. If you de-interlacing it, it would still be half of the lines.
No,
or
if you
half
de-interlace
screen,
it,
depending on what kind of interlace.
If you interlace it, and de-interlacing it is undoing that.
Could someone post a link to the video we're discussing?
There's
No,
a
I'm
GIF
not
in the
posting
chat.
you a video.
I don't know where the video is, but someone posted. So there's a GIF in the chat. There's an astronaut who's leaving stage. We'll call it stage right, and yeah. So he's exiting the scene, and he disappears as he's exiting the scene, which makes perfect sense because if he's exiting the scene, when he exits the scene, he's gone, and if he's being if there's like a frame where he's like disappearing before that, that's this interlacing, de-interlacing process. So it's not like
How convenient of timing, huh? Right as he's about to go around the corner.
Is that the one that looked like a crossfade?
And of course, it is in no way what he's saying because the dude just completely disappears. He's not lagged behind and you see part of him see through. He disappears.
Sounds like that one where they did a crossfade cut.
No, there is no cut.
yeah. Andy Holt by Beer posted it.
Well, why do you just make stuff up though? Why'd you just make up that it was a crossfade cut? Why'd you make that up?
Because that's what it looks
What
like.
is the purpose of? Where's the cut, Jesse?
Can you show us another example of this this crossfading on like a home video, or like can you do it with your iPhone? Can you show us how to crossfade? Because I just posted another one in the chat. This is for the Chinese space station. They're clipping too, dude. What's going on?
Dude, look how desperate they get. This dude just said it's a crossfade cut, and there's no cut in the scene at all. There's literally no cut, and he said it's a crossfade cut. Nothing else in the entire video is part of the cut.
Well, just to make it clear, like a crossfade cut is like a dramatic, a video editing when you want to like you layer like 5 seconds into the future over now so that you can see it's a different.
Yeah, right. It's also called dissolving, and it has nothing to do with this video unless there were layers.
Yeah, so I mean, if it looks like, so if it looks like it or not is one point, but it definitely is not reasonable whatsoever that they would edit a crossfade because that's an editing technique. There's no it's not logical to assume they would edit a crossfade cut into that moment of disappearing to make it look like a magic show. So.
Yeah, exactly. Also, it doesn't even look like it because the rest of the scene doesn't crossfade. Okay, so when you crossfade a scene, the entire scene crossfades in. If there's not layers on this, you can't pick and choose which items crossfade with the crossfade cut. So it doesn't look like it, and it's insane to suggest NASA just decided to make their video look fake.
Yeah, he's just on a separate layer, and they've just faded him out, and they've done it at the correct timing because of what we said earlier. I mean, it's so obviously that's what's happened. To like come up with excuses for it is like it's really desperate, to be honest. I mean, the best thing
just literally throwing stuff at the wall.
Yeah, for you guys, the best thing to do is just to say, "Oh, I don't know what happened there. It must have been some sort of artifact I can't explain." I don't know would be a much better defense than coming up with stuff that it objectively can't be.
Okay, so in the frame, the guy leaves the scene. Is there any point before he leaves the scene that he's disappeared completely? I'm going to tell you the answer to that question is no. I'm telling you, this is interlacing and deinterlacing, dude. It's clearly what's happening. Like you can see him. He doesn't disappear. He fades away. Right. That's some of the frame is what do you call it? The stripes or whatever. So you see part of his body, but you see through his body because the other parts of the frame, the part that's the static background, the static background that takes up the entire rest of the frame, you're not going to get this artifact because none of it's moving. So they've explained for 30 plus years that they've been doing this with their video compression. So it's not even like a like a guess or it's like this is what they say they do. This is an artifact of that type of filming, and this is what's happening.
My wife, she's kind of a normie when it comes to the flat earth stuff, but she totally thinks it's fake as fuck.
Well, no, what he's saying doesn't work. It's just objective. So this guy's hand moves back. So it's not like the picture of the tire where the whole thing displaces to the left and is semi-transparent. He's actually moving while he's going around the corner. So it's impossible that his entire body is all that's disappearing, including his hand that's moving back as he's going around the corner. That is objectively not delacing. That is not how it works. What it does is it displaces it back behind the actual object. An entire displacement of the object. The entire object's displaced and semi-transparent. You can't just have him moving his hand as he moves the corner and just the hand and all of that is moving and disappearing. Oh, his hand is disappearing at the same rate? So there's if the tire was wobbling, and this was a video showing that as the tire wobbles back and forth, all of it is starting to fade away, then you would have an argument, but you'll never be able to show that.
Yeah, but why would it be you said he would be in a different position or he's in multiple positions. Why would that be the case?
When you don't see him moving his hand backwards?
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, but why are you saying you would see it like in multiple, like you would see it in he'd be out of position?
That's what your picture shows. Your picture literally shows the tire displaced to the left. So if that's your example of delacing, right? I mean, the tire is displaced behind the actual tire.
And that's an example. There's plenty of examples though where there's not. I mean, there's all different examples and all different types, and it depends on the what's the other part called? Not interlacing and deinterlacing, but there's part of the deinterlacing process. But anyway, it's all about it's about how they do that, and that also depends on how many stripes are the pictures being broken up into, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, if there were plenty of examples, you would have dropped one, not one that wasn't analogous, and then claimed that it was exactly.
I can post a bunch of examples. What's the point? I mean, there's if you go and search for examples, there's plenty of them.
You haven't posted one yet, so your example shows that the object's displaced. It makes sense that if an object is moving, it will be faded out, semi-transparent, and displaced from the actual object. Nothing like that's not what we're seeing in the video. I'm gonna go eat. You guys have a defense attorney meeting.
I wonder if this is why your lawyer is always busy and not working on your case because he's constantly fighting flat earth on the internet. Has anybody ever paid for a lawyer and the lawyer actually, like, got your shit dropped on a technicality besides you, Kosha?
Never got my stuff dropped on technicality.
You ever notice, like, when you start trying to get the cops to follow the law, like, they ask you some stupid shit like, where'd you get your law degree, Facebook? Like, not that long ago, Long Island audit, he goes into a police station with the law laminated in his hand, showing them that he can record in the police station, and they arrest him, and they confiscate all of his stuff, Except for that law. They gave that back to him. They didn't want to keep that. They didn't want to keep his piece of paper, but they stole his camera for evidence, right? They stole his camera and even his watch because they thought his watch was recording them. Dude, he's gonna get so fucking paid. Can we go audit NASA? Can we like just stop what we're doing and everybody just go FOIA the shit out of NASA? Because you know the Freedom of Information Act is an act, right? So if they don't respond, they're breaking the law, right? It's funny, you know. Maybe Issa's right. Maybe they do care about the code. They do have to follow the code. What do you think, Kosho? You think we should go audit NASA, like you and I together? Like
I think you
go to
guys could
NASA?
you could pay better people to do it, like people who actually. I mean, NASA will present you evidence and shit, and then you guys will just, on ignorance on the subject, will say, no, that's fake. So I don't know. I get somebody who's more, I don't know, more familiar with some of the techniques and evidence that they might present to you. That way, when they
It would
present it to you,
Wouldn't it
you
be
can.
interesting, Coach Joe? Like, because like the one, I guess like there's not just one. There's like a couple interviews, right? If you have, like, I would say let's like get all these like surprise visit, get everybody who's been to outer space, and get them to answer questions like in separate rooms, like an interrogation. That would be awesome, right? Because we have like the Neil Armstrong stuff. They couldn't keep their story straight. Then you got the Bubbles and Space guys. They can't keep their story straight. So these are the only people that claim that, like, well, one guy, like, yeah, it's definitely real. I saw it on the computer screen. I hit this button, and like the projectile said I was here, right? So he can't really prove anything. He just proves that numbers are, working. So I guess it would be cool to get all these space guys, in a room and be like, how was outer space? Was there any discrepancies? Because every single time they've talked about it, like, surprise, we're going to talk about it, they contradict themselves.
Yeah, I don't think we should audit NASA at all whatsoever, because all of my JTrig friends on Discord tell me that everything NASA does is on the up and up. So I think it's all good.
Y'all know this is a limited hangout we're in right now. And we totally should be putting these officials like on the record with their hands raised, right? And get everybody to tell the truth, because if you believe like what they're telling us, they landed on the moon and then they gave moon rocks that were petrified wood to somebody. So that means that there's at one time forest on the moon, right? So if there's forest on the moon, I want some lunar real estate. I'm just trying to keep it real.
Yeah,
I need some of that lunar real estate.
the origin of like rocks and life, right? Like, but you made a good point, like in the beginning, like regardless of somebody's opinion on the moon, if we're in a limited place, like Geo and Jeremy were getting at like last week or the other day, people who are local to each other better start doing meetups, because if you're in a limited space, it's going to get shut down, and it might be a good idea to start doing that.
Limited hangout means there's a bunch of spooks in here.
Yeah, but still, yeah, get away from them. Go hang out with somebody for real.
Rocks landed on us.
Hey, is anybody following what's going on in France right now? There was migrant youth who was killed by the police, allegedly. And there's all these crazy riots that are going on, and there's videos of rioters breaking into the police station, and there's videos of the deceased's mother, and it looks pretty weird.
Saying there's a whole propaganda campaign already being released of his mom, and all the feelings that he had during whatever transpired.
I would say this is like a Robbie Parker 2.0. Like this mother whose son was killed, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, is like,
Is like what?
shit, I gotta take this phone call. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I'm sorry, guys.
Hey, I don't want to jump it back too hard, but I looked at that image you posted, Kosho, of the tire, looking like it was sort of faded and kind of ghosting a little bit. And I've edited quite a bit of YouTube videos, home videos and stuff. And, an HD recording, I go frame by frame. And if I want, my kids can be playing or whatever, and I can take just a single frame and make it a picture. It's no problem. The difference with that car is a high rate of speed, and that's a frame rate issue with the ghosting. The pace that guy was going around the corner, I should be able to go frame by frame and him be perfectly thick and dark, just like the background. There should be no fade. So I don't see how it's applicable.
Is that like the technique that they used when capturing the rover on Mars, like the frame by frame?
Non sequitur.
Well, I mean, I think we were talking. Somebody was shedding light on it, right? So they you got you got 1% atmosphere on Mars, right? So you can't get any lift. So you have to have this little drone be a certain weight and go at like these unimaginable speeds of rotation, right? That we've really never seen. But they were able to take a photo of the shadow of the drone on the ground perfectly. A perfect photograph of the shadow. Like how fast did that frame have to? I mean, how what was the capabilities of this camera in that temperature on Mars to capture that frame, that shadow? And if that's the cameras they have, why would they have any type of issues with somebody just walking by?
They only send the advanced cameras to Mars.
Hasselblad.
Yeah, somebody took a photo of with that same camera, right? Like, oh, look, this is a great camera, right? They're all excited, like, oh, this is the camera on the moon. So they came down to Earth with the same, not came down, but they're just standing on the ground, and they stood on the ground. They looked up and they took a picture of the moon, right? And with the same camera, like the size difference of the moon. The moon was bigger on the ground than the Earth was from the moon. Same exact camera. They were all excited, like, I'm going to use the moon camera. So they bought one, took a picture of the moon, just standing outside, full moon. And they're like, what's going on here? Same camera. Big moon, tiny Earth. It's like I'd be freaked out too. Like if me and you were standing in a room and you were on one side and I was on the other side, right? And you were just like enormous, right? And I was like tiny. I'd be like, what the fuck is going on, right? Like when you'd be like, why are you tiny? And then we'd switch sides and we'd be the same height as each other again, and we go to the side of the room, switch sides, and it would be reversed. You'd be like, what the hell is going on here, right?
Space-time size. It's an angle of space-time.
Yeah, but within the reference frame, that makes sense.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, Martian helicopter drone. Sounds right.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably gonna get stuck in a tree though, right? That's what happens. There's no trees on Devon Island. Ah, fuck. Whatever.
Is there a conversation going on right now? Did I miss anything?
No, it's been quiet for a couple minutes.
You've been missing
Perfect
the
time.
sound of silence.
Perfect time for me to bring up the ether. So how long is it going to take for the mainstream science to admit they were wrong about the ether and they need to go back to pre-Michelson-Morley conditions and just accept that the Earth's not moving through the ether?
They're not going to. They're going to come back and relabel the ether as something else, probably prefaced with the word quantum, and then continue to move forward from there, but give it basically all the properties that were understood that the ether contained.
What about quantum ether?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called quantum foam. Yeah, they've already done that.
All right. I'm late to that party then.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because science is supposed to be never settled, right? But if you ask some people, Einstein disproved the ether, even though science doesn't prove anything. But, trying to keep people consistent, yeah, it's a whole other thing.
Hey, how much thought have y'all put into, if the average human life is 80 years, 100 years, whatever, if they wanted to change the script or just completely go in a different direction, you'd basically only have to have the boomers die off, or a people group, die off, and then raise the children to kind of be neutral and then sway them towards the new script. And in just a couple lifetimes, you could have anything be present.
Yeah, you could make people believe that, they landed on the moon and we beat the Russians finally, even though they beat us at everything else. And I guess if the president says it on TV, you could have them believe that Russia is losing the war.
Fake war.
Yeah, I think you can completely change the script in less than one generation's birth to death, because you should have at least 3 generations alive at that point in time, and I think it takes less than 3 generations to be able to completely flip the script.
Well, why would it take any? Why would it take anything like that at all? Wouldn't it just take somebody just saying, hey, with the globe argument, the Earth's not a globe, and it just be like, oh, it's not a globe, shit, and it's over, right away? Why does it even take longer than 10 minutes? Why does it take generations?
A lot of people.
So for every person to just hear the words, the Earth is not a globe, would take generations. We have the internet. It's only take.
I know, but maybe you're more effective than internet. You got to so many times it takes you 10 minutes to and then you could talk to everybody, and then it would be fine.
I don't think that's necessarily what Ron Boston was talking about, right? JT, you were talking more about how would you convert somebody into kind of believing an untruth and kind of erasing a truth, right?
Right. Well, I mean, hypothetically, we're in the middle of an awakening of flat versus globe, and we know that since the 1900s, they've been talking about flat versus globe, but they could make it all flat and the ether be back. We'd all be dead, and no one would ever even know that this was a debate. I mean, that's possible in not that long a time.
Oh yeah, I mean, if they literally wiped the textbooks, went back to flat, started implementing that now, it would be less than the lifetime of one generation before it would be integrated, for sure. Meaning for the generation that saw the flip take place, right? By the time they're dead, there will already have been 3 or more generations who knew nothing but the change. So the generation that saw the flipped would not, I would say the vast majority of them wouldn't even care to talk about the flip ever taking place. So before they're even dead, every generation coming up past that could have the possibility of not even realizing that the thought of something like the globe or whatever, space travel, all that stuff even existed. And if you think about the way that most information and data is stored today, the vast majority of what people access and what is stored is digital, which is a much easier cleanup process. Why do you think the largest book selling website on the internet, when they decided to start getting digital books, they started calling those Kindles? And then when they started implementing anything else, they started talking about Fire and all that kind of stuff, because they're literally set up to do the digital book burning. And they tell you that in plain sight.
My son and I, we had a really deep philosophical conversation about the Anarchist Cookbook, and I said that I was against it. And he said, "So you're for censoring?" I was like, "Whoa, you got me there." Okay. So I don't like the idea of like the Crips and the Bloods using the Anarchist Cookbook to wage war on everybody, meanwhile like putting everyone else in harm's way. He's like, "But you're okay with them doing it with Glocks?" Okay, you got me there. It's like this is like one of those things to where it's not real easy to understand what is the right answer. So for anybody who doesn't know, the Anarchist Cookbook is one of those blacklisted books that we're not supposed to have, because it teaches you a little bit of chemistry enough that you could potentially do quite a bit of harm with it. Right? So Julian Assange, his theory is that information should be open for everybody. Everybody should know everything. And the only thing that should be private is like the stuff that you keep private at your home, I guess, is his kind of philosophy. So what do you guys think about that? Should the everyday man have access to this sort of chemistry that you could create, basically large weapons with?
You can create napalm.
Yeah, I mean, you could create chloroform, and you could potentially, do whatever you want to that person after you make a super soaker with that stuff in it, right? And we're not inciting violence or anything like that, but yeah, there's lots of stuff you could do, right?
Yeah, it's just it'll just parallel the gun rights argument. That's
I mean, I don't know. I don't think anything should necessarily be suppressed, right? But is occulting certain knowledge beneficial? Maybe. But then does that only allow certain select people to have this power? Is that the way it should be? Or is that what's gotten us into a lot of messes to begin with? I don't know.
Good point.
What
That's
if
a good
cops
right there. That's a good point,
Sorry.
right? So it's almost like you would say, so by not allowing everybody to have this information freely, it's like a distrust in men or mankind, right? But then when you give the power, or the knowledge just to a select few, now we don't. We also in turn know that we believe that we can't trust them either. That they're going. So it seems that it would then default to that we must give the knowledge to everybody. Yeah.
What if we made cops reform and wear body cameras and have super soakers filled with chloroform, and any time that somebody like pulled a knife, instead of just like blasting them to smithereens and sending them to Jesus, what if we just hit them with like a little chloroform packet in their chest and just poof, they went to sleep like like magic?
What?
Chloroform, do you know what that is?
You can spray people with it.
Yeah, if we made cops like replace their weapons with chloroform, because they're supposed to eliminate the threat and bring them before a jury, right? That's what cops are supposed to do.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Pretend.
So instead of putting holes in them and making them leak blood everywhere and die before they ever get to the hospital, like why not just give them like super soakers or paintball guns filled with chloroform?
Yeah, because the
So
guy they're fighting doesn't have a paintball gun filled with chloroform. That's what I mean.
right,
It'll boil down to gun rights, like all these things, or parallel gun rights. Yeah. Why going in and out? Is that
someone else is going in and out, but
oh,
I don't know. I think cops should be completely full of fangs and claws. They should be able to, defend themselves. But you don't have to defend yourself to the death because you thought the guy had a cell phone. I mean, you thought he had a taser and it was just a cell phone. Like there's been plenty of times where I could have gotten a fight, right? I'll be delivering a pizza and there'll be a drunk guy. He puts his hand on my money. I'll be delivering a pizza and there'll be another drunk guy who's calling me a little bitch. Obviously, I'm not little and I'm not a bitch. But that didn't mean I had to knock a tooth out of his mouth because he offended my ego, right? With the cops, they got qualified immunity. So as long as they can come up with something like his cell phone looked like a taser, that's why I violated all of his rights.
Have you seen like the 200-hour long videos where cops go, "Hey, sir, how you doing?" and then they get shot and killed? License and registration, bang. They just take the cop out like right away.
Show me.
I was asking.
No, I haven't seen a 200-hour video where cops get blown away. You know, the most dangerous things for cops is when they pull people over the side of the road. That's how most cops get killed. They get hit by cars.
That's right. Yeah, most of them, because they get hit by cars.
Right. So, who's killing the cops? Well, the cops the one that initiated the traffic stop. So cops are killing cops. It's kind of like black on black crime, but it's blue on blue crime.
It's the law is if he's got his lights on, you got to like slow down to a certain like 15 mile an hour and go like a lane over. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that video. She was pregnant and the cop like flipped her car over. She like did what you said, like she pulled over like slowly, but she had her flashes on and she was like going to pull over to a safe spot and he like totally flipped her over even though she was pregnant.
Oh, bro. I mean, I don't know that story. That's not. I was talking about if a cop has somebody pulled over and they're already talking, and everything's fine, and everything's going to end up fine. The drivers who are not being pulled over are supposed to be far, far away. When I was younger, right? A friend of mine. This is before I was like 15 or something like that, right? And I got in trouble for this. I'll get to the end of the story. Right? I got in trouble, right? But I was like 15. I guess it was like the day before mischief night. And my friend he says, "Oh, I'm going to pick you up. We'll just go to my house and play video games or something." So he's got he's like, "Oh," he's at the door. He's like, I'm like, "Oh, where's your car?" He's like, "No, I brought my motorcycle." I was like, "Oh, what the fuck?" So I get on the motorcycle, right? Because it's right around it is right around the corner. So I'm like, "All right, I'll get on the back. We go, whatever. We'll go to your house." Anyway, gay. I know. Right, so guess what? He really cared about me, so I had the helmet. I'm on the back with the helmet, and he didn't even have a helmet. So, anyways, we're going to his house, right, to go play quote video games. All right, but long story short, some cops start fucking like riding behind them. Don't even put their lights on. Run us off the road. We run up the grass. I fucking jump off the back, like tumble 3 times. Like what the fuck, right? And then another cop comes up. Somebody mischief nighted somebody's house the night before mischief night, not us, right? But apparently they were on a moped or a motorcycle as well. So they just ran us off the road. And anyway, I'm like, "Oh, you fucking asshole, what the fuck?" And he's like, "You almost killed me. What's your fucking problem?" We both got arrested for saying, "What the fuck?" Yeah, it's ridiculous. Wish I had a cell phone on me at the time. I would have took him out.
I would just say that the vast majority of traffic stops are a violation of people's right to travel anyway. So most of the time that the police get into these situations, they're actually breaking the law. Even if you're speeding or you've run through a stoplight or a stop sign, I'm not saying these things aren't dangerous, but if you're not traveling for commercial purposes, if you're not driving for commercial purposes, they're not supposed to be able to stop you in the first place. And we live in a society now where all these laws are written, which are really corporate policies that police then go and enforce on people to generate
revenue for municipalities and counties and states. But the fact of the matter is, most of those policies violate people's rights anyway. So when the police get into these situations, they're actually the ones doing something illegal by violating a person's rights. Not saying that there aren't violent crimes and other things taking place, but
I agree with you that people have the right to travel, and if they're not doing commerce, it's different. If you want to, you can take over. But the thing is, I don't think people should do this without really being thoroughly educated.
So
I
I've heard
agree. I totally agree with that.
I've heard the argument from Cuddles. I don't know if you guys know Cuddles specifically, but and he's shown some documentation to support this, and I've heard it from other people. But once you have a social security number, you are a commercial entity, and therefore it's like they're like skating the law. Like, so you can't pull over like some Dutch person or a Native American who lives on a, you know, whatever those are called. But yeah.
Listen to Steve Emerson's recordings. You can find some of his That's not true, by the way. You can find some of Steve Emerson's recordings on YouTube. They're really hard to find because he's probably the most successful, like, pro se or citizen, self-representing person in the history of the country. The dude's won upwards of $40-something million in settlements from municipalities and states. But he talks about this all the time. He's like, the law is perfect. The problem is people have no idea how the law actually works. And America has been so bamboozled by the Bar Association and we're not taught the law, and we're not actually taught our rights or how to utilize our rights, that we have no idea how to walk into a court of law and represent ourselves. And as soon as you have an attorney representing you, then they're operating within the confines of the bar and then the networks that they have to work in. But check out Alphonse Fagiolo. He's been on Crow 777 a bunch of times. He does interviews with Big Sib, Brandon Sibley. He's taken on the IRS as a pro se. Alphonse has taken on his city and state and all kinds of attorneys as a pro se. And they're both sort of proteges of Steve Emerson. And Steve Emerson he's won like $40 million. And he says the law is actually written to protect your rights, but they've tricked people and people have no idea how to basically self-enforce that stuff anymore.
Yeah, because I mean, all right. Well, before I forget, I loved Crow 777. Is there like a non-paid way to watch it now that I don't know about? Because I don't want to pay to watch.
Dude, I paid like one time, and I keep getting it stuff for free. So, I mean, as far as I know, if you just pay one time,
maybe
you can watch both of the people we just said for free on YouTube. Brandon Big Zib, and we just had him at the summit, and Fagiolo are both free on YouTube.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
but
another thing I wanted to say.
He goes all. No, I was going to say Crow 777 is what goes into all different topics. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm all for people exercising their rights, but if you sign a contract with the DMV, register your vehicle with the state, and if you understand what register means, and then you go driving around with no license plate, claiming that you're sovereign. Why did you sign that contract with the DMV, and then why did you register your property with the state so that you could have a certificate of title? And then you think that
you're basically in violation of your contract, right? That you're still under, that you never officially broke, right? So you're still under your contract that you made with the state to begin with, that you begged permission for somebody to have.
Yeah, that's what Issa was talking about earlier.
Sounds complicated, but yeah, when I read like an individual law, it does sound perfect. Like the Constitution, it sounds and seems flawlessly beautiful. Yeah, I mean, it seems righteous.
The biggest problem we have is people's association with their fictitious self that they think is the man that they are, but it's not. So
that's beyond me. I don't know what that means.
I've heard you say before, barbecue, that you don't really want to dive into this until you know the law completely. And I heard somebody else just saying you need to be careful because if you think you're all that, a little bit, and you try to go at them, you're going to end up in jail. I'm curious about like the law and what my rights are, and knowing who I am under God. But I'm not about to do any kind of like standing up against whoever. I'm just going to live and try to love folks and be me, chill, and not break the law.
Just to kind of simply break it down, like
There's
you
only
have
one
and you retain all these rights as a man, right? But you're not always acting as a man. Sometimes you're representing an entity that they do have jurisdiction over, and they do have the ability to apply certain statutes and policies towards, because of agreements that you've tacitly been kind of duped into accepting. Now, if you know that and you know how to properly navigate those waters and utilize those two different aspects of you, kind of, you can use it to your benefit. But it is a very complex system, and you do need to really, really understand it before you try to become, before you really start trying to flex things that you don't really understand.
Yeah, so well, I mean, like, well, this is the thing. So a lot of people go all the way to where they say stuff like, "You got a birth certificate, you're owned. You can have a birth certificate, you can have a driver's license." Like, none of that is actually that big of a deal. People act like it is, but even with those things, they break all kinds of laws, and we associate those with. There's this like super truther movement that claims that the reason that they're allowed to do it is because you have those pieces of paper. That's actually not true. So you can just send in like affidavit of facts. You can just opt out of certain things, even tax wise, like income tax. It actually says in the RS that it's voluntary. So I know someone that's worth a lot of money who just straight up went straight to the source at the ISS and talked to them about it, and doesn't pay taxes because of that. So all that to say, it's not really complicated stuff. It's like just familiarizing yourself with affidavit of facts, and then sending that in once it's notarized. So you go pay like $11, get it notarized at UPS even, and then you just send it to them. And 9 times out of 10, they're just going to leave you alone at that point. But if they don't, then you just have to follow up with a couple other things, and they will leave you alone. And like the guy said, actually, Steve Emerson, he writes, he has an entire website explaining most of the basics, and he won $38 million for refusing to pay his property taxes, and they took his house, and he was rewarded $38 million. So, I mean, I would say that the proof is in the pudding, if you will.
Yeah, I was literally gonna state that before you spoke, right? But what I was gonna state was that because Napalm was describing how complicated and complex system of stuff is going on, right? But we're these basic ass animals, right? Like I just want to be able, give me the paper to shred. Like, what do I have to shred up, right? Just there should be a list. Like, if you want to get out of everything and just want to just sign all these or unsign these, shred these, and be done.
So the reason I said it's complicated is because those are things that you need to really understand before you're doing them. If you're just taking somebody's random advice as to all right, just do X, Y, and Z, and you do X, Y, and Z, and you have no real understanding as to why you're doing it or why it's effective or what's taking place, then I don't know if it's necessarily beneficial.
No, Napalm's like 100% correct. Like, either you take the time to learn about some of it, or don't do it. And you don't unsign things. That's not how that works. You have to send in an affidavit of status or an affidavit of fact, or both, denouncing any assumed contractual obligation, meaning basically everything is contract law. These things that we call the state of Florida, that's not Florida. That is the corporation representing Florida. It's a corporation. That's why it's called State of Florida, right? And same thing with your counties, right? Madison County, the city of Spartanburg, whatever. These are municipal corporations, meaning that they're commerce law. They're commerce law, like buying and selling, which means there has to be a contract, an agreement. Like when you go to Walmart, you grab something, you paid for it, you came to an agreement with Walmart. This is the price, grabbed off the shelf, paid. Right? You have to agree in commerce. So they thus have to have a contract with you. People think that it's law. People think it's lawful, but no, it's a contract.
Where is it?
People agree with it. Okay, well, that's when the stuff does come into play, like your birth certificate and your driver's license. You went to the DMV, you took a test, you gave them the authority that you had to pass their test to drive. You then signed and agreed to have a license for a set amount of years. Then you have to keep on renewing it. But the point is that you don't have to burn everything to the ground. If you have a kid, you don't have to avoid the birth certificates like the plague. You just have to know how to send in the affidavits pointing out I am not in any contractual agreement with the municipal corporation of, and you list your city, your county, your state, and then that's lawfully binding. You have to kind of learn some of this stuff, but I would say that the rewards certainly outweigh the time it takes. But I wouldn't just watch one YouTube video and go around burning everything to the ground.
No, I'm just saying it should be easier. Like I should be able to go onto my AOL account, right, which is all the topics that you're talking about right now that I haven't been on forever, and just click on open everything up, unsubscribe, open up the next thing, unsubscribe, and start over, and just unsubscribe.
See,
there should be an unsubscribe button somewhere.
I get all the sovereign citizen stuff and detaching yourself from the corporate America or whatever, but I don't think you need to do any research really. If you truly want to leave the system, there's ways to do that. I've met people who live in communities where nobody has social security numbers, and they're just living life in America, and it's beautiful. And they have no idea about any of this sovereign citizen. They've never heard of it. They don't even watch YouTube videos. They don't even know what YouTube is. They're just totally doing their own thing. I think if you want to detach from the system, you don't need to find ways to still be a part of the system without playing by the rules. You just drop out. That's just my 2 cents, though. I'm not knocking what you guys are into.
No, I mean, I'm saying I want to be part of the system, but unsubscribe. I want to be able to send emails back and forth still without getting all these junk emails that I didn't sign up for. How do I get out of that?
I think that's just part of the system, man. It's just you're gonna get in the pool, you're gonna get wet. You play with fire, you get burned. It's just how it is. I mean, the system is so jacked up. Don't get me wrong.
Nobody has to have that answer for me. Yeah.
Hey, I do have a little comment about the law. There's 1,200 laws that we don't even know about in the nation, in the state, in the county. We don't even know what all the laws are. Most of the time, we're not breaking hardly any of them. If you drive under the speed limit, you don't hurt other people. You don't do weird stuff. You just basically operate at a higher vibration, love people, be gentle, be kind. I don't think any of the laws have weight to them. You know what I'm saying?
I totally agree, dude, because pretty soon they're going to start voting all kinds of shit into laws, and they're going to be able to arrest you for, dude, look at hate speech laws, right? It becomes a literal he said, she said, and if they decide that that's what you said, that's what you said, and you get punished for something, first of all, that we've got freedom of speech, unless it's considered hateful, you know what I mean? And then it's, I don't know, it's just fucking wild. And meanwhile, they're allowed to go and lie about all kinds of stuff and stage all these false flags and tug at America's heartstrings with all these bullshit stories that are not even real. It's just, yeah, it's not good, dude. I don't know if anybody noticed, but right at the same time that America was getting riled up about this Supreme Court decision about affirmative action, this young, allegedly 17-year-old kid gets murdered in France, and so now they're having all these crazy riots, and it's 100% fake, dude. It is literally Robbie Parker vibes times 10. You've got this quote unquote distraught and grieving mother standing on and cheering, and she's in a crowd of migrants revving a dirt bike engine. It's fucking unreal. I'm just curious if anybody in here within 72 hours of having their child murdered would be in a crowd of migrants revving a dirt bike engine and standing on cars with flares and shit. Anybody?
But it's hard to say. It's never happened to me.
Is it?
No.
If it's never happened to you, absolutely. It's never happened to me. But this is the second time I've seen what just felt like crisis acting.
I'll
This
tell you.
kid. This
Like, I'll
kid
tell you so
died
much.
on.
Okay.
He died on Nelson Mandela Boulevard at the Circle intersection called Human Rights Circle. Like the scripting is getting really bad. Like the AI is probably experiencing model collapse. Sorry, go ahead. I was interrupting you a little bit.
No, because that was worth hearing. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, man. They kind of just, I don't know, funny business.
I have a theory kind of about what you're saying, and I'm sure other people have this theory too, but I actually think that's why the Alex Jones case went to trial and he lost, and now he's got to pay this settlement for what was it, like $1 billion or something. But when you go into court, attorneys need to use case law to support their arguments, and now with Alex Jones's case, they now have a case that they could theoretically use to support an argument against hate speech. So it's a case that would support the argument for violating a freedom of speech, because no matter what Alex Jones says on his show, he should have the right to come on and voice any opinion that he wants and not be taken to court and sued for having an opinion. And really, his opinion is just that he thought that was a false flag, which is another reason, getting back to some of this law stuff, like Steve Emerson and a lot of these guys, you'll never find case law for their cases, because as soon as the judges and the attorneys and the insurance companies and everyone figure out, like, hey, this guy has a legitimate case that we can't beat, we cannot let this go to court, because once it goes to court, it goes on public record, and then that case can be used in case law to reinforce another person's argument. And once you get more and more cases that a person wins using that argument, it gets a lot harder for them to enforce those laws, which is, I'm sure other people have this in, but it's one of the theories I have with this Alex Jones hate speech case.
No, of course, that's amazing. I mean, that's an amazing perspective on it, and it's true. Yeah, no, that's true. There's no doubt about it. Well, I mean, whether it's true, the consequence of it is true. Whether that's the point or not.
Well, what's crazy is oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say because I made the point, like, I don't know, a couple of years ago, saying we should all just start suing the Globe. I don't know how you would do that, right? But like, say, go to court. But listen, dude, I fucking nosed my airplane down, like, to go around the curve. I crashed my plane. It was $1 million. You owe me money, and don't settle then. Don't settle for the $1 million. Put it on the books, and then they would have to be like, well, shit, there is no curve, or there is a curve, or something. They got to do something. You told me there's a Globe.
If you lose that case, it's going to be on the books.
Whatever. Put it on the book.
Yeah, I think the only winning move is to not play, guys. Like that. I applaud everybody that's like studied law and figured out all the tricks and the whatever, the shortcuts, the cheat codes. But I honestly believe, just like, find a way to get to a point where you can just burn your ID and your birth certificate and your social and toss your wallet along with your phone in the fire. Go get yourself a map and a compass and a clock. That's all you need. Maybe a carrier pigeon to, like, send messages or something. And just don't play their game. Like, this entire system is designed to break us down. It's designed to demoralize us and make us easier to control.
Yeah, my sister's in there. My nieces are in there. My mom's there. My dad's there. My aunts and cousins are in there. My kids are in there. Right? Yeah, it's not a reasonable thing to do.
What's not reasonable? Leaving the system?
Yeah. No, I mean, emotionally.
Okay, look, man. I didn't say it was going to be easy. I didn't say it was going to be like going on vacation. You're now on your own. If there's a fire, you put it out. If there's a bad guy, you have to be the police officer. You know what I mean? It's like, but it can be done. Other countries do it all the time.
Yeah, I'm not saying it can't be done. For me personally, it might work for somebody. For me personally, like, if I were to, like, kind of boil it down, like, well, why do I want this separation from Right, them. Well, it's because I want to be able to spend more time with my family, right? You know, because I don't want to work every day. I want to spend time with the people I care about. I want to be close to them. I want to move to them. These state lines are separating us, this and that, right? So it comes down to that, right? Like the people in my life. So, like, you know what? The way I'm going to be happy is to just burn all that and get off grid. Well, that just defeated the whole purpose of it. It wouldn't work for me.
I've got go ahead, barbecue.
I was just gonna say, first of all, you having a driver's license or social security card or birth certificate, like Austin was saying earlier, that does not take any of your rights away whatsoever. And having those things actually provides benefits and privileges to you as a U.S. citizen that you could not get without them. So, like in my case, I have a farm and I have a regenerative farm. And I thought long and hard about whether or not I wanted to actually register that business with the state or if I just wanted to build it privately and accept cash and maybe various forms of payment and not go through all that. But farming, the biggest barrier to entry to farming is finances. And I don't have the money to scale this farm the way I need to scale it in order to make a good living to support my family. I have a wife and 2 kids. And so because I have an LLC and because I have a bank account and I have all these things that the benefits and privileges of a driver's license and a social security card provide, I was able to go write a business plan and then go out and present that business plan to a private equity firm, which doesn't take any collateral. They're basically a startup investment firm. They're gambling on you essentially. If your business plan, if you fail, you don't lose anything. They lose, lots of money, but they can't take your house, they can't take your cars or any of that type of stuff. Without those key pieces of an LLC and government documentation, essentially identification, there's no way that firm would have accepted my plan. And I've talked to a lot of farmers who have done this that are kind of schooling me through this process, and it made the biggest difference in the world to them. So it is something you can do, but like the other guy was saying, it makes your life a lot harder, and you do have really unique benefits and privileges as a U.S. citizen. You just need to know the law and your rights so you can't get trampled over. And I'm not Mr. Expert on this. I'm not Steve Emerson. I'm just saying there is a track record of people who have been successful, and they live in kind of both worlds, if you will.
And I'm not knocking that, dude. And I honestly, I wish for the best for your farm. I worked on a farm myself where we were like struggling and stuff. I know what it's like. The chores never stop. There's never enough time in the day. There's never enough money. I'm not knocking you for any of that. I'm just saying I'm an idealist, and it's a flaw. It makes it hard for me to do things normally because I just want everything to be perfect. But in a perfect world, I don't need the U.S. government to tell me that I'm free. I don't need to be led. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I wanted to give some feedback. It's going to be interesting to some, and some are maybe not going to like it. I've found a way to leave the system, yet still being a part of it. And what I mean is it's more of a spiritual faith belief system. I don't care about politics anymore because I think it's fake. I'm not really interested in voting because I don't think it makes a difference. As I was saying earlier, if we live with love, integrity, all the fruits of the Spirit, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, self-control, we help our fellow man, we love our family well, even our enemies, we try to treat them with respect. I'm living in a way that all I want to do is make the Creator smile. I know that kind of sounds cliche, and people that aren't really like followers of a Creator are like, dude, you're so lame. But if I live in a way where I believe I'm making the Creator smile with the choices I'm making, just how I think, just how I look at, anything in the world, hopefully with respect, hopefully not, tripping out with either ego or anger or depression or rage or any of that stuff, because it does happen. I'm still human. But if my goal is to bring light, high vibration, love, and peace and joy to anyone I meet all the time, then it doesn't matter if the Christian God is right or the Hindu God is right or there is no God. All of mankind will be like, bro, you came and you made a difference. And I don't see any fault with anything that you've done with your life. Not that I'm trying to be a special boy or perfect, but I just think that you don't have to worry about the drama, the deceptions, the lies, the corruptions, the inversions, if you're living in a way that you're trying to marinate in peace, joy, and all the fruits of the Spirit.
You're saying don't worry about your bills. If you have faith in God, God will pay your bills. So don't even worry about it.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I said
Ah.
if you're honorable and you have bills, you will pay them because you owe. Do you have any more questions?
Who's going to pay him? Me?
No,
I would
if
say
you
that.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, if you rack up a debt or if you charge something, you got to pay your bills. That's being honorable. That's being right and good.
Yeah, but this was more about like property taxes. Like I paid for my house, I'm done. That kind of thing.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
when am I
like
done?
Barbecue was saying earlier, that's probably one of the first things. If you don't want to pay your property taxes, there's a website, howtowinIncourt.com, I believe, and there's a course like $250, and you can educate yourself so well that you can represent yourself, not use a lawyer, and forever get off the tax roll there with the property taxes.
Nice.
Yeah, and that website doesn't specifically teach property tax stuff, but he teaches you how to be a pro se, which is essentially an attorney. You're your own attorney, and you know the entire process, and you're writing motions, and you understand the language that's being spoken in the court. But that's where you would need to jump into like Alphon's Telegram channel and Big Sibs and let those guys coach you through the paperwork you're going to write, because it's a lot of studying and a lot of writing. It's very difficult, which is why they honestly just think if all of us had spent high school or from, elementary to high school being trained in this stuff, like these are your rights as a citizen. So by the time you graduated from high school, you knew how to write a motion in court. You knew how to go into court and represent yourself. I mean, I know why they're not teaching that stuff in government classes and in public schools, but realistically, that is what kids should be learning, and that's most likely. I do think there was probably a time in history where the average person really understood the law and their rights, and it was really hard to manipulate them and extort them and take advantage of them the way they do us now.
Does anyone know where that Steve Emerson matter was filed, or who he filed against, and how he won a $38 million judgment? Because all I can find
it was in Florida.
Yeah, I know it was in Florida, but I can't find anything on the actual suit.
You won't
comment.
find the case. They settled with him before the case, so they were going to sue for, man, I want to say it was like $100 million or $150 million, and the county kept coming back and offering Steve's friend, like, hey, we'll give you $100,000. Oh, we'll give you $500,000. Oh, we'll give you $2 million. We'll give you $3 million. And him and Steve kept saying, no, we're confident we have a case. And finally they got to 38 million. And his buddy just told Steve the agreement was that he got $38 million. The county had to buy the house back from the people that they sold it to when they sold his house at auction off the tax roll. So he got his house back, and they took him off of all of the utilities. He gets free utilities for the rest of his life. And Steve Emerson has done this with other friends and family of his, where he's gotten them off the tax roll and he's gotten them off of utility payments. Because there's something about, and I don't understand this at all, but there's something about the utility industry where basically them charging you for utilities is fraud. I don't understand how that works. Steve does. But if you look up Steve Emerson, Bo and Rocco show, it's on YouTube. You can listen to hours of him being interviewed talking about this stuff, but he has had to sign non-disclosure agreements, which is why he doesn't do interviews anymore, because he's helped people all over the country win cases. And then during COVID, actually, Steve trained several of his friends on this stuff, and they went around, unfortunately, to private businesses that were making people wear masks. I only say that because I feel bad for these business owners, but what they were doing was wrong. Any business that was forcing someone to wear a mask to come in and engage in commerce, they were suing for $30,000 a pop, and they started winning these cases left and right, which is when the state of Florida actually dropped all mandates, the mask mandates, and then Texas followed right behind it. which is interesting. But I've actually spoken to Steve on the phone. If you get into this law stuff, he is a person you can get to and have an actual conversation with. He'll read your paperwork for you. He'll tell you what you've done wrong, where you need to tighten things up. He's a pretty amazing guy, but finding interviews of him is hard.
So this guy, I don't know if I can be heard. Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This guy, was he using the IRS to get the free electricity? Because I've heard of something very similar to where you go in these businesses that are making you wear a mask and you just turn them into the IRS. Was the IRS involved?
Can you imagine how that would work?
I don't know how the utility thing works at all.
Because the county doesn't have any power over the public utilities other than they certainly don't own them. They're typically private corporations.
Yeah, so are the courts and the police station.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys. I'm gonna grab some of these videos and post them in the chat. The streets of Paris look like a freaking war zone right now. And you know why? It's because it is a war zone. They're being invaded. And it's the government that let them in. This is nuts, guys. Oh, and then just on another note, today is the last day for Pride Month. So all you Globos out there, your little Globo Pride Parade is coming to an end, okay?
Globosexuals.
They'll always have
Yep.
Bud Light.
Dude, yeah, that's Globos stay drinking Bud Light, dude. They should Bud Light should just put a fucking a spherical Earth on the front of their can.
Was that website you were talking about, howtowinincourt.com, something like that? I'm interested in learning more. And that guy's name was what, Steve?